Chapter 1 of Doors of the Night. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. Chapter 1 Across the Threshold. Billy Kane paused for an instant in the doorway of the room before him, as his dark, steady eyes travelled over the appointments in a sort of measured approval, such as a connoisseur who knew his art might bestow upon a canvas in which he found no flaw. The apartment was quite in keeping with everything else that pertained to the palatial residence in that upper Fifth Avenue section of New York. The indirect lighting fell soft and mellow upon the priceless Oriental rug, the massive desk of dark carved wood, the wide, inviting, leather-upholstered chairs, the heavy portieres that filled the window spaces and hung before the doors, the bookshelves that lined the walls almost ceiling-high, and that were of the same dark, polished wood as the desk and chairs. There was luxury here, and wealth, but it was luxury without ostentation, and wealth that typified only good taste and refinement. He closed the door behind him and began to pace slowly up and down the room. And now he frowned a little. He had dined alone with his employer as usual, for Mrs. Ellsworth, being an invalid, was rarely in evidence, and David Ellsworth, usually so genial an old gentleman, had not been entirely himself. From the pocket of his dinner jacket Billy Kane took out his cigarette case, selected a cigarette, and lighted it. Mr. Ellsworth had lingered in the dining room, and had said that he would come presently to the library, that there was a little matter he wished to attend to. There was nothing strange in that, for they often worked together here in this room in the evenings, and yet Billy Kane's puzzled frown deepened. There was something certainly amiss with the old multimillionaire tonight, and that anything should disturb the old philanthropist's tranquillity, except when his sympathies had been aroused, and the man's heart, that was softer than a woman's, had been touched by some pathetic appeal, was decidedly strange. Billy Kane continued his pacing up and down the room in long, athletic strides, the great broad shoulders squared back as his hands were thrust into the pockets of his jacket. It was far more than a feeling of respect or mere liking that he held for his employer, for there had come esteem for the old gentleman's sterling qualities, and with the esteem a sincere affection, and out of it all, very curiously, a sort of fathering or protecting interest for this man of millions. The frown passed away, and Billy Kane smiled a little whimsically at the somewhat quaint conceit. Fathering! Nevertheless, it was true. There was scarcely an hour of the day that some appeal for charity, ranging from a few cents to many thousands of dollars, was not made upon David Ellsworth, too many of them spurious, and it was his, Billy Kane's, self-appointed task to stand between his employer and these fraudulent attempts. All the world, at least all the world within reach, seemed to be thoroughly conversant with the old gentleman's ask-no-questions liberality, and to lose no opportunity of taking advantage of that knowledge. For instance, though here he was forced to the belief that it was genuinely worthy, there was the case of the deformed beggar, one Antonio Laverto, who during the last week had taken up his station on the corner a block away from the house. The beggar had already secured the old gentleman's attention, and also $1 or $2 every time David Ellsworth passed, in return for which David Ellsworth had become possessed of a very pitiful life history, and also possessed of a desire to set the man squarely on his feet again. Billy Kane paused abruptly in his stride, as his eyes rested on the portieres that hung before one of the two doorways at the lower end of the room. Behind that door, which was one of wood matching the other doors of the room, was a door of solid steel, and behind the steel door was one of the strongest vaults in the city of New York, and in the vault, besides the magnificent collection of rubies that nestled in their plush-lined trays, a collection that, while but a hobby, had yet made their owner even more famous and widely known than had his millions, were thousands of dollars. The money kept there for the sole purpose of being given away. Eccentricity? Well, perhaps. But if so, it was a very fine eccentricity. The eccentricity of one of God's own noblemen. One of God's own noblemen. Yes, he had good reason to call David Ellsworth that. Billy Kane's strong face softened. As a boy is acquainted with his father's companions, he had been acquainted with David Ellsworth for many years, it was true, but he had never known the other for his real worth until the last 3 months, during which time he had been the retired magnate's confidential secretary. His father had been an old friend of David Ellsworth, and a little more than 3 months ago his father had died, just as he, Billy Kane, had graduated from Harvard. His father's estate, supposedly large, had turned out to amount to comparatively nothing, the net residue of the estate, which had just been wound up, being represented by the sum now at his credit in the bank, a matter of something less than $5,000. Apart from that, there was nothing. His mother had been dead many years, and with no ties to hamper him, he had been casting around for some opening where he could utilize his university degree in arts to the best advantage, when he had received the offer from David Ellsworth to act as the latter's confidential secretary. He had accepted at once, and since then he had led a rather singular existence. Billy Kane tamped out his cigarette on the edge of an ash receiver, and stood leaning with his back against the desk, facing the hall door. Yes, it was a very singular existence. His new home was veritably a palace, with servants at every beck and call. His work was not onerous, and his salary was over-generous. He, in turn, had a private secretary, or at least a most capable stenographer, who, having been long in David Ellsworth's employ, took care of the daily routine, and it was mostly routine as far as business went, for the millionaire had long since retired from any active participation in the various interests through which he had acquired his fortune. But the work, that is the bulk of it, had now taken on quite a different angle, due to his, Billy Kane's, own initiative, than had been thought of when he had accepted the position. He had not been there a week before he had realized that the old philanthropist was being victimized right and left by fraudulent appeals for money. It had been sufficient simply to excite David Ellsworth's sympathy in order to open the ever-ready purse. David Ellsworth had inquired no further. He, Billy Kane, but not without protest from the old gentleman, to whom the loss of money was nothing, but to whom the uncovering of some pitiful fraud was a cause of genuine distress, had instituted a new regime, and had undertaken to investigate every case on its merits. The whimsical smile came back to his lips. Born and brought up in the city, he had imagined that he knew his New York, but the last 3 months had opened his eyes to a new world around him, the world of the Bad Lands, with its own language, its own customs, and its own haunts. He knew his New York a great deal better now. Those 3 months had brought him into intimate touch with the dens and dives and many of the habitués of the Underworld, since it was among those surroundings that his investigations had mainly led him. He had even been in the heart of that sordid world no later than that afternoon. Behind his back, Billy Kane's fingers were drumming a meditative tattoo upon the desk. His train of thought had brought him back to the crippled Italian beggar Antonio Laverto. The man was a pitiful-looking object enough, one of those mendicants commonly designated in the vernacular as a flopper. His legs were twisted under him in contorted angles at the knees, and his means of locomotion consisted in lifting himself up on the palms of his hands and swaying himself painfully along a foot or so at a time. Laverto's story, told in halting and broken English, was equally pitiful. The man had been a photographer, an artist he had called himself, and he had come to America a few years before from some little town in Italy, lured by the high prices that he had heard the rich New World would pay him for his work. but within a few days of landing he had met with an accident in a tenement fire that had crippled and maimed him for life. He had been practically destitute, his sole possessions being the camera and a few of the cherished photographs he had brought with him. The camera had gone to pay for his support during convalescence, and subsequently, reduced to beggary, most of his pictures had gone the same way. That, in substance, was the Italian's story. Billy Kane shook his head impatiently. The man bothered him. He had been frankly skeptical and wholly suspicious at first, but investigation had only confirmed the man's story. Certainly an Italian by that name, newly arrived in the country, had been badly hurt and crippled in a tenement fire a few years ago, and had been treated in one of the city hospitals. That much, at least, he had discovered. Also, no more than a few hours ago, he had gone to Laverto's home and found the man existing in a small, miserable room on the east side, and surrounded by every evidence of squalor and abject poverty. And the man, he was obliged to confess, had got his sympathy too. There were two exquisite little photographs, landscapes, real gems of art, wrapped up in fold after fold of newspaper. Laverto had shown them to him, and had told his story again, begging him to buy one of the pictures. And when he had produced the money, the cripple had drawn his treasures back, and had clutched them to his breast, and had cried over them, and finally had refused to sell at all. Billy Kane's fingers continued to drum on the desk. David Ellsworth would undoubtedly want to know about Laverto tonight, and the man bothered him. He had no grounds for further suspicion. Fairness compelled him to the admission that the man's story seemed true, and yet, based on nothing more tangible than intuition, there still lingered a doubt about the whole matter in his mind. Billy Kane straightened up from the desk. Jackson, one of the footmen, had opened the door from the hall, and David Ellsworth, an immaculate little gray-haired old gentleman in evening clothes, stepped into the library. The footman closed the door silently. David Ellsworth wore glasses. He took them off, polished them with nervous energy, while his blue eyes swept around the room, fixed on Billy Kane's face, and swept around the room again. He cleared his throat once or twice before he spoke.
"I've kept you waiting, Billy," he said abruptly. "You must have noticed that I finished dinner at the same time as yourself. But I have been very much disturbed and perplexed all day, and I have been trying to solve a problem before saying anything to you."
"I hope there's nothing seriously wrong, sir," Billy Kane answered quickly. "May I ask what—"
"Yes," said
David Ellsworth, a sort of curious reluctance in his voice. He took a letter from his pocket and handed it to Billy Kane.
"It's this."
Billy Kane opened the letter, and, staring at the typewritten words on the sheet in his hand, suddenly an angry red tinged his cheeks and mounted to his temples. His eyes mechanically traveled over the lines again. "Like father, like son may be an old adage, but like a good many old adages, its face value is not always to be relied upon. It might pay you to keep an eye on your confidential secretary and on the contents of your vault. A friend." Billy Kane laid the letter down upon the desk without a word, but his lips were tight.
"You understand, Billy,"
said the old millionaire eagerly,
that the only reason why I did not show this to you immediately when I received it this morning was because I wanted, if possible, to formulate a definite conclusion as to the motive that prompted the writing of the contemptible thing. You understand, my boy, don't you? I could talk to you then about it without hurting you. As for the actual letter itself, there is, of course, but one answer, and that is this."
David Ellsworth reached out for the letter, but Billy Kane had already picked it up. "You were going to tear it up, sir," he said deliberately. "I'd rather you wouldn't. There may be a chance some day of showing this to the cur who wrote it, and I wouldn't like to lose that chance."
"Oh, then keep it by all means,"
agreed David Ellsworth. He nodded his head in vigorous assent as Billy Kane restored the letter to its envelope, and placed the letter in the pocket of his dinner jacket.
"So much for that. But what do you make of it, Billy?"
Its object is obvious enough, Billy Kane replied savagely. Somebody appears to have it in for me. David Ellsworth was polishing his glasses again.
You've told me that I was the most guileless man you ever knew, Billy, he said, shaking his head slowly. And perhaps I am. And then again, perhaps I'm not. And perhaps it isn't always because I'm guileless that I close my eyes to many things. But I guess, after all, that I can peer as far through a stone wall as the next man. I've had to do some pretty stiff peering in the days gone by to get the few millions together that I've got now. I mention this, Billy, so that you may not confuse my idiosyncrasies with, whatever you like to call it. Those dollars, my boy, didn't just drop into my hands. They were thought there. And so you think that letter means someone has it in for you? Think a little deeper, Billy.
I don't quite follow you, said Billy Kane in a puzzled way.
And yet it is quite simple, although I've spent a day over it,
returned the old millionaire with a wry smile.
I have known you from a child. Nothing has ever occurred to shake my confidence in you. The person who wrote that letter was obviously acquainted with my past friendship for your father and my long knowledge of yourself, and with nothing to back it up. He would be a madman indeed who would expect a scurrilous missive such as that to have any weight with me. Am I right or wrong, Billy?
Well, yes, sir, I suppose you're right, Billy Kane answered.
I am sure I am, declared the old gentleman decisively. Quite sure of it. But suppose, Billy, that tomorrow, or at any time subsequent to my having received that letter, something did occur here. What then?
The old millionaire's face was grave. Billy Kane leaned sharply forward. What do you mean? He questioned in a startled tone.
Sit down there at the desk, Billy, and I'll tell you,
said David Ellsworth. And then, as Billy Kane obeyed, he stepped swiftly across the room, opened the hall door, looked out, closed the door softly again, and from there walked to one of the two doors at the lower end of the room, opened this, looked into the room beyond, and closed it again. Billy Kane watched the other in frank amazement. The door that David Ellsworth had just opened was the door of the office, the room that, during working hours, which were from 10 to 5, was occupied by the stenographer. True, the room opened on the back hallway and had a separate entrance from the courtyard in the rear, an entrance always used by the stenographer, but it was always locked by Peters, the butler, at night, and he, Billy Kane, had the only other key. David Ellsworth returned and halted before Billy Kane's chair.
No, I'm not in my second childhood, Billy,
he said quietly.
That letter was certainly not written without a purpose. And yet, from every angle that I've been able to view it, except one, it would have been exactly that, without purpose. I believe it is the first step in a carefully laid plan that will divert or fix suspicion upon you.
Billy Kane shook his head in perplexity. A plan, he repeated. I don't understand. David Ellsworth's only reply was to jerk his head significantly toward the other of the two doors at the end of the room. Mechanically, Billy Kane followed the direction of the gesture with his eyes, and then he was on his feet, his face suddenly grim and set. My God, he murmured under his breath. You mean?
Yes, said David Ellsworth evenly. Why not? I couldn't tell you myself exactly how much those stones in there are worth, but they are ranked as one of the most valuable single collections of rubies in existence, and certainly the figures would run somewhere between $200,000 and $300,000. Besides, there's always a little cash there. You know better than I do precisely how much at the present moment.
14,500 odd, Billy Kane answered automatically.
Quite so, nodded the old millionaire. Well, it's worth it, isn't it, Billy? I've never been afraid of any ordinary cracksman's attempt against that vault, but if I'm right now, this wouldn't be any ordinary attempt. I believe we are dealing with brains. I believe further, And instead of you and I being the only ones who know the combinations as we have imagined, they are known to someone else. Suppose, then, that the vault is found empty some morning. I immediately recall to mind that letter. I remember that you are the only one to whom I have confided the combinations. And suppose that some additional clue pointing to you is left on the scene of the robbery. It would look pretty black for you, Billy, would it not? Naturally, the stolen stones and money would not be found in your possession. But the plain logical supposition would be that, not being a fool, and believing that you were above suspicion, you had secreted the proceeds of the robbery and were pursuing what you considered the safest course. That is, to brazen it out and indignantly proclaim your innocence. The object of all this, of course, being immunity for the real authors of the crime. For if you were accused and convicted, it is obvious that the police would look no further and consider the case closed.
Billy Kane did not reply for a moment. He had been startled at first, but now he was conscious rather of a slight sense of inward amusement. The old millionaire's deductions were of course plausible and possible, but also they appeared to be a little labored, a little far-fetched, a little visionary. Apart from being based on a premise that entailed somewhat elaborate preparations, there was one very weak point in the old gentleman's argument. The combinations being known only to the two of them, David Ellsworth had failed to explain how or where the combinations had been obtained by a third party. And Billy Kane was even more than ever confirmed in his mind that there was a very much simpler and a very much more creditable motive for that letter: spite. Through his efforts, there was more than one none too reputable a character who otherwise would have partaken liberally of the old philanthropist's bounty, and that was probably the secret of the letter. That the day's cogitations of David Ellsworth had resulted in the discovery of a mare's nest was the way it struck Billy Kane now. But if the old gentleman found satisfaction in his deductions, he, Billy Kane, was of no mind to dispute them. There was nothing to be gained by it, and on occasions he had known even David Ellsworth to grow stubborn and most unpleasantly irascible. "You may be right, sir," Billy Kane said deliberately. David Ellsworth's two hands fell on Billy Kane's shoulders and pressed him back into the chair again.
"So you think I may be right, do you?"
There was a twinkle in the blue eyes.
But you can't fool the old man, Billy, my boy. What you really think is that I've got a brainstorm. But—"
his voice grew suddenly grave and agitated.
I know I'm right, Billy. I feel it. I'm as sure now as though it had already happened. But we'll beat them, my boy. Take your pen and a blank card. There are some in the top drawer there. Being forewarned, all that's necessary is to change the combinations. And I guess that will be an answer to their letter that they didn't expect.
David Ellsworth was already across the room. Billy Kane took a small blank card from the drawer of the desk, picked up a pen, and without comment turned in his chair to watch the other. After all, little as he shared the old millionaire's alarm, the changing of the vault's combination was a precaution well worth while under any circumstances. If it even became a habit, so much the better. The portieres were swung back now, the innocent-looking door that matched the others in the room was opened, and the nickel-plated knobs and dials of the massive steel inner door glistened in the light. Came a faint musical tinkle as the dial whirred under David Ellsworth's fingers. Then presently a soft metallic thud as the old millionaire swung the handle over and the bolts shot back. The heavy door moved slightly inward. There was a click of an electric light switch. The vault was flooded with light, and from where he sat Billy Kane could see into the interior. It was as large as a small-sized room, and built of the finest steel throughout. Steel shelves piled with document cases lined the vault, and at the far end was a huge safe of the most modern and perfected design. Billy Kane smiled a little to himself. In one thing, at least, that David Ellsworth had said, the old millionaire had indubitably been justified. The vault was as impregnable as human ingenuity and skill could make it, and there was very little indeed to be feared from any ordinary attempt upon it. A few minutes passed while David Ellsworth worked with the key used for changing the combination, and with the mechanism on the inner side of the door, and then he began to call out a series of numbers. Billy Kane jotted them down on the card.
"We'll test it now. Call them back,"
said David Ellsworth, and then, as Billy Kane obeyed,
"All right, Billy. Now we'll do the same thing with the safe."
He moved down to the end of the vault, spent a moment or two over the safe's dial, and as this door in turn was swung open, Billy Kane caught a glimpse of the tiers of plush-lined trays that held the famous ruby collection, and of the scores of packages of banknotes that lay neatly piled in the compartments inside the safe. Again David Ellsworth called out a series of numbers, and as before tested the new combination, and then from beside the open door of the safe he spoke abruptly.
"Before I lock up again, Billy, what about our friend Laverto? You went down there this afternoon, I believe?"
"Yes," Billy Kane answered, and frowned. "But there's no hurry about it, is there? I'm bound to confess that his story seems to be straight enough, and that I can't find anything wrong, but—" David Ellsworth chuckled suddenly as he reached inside the safe and took out a package of banknotes.
"You've been laughing at me up your sleeve for fussing around with those combinations, my boy. I know you have. But you're the old woman of the two, Billy. If you couldn't find anything wrong, I guess everything is all right. If it isn't," he chuckled again as he closed and locked the safe, "it would do my heart good to see someone put something over on you."
The light in the vault went out, the vault door was closed and locked, the outer door shut, the portieres drawn back into place, and David Ellsworth, coming back across the room, dropped the package of banknotes on the desk.
"Take 'em to him, Billy," he smiled, "and take 'em to him now. He'll have 12 hours more joy out of life than if you waited until tomorrow morning."
He picked up the card upon which Billy Kane had written the combinations and placed it in his pocket.
"You've got a better memory than I have, Billy," he observed, "and I guess you've got this down pat now, but I'm afraid I'll have to study the memo over a few times before I take a chance on destroying it."
Billy Kane was paying little attention to the other's words. He was riffling the banknotes through his fingers. They were of all denominations, from $100 bills down to fives. It was, in fact, a package of loose bills that he remembered having counted that morning. "Do you happen to know how much there is here, Mr. Ellsworth?" he inquired abruptly.
"Not precisely."
David Ellsworth peered over the rims of his glasses at the package.
"But I should say around a couple of $1,000. I promised him that if he turned out to be deserving, and
There are $2,000 here exactly," said Billy Kane a little curtly. "What I understood that you promised him was that you would start him up in life again, but it doesn't require $2,000 to start a man of his type going as a photographer."
Don't you think so, Billy?"
David Ellsworth's blue eyes were twinkling, and he was drawling his words.
"Well, let's see. Now, first of all, judging from the photographic landscape he showed me, the man's a real artist, and he ought to have the best of tools to work with. A good lens is a rather expensive commodity. I'm not much up on photographic apparatus, but I'll bet you could pay as high as $1,000 for one outfit. And then there's all the paraphernalia and a little place to furnish and a little something to keep going until returns come in. $2,000? Shucks, my boy. Indeed, as a matter of fact, now that you call my attention to it and I come to think it over, Billy, I'm not sure that $2,000 is—"
And then Billy Kane laughed and picked up the money and went to the door. "All right, sir, I'll go at once," he said, laughing again. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Crime. Upstairs in his room, Billy Kane changed from his dinner clothes into a dark tweed suit, a very less noticeable attire for that neighborhood where Antonio Laverto had his miserable home, and, choosing a slouch hat, left the house. A bus took him down Fifth Avenue to Washington Square, and from there, crossing over Broadway, he continued on down the Bowery. It was still early, and it was as though the night world here had not yet awakened from its day's slumber. The gape wagons had not yet begun to bring their slumming parties to rub shoulders with the flotsam and jetsam of the underworld, and to shudder in pharisaical horror at planted fakes. True, the ubiquitous gasoline lamps glowed in useless yellow spots against the entirely adequate street lighting in front of many shops of all descriptions, and the pavements were alive with men, women, and children of every conceivable nationality and station in life. But Billy Kane smiled a little grimly, for he had learned a great deal, a very great deal, in the last 3 months about this section of the city. It was still early, and it was not yet the Bowery of the night. Some half-dozen blocks along, Billy Kane turned into a cross street and headed deeper into the East Side. And now Billy Kane's forehead drew together in puckered furrows as he approached the lodging of Antonio Laverto, the cripple. In the inside pocket of his vest were $2,000 in cash, for the outlay of which, in spite of the old millionaire's attitude in reference to it, he, Billy Kane, held himself morally responsible. The frown deepened. It was strange, very strange. He had logically convinced himself that Laverto's was a worthy case, but the intuition that something was wrong would not down, and the nearer he approached the miserable and squalid dwelling in which the Italian lived, the stronger that intuition grew. And then Billy Kane shrugged his shoulders. He could at least put the case to one more test, and if Laverto came through that all right, that was the end of it, and the man got the money. Laverto would certainly not anticipate another visit this evening, so soon after the one in the afternoon, and if he could come unawares upon the man and observe the other unawares, perhaps the chances were decidedly in favor of Laverto being caught napping if he were sailing under false colors. Billy Kane, reaching his destination, paused in front of a tumble-down and dilapidated frame house, and glanced around him. The little side street here was dirty and ill-lighted, but populous enough. Small shops, many of them basement shops with cavernous, cellar-like entrances opening from the sidewalk, lined both sides of the street. For the rest, it was simply a matter of 2 rows of flanking, dingy tenements and old houses, save for the usual saloon, whose window lights were bright enough on the corner ahead. The house door was wide open, and Billy Kane, pulling his slouch hat down over his eyes, stepped into the dark, unlighted interior. The place was a hive of poverty, a miserable lodging house of the cheapest class, and the air was close, almost fetid, and redolent with the smell of garlic. How many humans eked out an existence here, Billy Kane did not know, but though he knew them to be woefully many, for he had seen a great number of them on his visit here that afternoon, the only evidence of occupancy now was the occasional petulant cry of a child from somewhere in the darkness, and a constant murmuring hum of voices from behind closed doors. Antonio Laverto's room was the second one on the right of the passage. Billy Kane moved quietly forward to the door, and stood there in the blackness for a moment, listening. There was no sound from within, nor was there any light seeping through the keyhole or the door panels, which, later, he remembered, were badly cracked. Satisfied that the cripple, unless he were asleep, was not inside, Billy Kane tried the door, and finding it unlocked, opened it silently and stepped into the room. He lighted a match, held it above his head, and glanced around him. It was a pitiful abode, pitiful enough to excite anyone's sympathy, as it had his own that afternoon. There was a cot in one corner with a thin, torn blanket for covering, a rickety chair, and an old deal table on which stood a cracked pitcher and wash basin, and the remains of a small loaf of bread. The match went out, and Billy Kane retreated to the door, and from the door to the street again. It was pretty bad in there, and evidently just as genuinely on the ragged edge of existence as it had been that afternoon. But still the persistent doubt in his mind would not down. It was a sort of dog-in-the-manger feeling, and he did not like it, and it irritated him. But it clung tenaciously. He lighted a cigarette, and, frowning, flipped the match stub away from him. In any case, he had to find the man before he went home, whether it resulted in his paying over the $2,000 or not. His eye caught the lighted window of the saloon, and he started abruptly forward in that direction. If there was anything at all in his suspicions, the saloon was the most likely place in the neighborhood where they would be verified. But in any event, the barkeeper, who probably knew everyone in the locality better than anyone else, could possibly supply at least a suggestion as to where the Italian spent his evenings and might be found. Billy Kane chose the side entrance to the saloon. It would probably afford him a preliminary inspection of the place without being observed himself, and entered. He found himself in a passageway that was meagerly lighted by a gas jet, and that turned sharply at right angles a few steps ahead. He reached the turn in the passage and halted suddenly, as a voice, curiously muffled, reached him. The passage here ahead of him, some 4 or 5 yards in length, was lighted by another gas jet, and terminated in swinging doors leading to the bar room. But halfway down its length, in a little recess, most thoughtfully situated for the privacy and convenience of the saloon's perhaps not too reputable clientele, was a telephone booth. Billy Kane drew back, and, protected from view by the angle of the passage, while he could still see the telephone booth himself quite plainly, stood motionless. The booth, like a good many others, was by no means soundproof, and the voice, though muffled, seemed strangely familiar to him. Billy Kane's brows drew together sharply. Through the glass panel of the upper portion of the booth he could see the figure of a man of about his own height, and he could see, as the man stood a little sideways with his lips to the transmitter, the man's profile. And then Billy Kane, with a grim smile, reached suddenly up to the gas jet over his head and turned it out. This left him in darkness and made no appreciable diminution in the lighting of the passage leading to the bar room. The man who stood upright in the booth at full height and who was speaking most excellent English was Antonio Laverto, the maimed and broken cripple whose pitiful and heart-rending story had been so laboriously told in the few halting and hardly understandable words at his command. And now Billy Kane, listening, could make out snatches of what the man was saying.
"That's none of your business. And I guess the less you know about it, the better for yourself. What? Yes, Marco's, the second-hand clothes dealer. What? Yes, sure, by the lane. The back door's got a broken lock. It's never been fixed since he moved in 2 weeks ago. All you gotta do is walk in. It's a cinch. Sure, that's right. That's all you gotta do. Marco don't keep open in the evening. And besides, he's away. You don't need to worry about that. Huh? No, there won't be no comeback. You pull the brake the way I tell you, and you get $100 in the morning. What? All right then, but don't make any mistake. You gotta be out of there before 11:15. Get me? Before 11:15. That's all I care. And that's give you all the time you want, huh? What? Yeah. Sure. Good night."
The grim smile was still on Billy Kane's lips as he crouched back against the wall. The door of the telephone booth opened, and Laverto stuck his head out furtively, the little black eyes staring out of the thin, swarthy face, glanced up and down the passageway, and then the head seemed to shrink into the shoulders, the body to collapse, and with legs twisted and dragging under him, there came the flop-flop of the palms of the man's hands on the bare wooden flooring as he started along the passageway. But Billy Kane was already at the side door of the saloon, and an instant later he had swung around the street corner and was heading briskly back in the direction of the Bowery. He laughed shortly, as his hand automatically crept into his inside pocket. The $2,000 were still there, and they would stay there. His intuition, after all, had not been at fault. The man was a vicious and damnable fraud, and as a logical corollary to that fact was moreover a dangerous and clever criminal. What was this break that was to be pulled at Marco's before 11:15? Quite mechanically, Billy Kane looked at his watch. He and David Ellsworth had dined early, and it was even now barely 8 o'clock. Billy Kane's face hardened as he walked along, reached the Bowery, and by the same route he had come, gained Washington Square and swung onto a Fifth Avenue bus. Why Marco's? There was surely nothing worthwhile there. Marco's was little more than a rag shop. He happened to know Marco because on the corner next to the tumble-down place that, as Laverto had said, Marco had rented a week or so ago, there was a small notion shop kept by an old Irish widow by the name of Clancy, where more than once on his visits to the East Side he had dropped in to buy a paper or a package of cigarettes. Why Marco's? It puzzled him. The old white-bearded, stoop-shouldered dealer did not seem to have much that was worth stealing. The bus jolted on up the avenue. Billy Kane shifted his position uneasily on the somewhat uncomfortably hard seat on the top of the bus. His first impulse had been to confront Laverto on the spot, but quick on the heels of that impulse had come a better plan. With rope enough, the man would hang himself. If there was anything in this Marco affair a robbery, as was indicated, Marco would obviously report it to the police as soon as it was discovered, and he, Billy Kane, being in possession of the evidence that would convict its author, would then be in a position to put an end, for a good many years at least, to Laverto's criminal career. And besides this, there was David Ellsworth. He did not want to wound or hurt the other's finer sensibilities, but that David Ellsworth should see Laverto for himself in the latter's true colors was essential, for it would and must make the old philanthropist in the future less victim of that over-generous and spontaneous sympathy which was so easily excited by those who preyed upon him. The thought of David Ellsworth brought back again the thought of David Ellsworth's anonymous letter. Billy Kane lighted a cigarette and smoked it savagely. It was someone of the same breed as Antonio Laverto, and for the same reason that Laverto would soon have for revenge, who had written that letter. He was quite sure of that in his own mind. What else indeed could it be? Not David Ellsworth's explanation. That was entirely too chimerical. One by one he reviewed the cases where he had uncovered fraudulent attempts upon the old millionaire's charity during the past 3 months. But while more than one was concerned with characters vicious, dissolute, and criminal enough, not one seemed to dovetail into the niche in which he sought to fit it. A second cigarette followed the first, and his mind was still busy with his problem as he pressed the button at the side of his seat, clambered down the circular iron ladder at the rear of the bus, stepped to the sidewalk as the bus drew up to the curb, and stood waiting for the bus to pass on. David Ellsworth's residence was on the first corner down the cross street on the other side of the avenue. The bus creaked protestingly into motion, and Billy Kane, in the act of stepping from the curb to cross the avenue, paused suddenly instead, as a voice spoke behind him.
"Begging your pardon, Mr. Kane, sir, may I speak to you for a moment?"
Billy Kane turned around abruptly. He stared at the other in surprise. It was Jackson, the footman. "Why, yes, of course. But what on earth are you doing out here, Jackson?" he demanded a little sharply.
"I was waiting for you, sir,"
the man answered hurriedly.
"I knew you'd gone out, Mr. Kane. I knew I couldn't miss you here, sir, when you come back, as you always come by the avenue, sir. And, begging your pardon again, sir, would you mind if we didn't stand here? You wouldn't take offense, sir, if we went in by the garage driveway where we could be alone for a minute, sir."
Billy Kane eyed the man critically, Jackson, immaculate in his livery, appeared to be quite himself, but Jackson at times had been known to possess a greater fondness for a bottle than was good for him. "What is it, Jackson?" he demanded still more sharply. "Did Mr. Ellsworth send you here?"
"Oh, no, sir, he didn't,"
the man answered nervously.
"But if you please, Mr. Kane, sir, that is, if you don't mind, sir, I'd rather wait until—"
"Very well, Jackson," Billy Kane interrupted curtly. "I suppose you have a reason for your rather strange request. Come along, then. I'll listen to what you have to say."
"Oh, thank you, sir,"
said the man earnestly. They crossed the avenue, passed down the cross street, turned the corner, and a moment later, entering by the garage driveway, gained the courtyard in the rear of the house. It was dark here, there were no lights showing from the back of the house itself or from the garage, and here, close to the private entrance to the office and library, Billy Kane halted. "Well, Jackson, what's it all about?" he inquired brusquely.
"If you please, Mr. Kane, sir."
The man's voice had taken on a curious, quavering note.
"Don't speak so loud. You might be heard, sir, from the servants' entrance over there. Mr. Kane, sir, Mr. Ellsworth has been murdered, and the money, sir, and the rubies are gone."
Billy Kane was conscious only that he had reached out and grasped the footman's arm. They were very black, the shadows of the house, and it was dark about him, but strange, quick little red flashes seemed to dance and dart and shoot before his eyes, and in his brain the man's words kept repeating themselves over and over in an insistent sort of way, and the words seemed meaningless, except that they were pregnant with an overwhelming and numbing horror.
"For God's sake, sir, let go me arm, you're breaking it,"
moaned the footman in a whisper. The man's voice seemed to clear Billy Kane's brain. David Ellsworth murdered! The horror was still there, but now there came a fury beyond control, and a bitter grief that racked him to the soul. David Ellsworth, his second father, the gentlest man and the kindest he had ever known, murdered! His hand dropped to his side, and, turning, he sprang up the few steps to the entrance just in front of him. He whipped out his key, opened the door, and stepped forward into the passageway. At his right was the door to the stenographer's room, and beyond, opening from that room, was the door to the library. He felt for the door handle, for there was no light in the passage, and finding it, opened the door, and stood there, rigid and motionless, like a man turned to stone. Across the blackness of the intervening room the library door was partially opened, and sprawled upon the floor lay the figure of a white-haired man, only the hair was blotched with a great crimson stain, and it was David Ellsworth. And something came choking into Billy Kane's throat, and in a blinding mist before his eyes shut out the sight.
"In heaven's name, sir, don't go in there, sir."
Jackson was beside him again, whispering in his ear and pulling the door softly shut.
"Don't, sir, don't! They'll get you!"
"Get me? What do you mean?" Billy Kane whirled on the man.
"For the love of God, sir," pleaded Jackson, "don't speak so loud. I'm risking my neck for you, as it is, sir. There's a couple of plainclothesmen waiting up in your room, sir, hiding there, and there's another two hiding in the front hall."
"Are you mad, Jackson?" Billy's Kane was low enough now in his blank amazement.
"I'm telling you the truth, sir,"
Jackson whispered tensely.
"They've got you dead to rights, sir. There ain't a chance except to run for it. And that's what I'd do, sir, if I were you, Mr. Kane. I didn't mean you to enter the house at all, but you acted so quick I couldn't stop you."
Billy Kane's two hands fell in an iron grip on the other's shoulders, and in the darkness he bent his head forward to stare into the man's face and eyes. "You mean, Jackson," he said hoarsely, "that you believe I did that?" The man wriggled himself free from Billy Kane's grip.
"It's not for me to say, sir," he answered uneasily. I can only tell you what they say."
"Tell me, then." Billy Kane's voice, low as it was deadly in its even, monotonous tone.
"Yes, sir," said Jackson. "Keep your ear close to me lips, sir. If anyone hears us, it's all up. They found him, Mr. Ellsworth, sir, lying there dead in the library with his head split open about half an hour after you went out, sir. You were with him in the library after dinner alone, sir, and no one was with him after that. Don't grip me like that, young sir. I can't go on. You don't know your own strength, sir, Mr. Kane."
"Go on, Jackson," breathed Billy Kane. "I'm sorry. Go on."
"Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It was Peters the butler, sir, who found the body, and he sent for the police. Mrs. Ellsworth doesn't know anything about it yet, sir. They're afraid to tell her. She's so delicate and sick, sir. It was about half an hour after you went out, sir, as I said, that Peters went to see Mr. Ellsworth about something, and found him there, like you just saw, sir. And then the police came, sir, and they figured that you did it before you went out, and that you went out to dispose of the money and the jewels, sir, in some safe place, and maybe also as a sort of alibi, like, so that they'd think it was done while you was away, sir, and when you returned, if you did return, sir, you would profess horror and surprise, sir."
"Are you mad, Jackson?" Billy Kane said again.
"No, sir. You'll see, sir. They've got you dead to rights. Both the vault and safe doors were open, and the money and rubies gone, and on the floor of the vault, way in by the wall, under the lower shelf, like it had fluttered in there without you noticing it, sir, was a card with the combinations on it. And it was in your handwriting, Mr. Kane. And in Mr. Ellsworth's hand, clutched there tight, sir, was a little piece of black silk cord. And on the floor, under the table, sir, where it must have rolled without you knowing it, sir, was a black button."
I don't understand," said Billy Kane a little numbly now. There had been something grotesquely absurd, something in the nature of a ghastly, hideous, and ill-timed joke, something that was literally the phantasm of a diseased brain in the murmur of this man's voice whispered out of the darkness. But there was creeping upon him now a prescience, as of some deadly and remorseless thing that was closing down, around, and upon him with inexorable and crushing force. "I don't understand," he said again.
"Yes, sir,"
Jackson's low, guarded voice went on.
"It's not for me to say, sir. You remember, Mr. Kane, that you were wearing a dinner jacket, and that before going out you went up to your room and changed. I suppose it was excitement, sir, and you never noticed it, and it's not to be wondered at under the circumstances, sir. The button had been pulled off the jacket, sir, and had taken the black silk loop with it. And the button had rolled under the library table, Mr. Kane, sir, and the loop was clutched in Mr. Ellsworth's hand."
Billy Kane said no word. There was a strange whirling in his brain. Some insidious and abhorrent thing was obsessing his consciousness, but in some way it was not fully born yet, nor concrete, nor tangible. He raised his hand and brushed it across his eyes.
"But that's not all, Mr. Kane, sir."
The whispering voice was coming out of the darkness again, and it seemed curiously fraught with implacability, as though, not content with its unendurable torture, it must torment the more.
"They found a letter in the pocket of your dinner jacket, Mr. Kane. It was a letter addressed to Mr. Ellsworth, which the police figured you must have intercepted so that he wouldn't see it, you being the one who opens the mail, sir. It was a letter warning him to look out for you, sir."
And now it had come like a flash, the clearing of Billy Kane's brain, and now it was brutally clear, clear beyond any possibility of misunderstanding, that as a man walking in a fog that had suddenly lifted, he found himself reeling in the full consciousness of its horror on the brink of a yawning chasm. "My God!" he cried heavily. "This is damnable!
"Keep quiet, sir," implored Jackson frantically. "They'll hear you. If you care anything about a chance for your life, don't make a sound. The police figured that you would do one of three things, sir. They figured that after you had hidden the loot somewhere, you'd walk back here as though nothing had happened, and pretend innocent, not knowing about that button and the cord, sir. And so there's a couple of them waiting for you in the front hall, sir. Or they thought that you might discover that you had lost the card with the combinations written on it, and remember the letter in your dinner jacket pocket, sir, and try to get back unobserved, just as you've come in now, sir, and hoping that the murder hadn't been discovered in the meantime, try to recover the card and the letter before you played any other game. And they meant to let you, sir. Only, as I told you, there's a couple more hiding up in your room, and you couldn't step into the library without the fellas in front seeing you. Or they thought you might just simply make a break for it, make a getaway, sir, and never come back at all. And so there's an alarm out, and your description, sir, in every precinct in the city, and all the railway stations are being watched. But that's your only chance, sir, to run for it.
It was silent here in the great house, ominously, strangely silent, and the silence grew heavy and grew loud with great palpitating throbs that hammered at the eardrums. And then, in the distance, from the other side of the door in the long passage leading to the front of the house, faint but nevertheless distinct, there came the sound of an approaching footstep.
"There's someone coming,"
whispered Jackson wildly.
"Run for it, sir, while you've got a chance."
Billy Kane's lips were thinned into a hard, straight line. Run for it? He had never run from anything in all his life. And now his brain was working in a sort of lightning debate, battling it out. Logic that bade him go against that finer sense that bids a brave man drop where he stands rather than turn his back. Still nearer came that footstep.
"Run!" prompted Jackson again. "In another minute it'll be too late."
Billy Kane's hands were clenched until the nails bit into the flesh. David Ellsworth had been right. The letter was but part of a deliberate plot, and the plot had been framed with hellish ingenuity, not only to secure the fortune in the vault, but safeguarding its authors to fix irrevocably the guilt upon someone else, upon him, Billy Kane. Not a loophole for escape had been left. Every detail had been worked out with a devil's craft. The evidence was damning, incontrovertible. And if, in spite of all, there might still have lingered a doubt in any jury's mind, he, Billy Kane, by an ironic trick of fate had—
"Run, I tell you!"
came Jackson's voice again.
"Run, or—"
And then Jackson's voice lost its deference, and his whisper was like the snarl of a savage beast. The door along the passage was opening.
"You damn fool! I gave you your chance and you wouldn't take it. Now take this!"
Billy Kane reeled suddenly back from the impact as the man sprang viciously upon him, and for a moment again his brain groped blindly in confusion even as he fought. Jackson was yelling wildly at the top of his voice.
"Help! Here he is! Quick, help! I've caught him!"
End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Into the Underworld. It had been dark before the opening of the door had thrown a dim glow along the rear of the passage, and Jackson, in his onslaught, had missed what was evidently intended for a throat-hold, and his hands, slipping down, had caught at and bunched the shoulders of Billy Kane's coat. But now Billy Kane was in action. His arms straightened, shot back behind him, and the coat alone was in Jackson's hands. With an oath, the man dropped the coat to the floor and wrenched a revolver from his pocket. But there was light enough to see now, to see the murder in the other's eyes, and to see something there as well that brought a surging fury whipping through Billy Kane's veins. "You devil! I understand it now," he gritted as he snatched and gripped at the other's wrist. Jackson was twisting, squirming, fighting like a maniac.
"Help!"
he shrieked.
"Help! Here he is!"
Cries and shouts answered the man. There came the sound of racing feet, then a blinding flash, a wild scream, and Jackson, the revolver going off in his hands as they struggled, sagged limply, and with the revolver clattering against the wall, slid to the floor, and Billy Kane, with a bound, was through the back door and leaping down the steps to the courtyard. There was no question in his mind now as to whether he should run for it or not. Jackson was one of the murderers. There must be others. Jackson could hardly have staged it all alone, but to remain there and be caught was but to play into their hands. His brain was working in flashes swift beyond any measure of time. if there could still have remained a lingering doubt favorable to him in any jury's mind, fate had played him an ironic trick that would dispel any such doubt instantly. He had $2,000 of the money from that vault in his vest pocket at that moment, and to be caught there, having presumably gained entrance stealthily by the rear door, would condemn him out of hand. To run, too, was to condemn him. That was their hell's snare that they had laid for him. But there was a chance this way. A rage that was merciless was upon him now. There was a chance this way. One chance. The only chance. Not alone of saving his own life and clearing his own name, but of bringing to justice the inhuman fiends who had taken David Ellsworth's life. There was a chance. One chance. This way. That someone would pay. If he, Billy Kane, lived, that someone would pay. There came a short, curt shout from behind him, an imperative order to halt. He had gained the courtyard now and was running along the garage driveway, headed for the street. He glanced back over his shoulder. In the darkness he could just make out a number of shadowy forms rushing down the steps. The order came again. Then the tongue flame of a revolver split through the black, and as though a red-hot iron had been laid suddenly across his left shoulder, Billy Kane gritted his teeth together in pain, and stumbled, and recovered himself, and plunged out through the driveway gates to the street. Halfway down the block, he remembered, was an alleyway, and running like a deer now, Billy Kane again glanced behind him. Forms, a great many of them, though perhaps his fancy exaggerated the number, were pouring out into the street in pursuit. The men servants had evidently joined forces with the detectives, and yelling hoarsely, a pack of human hounds in cry, with the blood scent in their nostrils, were some 25 to 30 yards behind. How curiously warm his shoulder was! He clapped his right hand upon it, and drew his hand away, red and dripping wet. He began to feel strangely giddy. The shots were coming now in a fusillade, but they missed him. He was gaining a little, and if it were not for that queer giddiness, that sense of nausea that seemed to be creeping steadily upon him, he could have outdistanced them all and laughed at them, except that the entire district would soon be aroused, and speed and lightness of foot would therefore ultimately avail him little. He laughed out harshly in grim, mirthless facetiousness. Logically, then, it made small difference whether he had been hit or not. It was his head and not his feet that must be depended upon to save him. If he could only get out of the immediate neighborhood, yes, that was it, and his head must find the way. Only, and he was not very logical after all, his head seemed possessed with that sick, swimming, impotent sensation. He reeled again. Then his teeth clamped hard, and the sheer nerve of the man asserted itself, and fought back the purely physical weakness. There was a way. At least a chance, perhaps a desperate chance, but still a chance. If the alleyway, that was just ahead now, was dark enough, and if— A yell, chorused widely, went up from behind him, and a bullet struck the pavement with an angry spat, as Billy Kane swerved into the alleyway. And again he laughed, gasping out the laugh in a sort of desperate relief. Yes, the alleyway was black enough. He could not distinguish an object 20 yards ahead. And that other if, something that would furnish temporary sanctuary, was there too. At his right, and 5 yards in from the street, he sprang for the top of a board fence, flung himself over, dropped down on the other side, and lay motionless upon the ground. It was a matter of seconds, no more. The pursuers swept into the alleyway, and tearing down its length, shouting as they went, rushed by that spot, so innocently close to the street where their quarry lay. And now Billy Kane was on his feet again, and cautiously, silently, raised himself to the top of the fence once more. He had counted on just this, exactly. It was simply what was naturally to be expected, and he knew no elation on that score. The chance, the one chance he had, still lay ahead of him, and was still to be taken, and to be taken without an instant's loss of time before the neighborhood became aroused to the extent of pouring curiously out of doors. Across the intervening street the alleyway extended in the opposite direction, and if he could gain the other side, double on his tracks, he would, for the time being at least, be safe. The sound of the pursuit came from well down the alleyway now, and the pursuers were lost to sight in the blackness. He swung himself over the fence, dropped without a sound into the alleyway, and, keeping close against the fence, crept forward to the edge of the street. And then Billy Kane's lips moved in a silent prayer of fervent thankfulness for that quiet and sedate neighborhood that had not instantly responded to the disturbance. It had seemed hours, of course, since that shot had been fired at him in the courtyard of David Ellsworth's home, but in reality he knew that it could scarcely have been much more than a minute ago. The street, to all appearances, was deserted, and Billy Kane, quick now, running again, darted out from the lane, and mindful that if he crossed the street in a direct line he would be in the light, and that any one of those in the alleyway behind him who might chance to look back would see him, made a slight detour, and a moment later gained the alleyway again, where it continued on from the opposite side of the street. He ran on now breathlessly. It had been raining hard that morning, and the ground under his foot was soft and slippery. He reeled once, and fell, and rose splattered with grime and mud. He laughed again, but his laugh was desperate now. It had been bad enough before, coatless and with a blood-soaked shirt, but his appearance must be disreputable beyond description now, so disreputable that he would attract instant suspicion the moment he was seen by anyone. And this, quite apart even from the fact that, before very long, the net spread for the murderer of David Ellsworth would widen, and every man and woman abroad in that great city tonight would automatically become allies of the police in apprehending him. He stopped. He was at the end of the alleyway, and it did not seem to extend again on the other side of the next street. But he must go on, somehow. He brushed his hand across his eyes. His shoulder pained him, and those dizzy flashes kept recurring, though perhaps not now with such great frequency. He must go on, somehow. That was essential. He must put as great an immediate distance between himself and the Ellsworth mansion as possible. Later, if by some means he could get there, if luck broke for him just a little, his chances would be better, thanks to those 3 months of intimacy with the Underworld. If he could get somewhere into the maze of the East Side. He peered out into the street, waited for some pedestrians who were near at hand to pass further on, and then, moving quickly forward, crouched down in the shadows made by the flight of front door steps of the nearest house. If he only had a coat! He could walk boldly then along the street without the blood showing on his white shirt, and it would cover up enough of the mud so that no one would pay any particular attention to him. If he only had a coat! He had $2,000 in his vest pocket, but it was not worth a coat. Anybody would sell him a coat for $2,000, but his hands went to his eyes and then pressed against his throbbing temples. Yes, certainly his brain was verging on delirium. Why should he think of Marco's? Yes, he remembered now. Somebody was going to break into Marco's tonight, and Marco was a second-hand clothing dealer, and the back door had its lock broken, and the way was open. He could steal, too, a coat at Marco's, and that was the only way he could get a coat, to steal it. He dared not make any attempt to buy one, and he must have a coat. His brain cleared again, and he smiled a little ironically at himself, but the thought of Marco's now stuck persistently. It was possible, of course, if he could get to Marco's. But Marco's was a long way off. Marco's was a long way downtown on the East Side. He shook his head, smiling ironically again. Yes, he would very much like to be there now. That was where he wanted to be, in the East Side, instead of here. Billy Kane peered up and down the street again, and again moved stealthily forward. He repeated these tactics over and over, sometimes covering only a few yards at a time, sometimes making as much as half a block, and sometimes even more when a friendly lane or alleyway offered him the opportunity. And at the expiration of half an hour, he had covered a distance that surprised even himself, for though still uptown, he had succeeded in getting entirely away from the more wealthy neighborhood. Another 10 minutes passed, and hidden again in the shadows of a porch, he was staring now with feverish eagerness at a great covered motor truck, a furniture van, that was drawn up in front of what appeared to be a truckman's office across the street. The driver had gone into the office, but there was the street to cross, and two men were coming leisurely in his direction along the sidewalk. He clenched his hands fiercely at his sides. Here was the chance flaunting him in the face and tantalizing him, the chance that was a far greater chance even than he had dared hope for, and he was powerless to avail himself of it, unless those two men passed by before the driver came out again. He could read the name and address in the huge letters on the side of the van. It belonged down on the East Side. Now, this was probably only a small uptown branch office, and the odds were 100 to 1 that the van would be going home now. And if the driver took a direct route, he was bound to use a cross street that would intersect that lane in the rear of Marco's, and intersect it within at least a few blocks of the second-hand dealer's shop. Billy Kane's hands clenched tighter, and his face was strained and drawn, as from his hiding place he alternately watched the van and the two men. Those few blocks through a lane would be nothing. God, if he could only reach Marco's! And a coat! A coat! It seemed an absurd thing to be of such moment, a coat, but it meant life or death. A coat would cover his blood-stained shirt, and he would be able to move with freedom enough to give him at least a fighting chance, and... The two men had passed by. There was no one else in sight. He waited another moment until they were still further away, and then, in a flash, Billy Kane was across the road and had swung himself over the tailboard into the van. It seemed like some vast cavernous place here inside, for the van was empty, save for what appeared to be, as nearly as he could make out in the gloom, some large pieces of crated furniture piled at the front end, just behind the driver's seat. Billy Kane's eyes swept the interior anxiously, and the drawn, strained look in Billy Kane's face relaxed. By lying flat on the floor of the van, the driver would hardly be likely to notice him in any case, but to make assurance doubly sure, some bits of sacking, evidently used to wrap around and protect furniture from being scratched and marred, were strewn about on the floor. Billy Kane pulled off his slouch hat, that had been jammed down over his eyes, drew a piece of sacking over him, and lay still. And then, presently, he heard the driver come out from the office. The man climbed into his seat. The van jolted forward. Billy Kane's hand under the sacking felt tentatively over his shoulder. It was paining him brutally, and was burning and hot, but it seemed to have stopped bleeding, and the sense of nausea and giddiness had passed away. It was a flesh wound only, probably, or at least the bullet had not fractured any bone, for he could move both shoulder and arm readily. And now, safe for the moment, Billy Kane's mind was back on the events of the evening, and for a time grief for the man he loved had its sway. And then came fury, pitiless and remorseless, and a cry in his soul for vengeance. And then a quiet, measured analysis of every detail, an analysis that was deadly in its cold, unnatural calm. Jackson's acts in that back passageway, Jackson's possession of a revolver, and Jackson's words at the end stamped the footman irrevocably as being one of the men in the murder plot. And with Jackson's guilt established as a premise, the rest unravelled itself, step by step, clearly, logically, irrefutably. David Ellsworth's deductions had proved themselves in ghastly truth. The letter had been written as the initiatory step toward incriminating him, Billy Kane, in the robbery that was to follow. And this demanded, even as he had argued before, that the vault and safe combinations should be known to a third party. Who knew them? The answer came now quickly and emphatically enough. Someone within the house. Jackson! He remembered now, though he had paid no attention to it before, that Jackson had been in the library on several occasions when he, Billy Kane, was opening the vault. It had probably taken the man a month or two, perhaps more, watching both David Ellsworth and himself at every opportunity and with infinite patience, to pick up, little by little, possibly but a single number or turn at a time, the combinations. But he had undoubtedly accomplished it finally. The original plan had certainly not contemplated the murder of David Ellsworth, for the letter was primarily intended to make the old millionaire one of the first to accuse him, Billy Kane, of the crime. There having been left on the scene of the crime, of course, in that case, as David Ellsworth had also reasoned, some further damning evidence of his, Billy Kane's, supposed guilt. But the changing of the combinations had completely upset that original plan. Who was it, then, who knew that the combinations had been changed? Again, the question answered itself almost automatically. It must have been someone in the house at the time, and someone who was both listening and watching. Jackson. True, David Ellsworth had looked out into the hall, and had opened the door and looked into the unlighted stenographer's room, but he had done it only cursorily, and Jackson all the time might well have been hidden in that room. In fact, must have been hiding there. The rest was self-evident. Without the combinations, they were helpless, but the new combinations were on a card in David Ellsworth's pocket. It had been necessary then only to add murder to the theft, employing as accessories the card, the letter, the button, and the black silk loop, in order to seize the opportunity of the moment. For the card bearing the combinations once destroyed or out of reach, the months of work that had been put in to secure the old combinations would have to be repeated to obtain the new, and with only very little likelihood of success, since Jackson would know that David Ellsworth's suspicions were thoroughly aroused. The van rolled rapidly downtown. Billy Kane, peering out from under the sacking, kept watch on the streets through which he passed, but his mind was still busy with its problem. Jackson's act in accosting him on the corner and afterwards luring him by suggestion to the rear of the house had puzzled him at first, but that, too, was clear enough now. There was a grain of truth in what the man had said about giving him a chance, though Jackson would care little enough whether he ultimately got away or not. Jackson's idea, or perhaps the idea of a keener brain behind Jackson, was to prevent him, Billy Kane, from entering the house at all, and so, by inducing him to run for it, to corroborate the evidence of guilt against him, in which case, being a self-elected fugitive, he would be doubly condemned if eventually caught. On the other hand, if he refused to listen, and insisted on entering the house, as they were afraid he might do, they meant to see to it that his entrance was made by apparent stealth, and here again he but added the final touch to the evidence against him, and discredited himself beyond any hope or possibility of recovery. Jackson had taken no personal risk or chance in doing this, as far as the police were concerned, and it was evident now that Jackson had meant to kill him there in that back passageway should he, Billy Kane, persist in refusing to run. The case and all investigation would have ended automatically if he, Billy Kane, were killed under such circumstances. It was all simplicity itself. Jackson had only to call for help, as he had done when the issue was forced by that approaching footstep, pretend that he had discovered him, Billy Kane, creeping into the house, and had rushed upon him, that he, Billy Kane, had drawn the revolver, but that in the struggle had been shot himself. With the evidence as it stood, with his, Billy Kane's, guilt so apparently obvious, Jackson would not only have been believed, he would have been rewarded and lauded as a hero. Still the van rolled on, mostly through deserted streets, for the traffic was light at that time of night. Perhaps another 20 minutes passed. Then Billy Kane began to edge toward the rear end of the truck. He was in the East Side now, and approaching the neighborhood of Marco's second-hand clothing store. Was Jackson dead? Billy Kane shook his head. He did not know. A grim smile twisted his lips. He hoped not. Not from any sympathy for the man, for the man's punishment in that case had been almost too merciful a retribution, but because in Jackson was embodied the clue that would lead, if he, Billy Kane, escaped, to that day of reckoning that, cost what it might, he meant should come. The van was in a narrow and ill-lighted street now. Marco's was still 2 streets further downtown, but in the block ahead was the lane that, running north and south, passed the rear of Marco's place. Billy Kane sat suddenly upright on the tailboard of the van, the piece of sacking thrown now around his shoulders. If the driver happened to look around and see him, the supposition would be that he had hopped on to steal a ride, and if the driver ordered him off it mattered very little, since in another yard or so anyhow, the van, as far as he was concerned, would have lost its usefulness. He leaned out and glanced ahead of him up the street. There were few people about, but not many, and none in the immediate vicinity of the lane that was now just at hand. But even if he were seen for an instant as he left the van, he would not be running any very great risk, for he would be out of sight again before any particular attention could be riveted upon him. And besides, in that miserable and sordid quarter, a man might do many things out of the ordinary. For instance, dive suddenly into a lane and disappear, without exciting even passing curiosity or notice. He jerked his slouch hat over his eyes, flung off the sacking, dropped to the ground, and slipped across the sidewalk into the lane. And now he was running again. He reached the next intersecting street, and was forced to draw back under cover to wait for an opportunity to cross unnoticed. And then the chance came, and he continued on down the lane on the opposite side of the street again. Marco's was the second store in from the next corner on the street that paralleled the lane, and halfway down he stopped running and began to move forward cautiously. It was very black in here, and he wished now that he had looked at his watch when he had had the opportunity. But it must be somewhere around 10 o'clock. It was 2 hours then since he had overheard that telephone conversation in which Laverto had said that all he cared was that the man to whom he was telephoning should be away from Marco's before 11:15. Billy Kane was crouched now in the darkness against the back door of the second-hand shop. The chances were that whoever Laverto had been telephoning to had already been here and gone. Certainly 2 hours would have given anyone ample time, and as Laverto had said that Marco did not keep open in the evening, there would have been no cause for delay on that score. He placed his ear to the panel of the door and listened. There was no sound, and he tried the door. It stuck a little in spite of its broken lock, and gave with a slight squeak. Billy Kane drew in his breath sharply and listened again. There was still no sound. He closed the door behind him and crept forward, feeling his way with his hands along the wall in the pitch blackness. The flooring was old, and once it creaked under his foot, causing his lips to tighten rigidly and his face to set in a hard, dogged way. He had no matches. They, in the match safe that he usually carried in the ticket pocket of his coat, were gone with the coat. A coat! All sense of absurdity in the length to which he was going to obtain so commonplace an article as a coat had vanished. It was the one, final, ultimate, essential thing that he must and would have if he was to know a single chance for life. Without it he might as well throw up the sponge at once. But if his luck still held, he would get one now. Marco's stock of clothing would naturally be in the shop in front, and... His hand dove suddenly forward into space, and he halted for an instant. He had come to an open doorway on his right. He felt around him in all directions. The passage seemed to end a foot or so ahead, and to lead nowhere but into what was probably the back room here at his side. The entrance, then, to the shop proper would be through the back room. Again he moved forward, crossed the threshold, and again halted. It was dark, intensely dark, and he could see nothing. And it was still and silent, and there was no sound. But suddenly he found himself standing in a tense, strained attitude, his head thrown a little forward, his eyes striving to pierce the darkness. He could hear nothing, see nothing, but the sense of presence was strong upon him. A minute passed, the seconds dragging out interminably, and he did not move. And then it seemed that close to him he caught a faint stirring sound, but he was not sure. It might have been his imagination. The silence, so heavy and prolonged, had taken on strange little noises of its own. Billy Kane's lips thinned. He was bare-handed, wounded, and unarmed. but he had a stake that he would fight for with a beast's ferocity, and that stake was a coat. If there was anyone here, if it was more than his excited and wrought-up fancy playing tricks upon him, it was certain at least that it was not the police, for the police would have no incentive to play at cat and mouse, and therefore it was probably the man, not yet through with his work, to whom Laverto had telephoned. It was probably a fellow thief, since he, Billy Kane, had also come to steal a coat. Well, he would at least end the suspense. He turned in the direction from which he thought the sound, imaginary or real, had come, took a step forward, and stood still, hands clenched at his sides as he blinked through the ray of a flashlight that was suddenly thrown full in his face, at the round, ugly muzzle of a revolver that held a steady bead upon him at a level with his eyes. A voice came through the silence in a savage, guttural snarl. "Throw up your mitts, youse!" The words ended in an amazed and startled oath. The revolver muzzle sagged downward, as though the hand that held it had become suddenly powerless. "Why, for the God's sake, if it ain't the Rat!" gasped the voice in a hoarse whisper. "When'd the Jews get back? I thought Jews was hobnobbing with some of the swells you used to know, and was giving New York the icy paw till next month."
End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Alias The Rat. Billy Kane's face was impassive. The keen, alert brain was working with desperate speed. There had come in a flash with the other's words a vista not quite clear nor distinct, but a vista that seemed to promise the way and the chance not only of immediate escape from this place here, but perhaps more than that. Assistance, help, perhaps even refuge and temporary sanctuary from the police, who before morning would be scouring every quarter of New York in an effort to capture him. This man, a thief, a criminal, one of the underworld himself, had obviously mistaken him, Billy Kane, for another of his own ilk, for one known as the Rat. His appearance, disreputable, blood-stained and mud-covered, had undoubtedly been a very large factor in bringing about the man's mistake, it was true, but that did not in any way apply to his, Billy Kane's, face, and his face had been, and was still, full in the pitiless glare of the flashlight. Therefore, he must, to a very remarkable extent, resemble this so-called Rat. And moreover, this Rat must be a figure of some consequence in the underworld. For, even through the man's hoarse and amazed tones, Billy Kane's quick ear had caught a note of almost cringing deference. And then Billy Kane's under jaw crept out a little, and his eyes narrowed. Well, for the moment at least, he would play the part. Because he must.
"Who the hell are you?" he demanded gruffly. "I can't see you behind that light."
"I'm Whitey Jack," the other answered mechanically.
"Whitey Jack, huh?"
snapped Billy Kane.
"Well then,"
his hand shot out and pushed the flashlight roughly away.
"take your cursed lamp out of my eyes. What are you playing at?"
"Oh, sure," mumbled the man. "Sure, it's all right. Only just gave me such jump sneaking in here. Bundy Morgan, the Rat. What's the idea?" Nothing, perhaps, would confirm the man more in his mistake than an allusion to the common enemy, the police. Billy Kane dropped into the vernacular, but the man's reference to "de swells youse used to know" had given him his cue. The Rat, at one time, had probably known quite a different station in life, and the Rat's speech, therefore, even in the vernacular, would hardly be ungrammatical.
"A coat,"
said Billy Kane tersely.
"The bulls have got my costume spotted."
"Swipe me!" Whitey Jack drew in his breath in a low whistle. "The bulls, huh? So that's the lay. Well, youse wait a minute and I'll get youse one. Youse look as though youse had blamed near cashed in. Youse had spilled a lot of red out of that shoulder, huh?"
"It's pretty bad,"
answered Billy Kane laconically. "Sure," said Whitey Jack again, and then, eagerly, the deference back in his voice. "Well, youse wait a minute, Bundy, and I'll get youse the best coat old geezer's got.
Though that's not saying much, for there's nothing here but a bunch of rags."
The man was gone. Billy Kane leaned back against the wall. His hand swept across his eyes. It seemed as though for hours he had been living through some horrible and ghastly nightmare from which he could not awake. He was Billy Kane, whom the world in the morning would proclaim the murderer of David Ellsworth. But he was also now Billy Kane, alias Bundy Morgan, alias The Rat. Again his hand swept across his eyes. And the Rat! Who was the Rat? And what— Whitie Jack was back.
"Here," said Whitie Jack. "Here youse are."
He handed Billy Kane a coat, and his flashlight fell again on Billy Kane's shoulder.
"Say, that's bad,"
he jerked out, and then, irrelevantly,
"Say, wouldn't it sting youse? You showing up here. When did youse blow into town, Bundy?"
"Tonight," said Billy Kane.
"Well, youse didn't take long in starting something," said Whitie Jack admiringly.
He helped Billy Kane on with the coat.
"Was it a big one, Bundy?"
"No," said Billy Kane. "Only a fight. But someone got hurt in the fight. Get me, Whitie? And the bulls are out for fair." Whitie Jack drew in his breath in a low, comprehensive whistle again.
"Sing Sing and the Juice Root, huh?" he muttered. "Did they spot on who youse were?"
"No," said Billy Kane.
"Ah, well then, what the hell?"
observed Whitie Jack with a sudden grin.
"That's easy. Youse have got a coat now, and we'll beat it over to your dump, and that's the end of it. You have to get that shoulder fixed, and I'm some guy with the bandage stuff, believe me."
Billy Kane did not answer for a moment. Well, why not? He had accepted the absent Rat's personality, why not the absent Rat's hospitality? It would afford him shelter for the moment, and he was living, feeling, groping his way now only from moment to moment. Also, and what was of even more urgent importance, he must somehow and in some way get his wound dressed. The flashlight in Whitie Jack's hand was sweeping in a circle around the room, a sort of precautionary leave-taking survey of the place, as it were. The room was evidently the proprietor's office, but from what Billy Kane could see of it, it was bare and uninviting enough. He caught a glimpse of a rough table and a couple of chairs, and then the flashlight went out. But he was still staring through the darkness now toward the far end of the room, and it seemed that he could still see just as vividly as though the light still played upon the spot. There was an old safe there, a large and cumbrous thing, long out of date, and the door sagged on its hinges where it had been blown open, and the floor around it was littered with books and papers it had evidently contained.
"That's a bum job you made, Whitie,"
commented Billy Kane sarcastically.
"You're an artist, you are. What did you expect to get out of a piker hangout like this?"
"Ah, forget it," returned Whitie Jack. "It ain't so bum. I'd like to see youse crack a box in here with soup and not wake the whole town up. That's what I get mine for. A century note, see? There wasn't nothing in the safe, not a nickel. It's a stall, savvy? But come on, Bundy, we'll beat it out of here and get youse fixed up."
A stall? What did Whitie Jack mean? Whitie Jack, at Antonio Laverto's instigation, had blown open the safe, knowing beforehand that there was nothing in it. What was Laverto's game? Billy Kane mechanically made his way out along the passage, the flashlight winking in Whitie Jack's hand behind him. What was the game? Laverto was no fool, and there seemed an ominous something back of it all, but he dared not press Whitie Jack or appear too inquisitive. His own position now was precarious enough as it was, and needed all his wits to see him through. For instance, they were going now to the Rat's quarters, to what was supposedly his, Billy Kane's, quarters, and he had not the faintest idea where or in what direction those quarters might be. Billy Kane smiled grimly in the darkness, but Whitie Jack evidently knew. Therefore, Whitie Jack, without knowing it, must be made to act as guide. They were outside now. Whitie Jack had closed the door. Billy Kane raised his hand to his head, smiling grimly again to himself in the darkness, and stumbled heavily against his companion.
What's wrong? Whispered Whitie Jack anxiously. Hey, here, buck up, Bundy.
I guess I'm bad. Worse than I thought I was. My head's going round, mumbled Billy Kane. You'll have to help me, Whitey.
Sure I will, returned Whitie Jack encouragingly.
He slipped his arm through Billy Kane's.
You just buck up, Bundy, and don't just be afraid to throw your weight on me. 'Tain't far, and we'll make it all right.
Billy Kane, his object accomplished, leaned not lightly on Whitie Jack. Occasionally, as he walked along, he staggered and lurched, playing up his role, but only when the street in his immediate neighborhood was clear, and he ran no risk of attracting attention to himself and his companion. It was not far, a few blocks, and then Whitie Jack, still unsuspectingly acting as guide, was helping Billy Kane down the half-dozen steps of one of those cellar-like entrances to the basement of a low building in the middle of a block. The building seemed to be a store of some kind, but it was closed, the dingy front window dark, and in the none too well-lighted street Billy Kane could not make out exactly what it was. At the bottom of the steps they halted before a locked door, and for an instant again that grim, desperate smile twisted Billy Kane's lips. And then he laughed shortly, as his free hand fumbled in the pockets of the stolen coat.
Kick it in, Whitey, he growled. I haven't got the key. I lost my coat. Nothing doing, said Whitie Jack complacently. I got the goods, ain't I? What do you think?
From his pocket Whitie Jack produced a bunch of what were evidently skeleton keys, and trying first one and then another, finally opened the door. His flashlight played through into the interior, and indicated a chair that stood before a table.
Youse go over there and sit down and get your coat and shirt off, and leave the rest to me, he directed.
Billy Kane, lurching again, stumbled into the chair, as Whitie Jack, closing and locking the door, located an incandescent that hung from the ceiling and switched on the light.
Say, where do you keep your stuff? Demanded Whitie Jack. A shirt'll do. Anything to tear up and make a bandage with, see?
Billy Kane did not answer. He did not know. Instead, he let his head sag limply forward and fall on his crossed arms upon the table.
Oh, buck up, Bundy, pleaded Whitie Jack anxiously. You'll be all right in a minute. That's the boy. Buck up. It's all right. Leave it to me. I'll find something.
Still Billy Kane did not answer. His face hidden in his arms, he was making a surreptitious but nonetheless critical survey of his surroundings. It was a large room, evidently comprising the entire basement of the building, and the single incandescent that it boasted seemed only to enhance, with its meager light, the sort of forbidding sordidness, as it were, that pervaded the place. There were no windows. The walls had been boarded in with cheap lumber that had warped and bulged in spots, and the walls had been painted once, but so long ago that they had lost any distinctive color, and had faded into a murky, streaky yellow. The room was dirty and ill-kempt. A few old pieces of carpet were strewn about the floor, and for decoration prints from various magazines and Sunday supplements were tacked here and there around the walls. There was a bed in one corner, a wardrobe made by hanging a piece of old cretonne diagonally across another corner, a sink at one side of the room, and at the far end a bureau, whose looking-glass seemed to be abnormally large. Billy Kane studied the looking-glass for a moment, curiously. It seemed to reflect back some object that he could not quite identify, something that glittered a little in the light. And then Billy Kane smiled a sort of grim appreciation. Whitie Jack had left his keys hanging in the lock of the door. The mirror held in faithful focus the only entrance to the place that the Rat's lair apparently possessed. And now the reflection of the door in the mirror was blotted out, and the figure of Whitie Jack took its place. The man had crossed the room from an apparently abortive search behind the cretonne hanging, and was rummaging now in the drawers of the bureau. And then, with a grunt of satisfaction, and with what looked like a shirt and some underclothing flung over his arm, Whitie Jack made his way to the sink, filled a basin with water, and returned to the table. Billy Kane raised his head heavily, and with well-simulated painful effort aided in the removal of his coat, vest, and shirt.
"That's the stuff, Bundy," said Whitie Jack approvingly.
It was a flesh wound, angry and nasty enough in appearance when the clotted blood was washed away, but still only a flesh wound. Whitie Jack surveyed it judicially.
"'Tain't so worse, Bundy," he announced reassuringly. "You'll be all to the good in a day or so."
He began to rip and tear the underclothing into strips.
"You'll need the shirt to wear, and this stuff'll do for the bandages," he explained. "See?"
"Yes," said Billy Kane. The man dressed the wound with amazing deftness, stepped back to observe his own work admiringly, and then picking up the folded shirt, shook it out and began to unbutton it.
"Now then, Bundy," he said, "get this on and—"
He stopped. From where it had been hidden in the folds of the shirt, a little black object dropped to the floor. Whitie Jack stooped, picked it up, glanced at it, and tossed it on the table.
"And that ain't so dusty a place to hide it, neither," grinned Whitie Jack. "Now then, up with your arms and on with the shirt."
Billy Kane made no comment. The object Whitie Jack had picked up was a black mask. He raised his arms and with deliberate difficulty struggled into the shirt.
"How do youse feel now?" inquired Whitie Jack.
"Better," said Billy Kane. "You're an artist with the swab rags, Whitie."
"Sure," said Whitie Jack. "Well, I guess that's all. Youse go to bed now and keep quiet. I'll tip the fleet off that youse are back on the job."
Billy Kane shook his head sharply. "I don't want anyone butting in around here tonight," he said roughly.
"No, sure youse don't," agreed Whitie Jack, with an oath for emphasis. "Don't youse worry. I'll wise him up to that. There won't be nobody around here till you say so. You know that, don't youse? I ain't never heard of any guy hunting trouble with the Rat yet. I guess that ain't no con steer."
Billy Kane was standing up now. It seemed strange, almost incredibly strange, that this man, one who evidently knew the so-called Rat intimately and well, had accepted him, Billy Kane, without the slightest suspicion that there could exist any question regarding his identity. He had been watching and on his guard all the time that Whitie Jack had been dressing the wound, but though Whitie Jack had seen him under the full glare of a flashlight, and again in this lighted room here, their heads close together as the other had bent over him, Whitie Jack was obviously possessed of no doubts that he, Billy Kane, was anyone other than the Rat. Well, it might be strange, but at least it was undeniably true. So true that now that vista which he had glimpsed with Whitie Jack's first words of mistaken recognition was spreading out again before him, but more concretely now, opening a staggering possibility. So true that he dared not jeopardize anything by appearing too inquisitive about Marco's, for instance, much as Marco's was still in his mind. Marco's. No, he was not through with Marco's, for more reasons than one. There was some queer deviltry that Laverto was hatching there, at 11:15, and he meant to see it through. But, after all, even if he broached the subject again to Whitie Jack, who was patently only a tool in the affair, what more could Whitie Jack tell him except the name of the man who had hired him to blow open an old safe whose contents were worthless? And that man's name he, Billy Kane, already knew. No, he was not through with Marco's. But he would gain nothing, save perhaps to excite suspicion by speaking of it again to Whitie Jack.
"Youse get to bed and get some sleep," prompted Whitie Jack. "Youse can leave the mob to me."
"Thanks, Whitie," said Billy Kane. He moved across the room and flung himself down on the bed. "I'm not going to forget this. You've handed me the glad paw tonight, and I'm not going to forget it."
"What? That's all right," said Whitie Jack earnestly. "I knows youse ain't. And say, youse can take it from me on the level that I'd rather have this chance than have 1,000 long green bucks in me mitt this minute. Say, I knows it, don't I, that the Rat never forgets. And I knows there's about 1,000,000 guys around here that would give their eye teeth for the chance that came my way tonight."
It was strange again, but the servility in the man's tones that was coupled with elation was genuine beyond doubt.
The Rat was unquestionably a character of prominence and power in the sordid realm wherein he appeared, by some at least, by this Whitie Jack, for example, to be held in awe. That being so, it was obviously the Rat's prerogative to command Whitie Jack.
"All right, Whitie, that goes," said Billy tersely. "And now beat it. But before you go, leave me your gun. I got cleaned out when I lost my coat, and if anything comes of that little game of mine tonight, I might need your iron. Yes, and leave those keys, too. There's no other way to lock the door."
"Sure," said Whitie Jack promptly. He took his revolver from his pocket, laid it on the table, and walked to the door. "Are you sure there's nothing else you wants, Bundy?"
"No, that's all,"
said Billy Kane. "Well then, so long, Bundy," said Whitie Jack. "I'll see yous in the morning."
"So long, Whitie,"
said Billy Kane. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Second-Hand Dealer. The door closed behind Whitie Jack. The man's footsteps echoed back as he climbed to the street, echoed faintly again from the pavement, and then died away. Billy Kane got up from the bed, went to the door, locked it, and then walked down the length of the room, and standing in front of the mirror, stared into the glass in a grimly impersonal way. It was himself, Billy Kane. His face was in no whit changed, except perhaps that there was a slight pallor there due to loss of blood, and that the lines were sharper and harder, as though he were, as indeed he was, under a tense and heavy strain. But with his collarless shirt, his trousers covered with mud and dirt, his whole appearance had taken on an aspect that was at once sinister and forbidding. He laughed shortly, and turning abruptly from the mirror, crossed the room again and pushed aside the cretonne hanging. There were some clothes on the wall pegs here. He gathered them up and took them nearer to the light for an inspection. They were old, somewhat greasy, and wholly disreputable. He laughed shortly again as he changed into them. As the Rat, he might venture out, though he would do well to take care not to be recognized, since Whitie Jack would have spread the report that he was wounded and in bed. But he could at least go out without inviting instant pursuit as the murderer of David Ellsworth. He was safe now, for the moment, safe until morning anyhow, and he could even use those hours, if he would, in an attempt to put as many miles as possible between himself and New York. His hands clenched, and into the pallor of his face the red came burning hot. But he wasn't going to do that. That staggering possibility was clear before his mind's eye now. He wasn't going to do that. He was going instead to play the Rat, to play the cards that fate, if one believed in fate, had thrust into his hands, to take the chance, the one chance, if the Rat did not come back too soon, of clearing his own name and bringing to justice the hellhounds who had struck down that gentle gray-haired man who had been his friend. His hands clenched harder, until, as they had done once before that night, the nails bit into the palms. He, Billy Kane, the murderer of his father's friend, the murderer of the man who had trusted him and loved him, it was getting him now with all its brutal and remorseless force. Broadcast over the country by morning his name would have become the synonym of all that was vile and hideous, and Billy Kane would be known as one of the most revolting characters in the annals of crime, a foul and filthy thing who typified the dregs and lees of human degradation, a thing from whom the friends of old would turn in horror and in shame, and... Slowly his hands unclenched. The surge of fury that had been almost ungovernable passed, and he knew again that cold, unnatural, deadly calm. If he lived, the guilty man or men would pay. If he were taking a chance now, a desperate chance, he was taking a chance that no man could do otherwise than take. It was the chance to live, for one might better otherwise be dead. A chance. He had picked up Whitie Jack's revolver and was twisting it in his fingers, and now he thrust it suddenly into his pocket. A chance.
He was taking no chance indeed, save with the stake that was already flung upon the table, his life. It was the one way. As the Rat, doubtless well known to the authorities, he could move under the very noses of the police at will without suspicion arising that he was Billy Kane; and as the Rat, if Whitie Jack was to be relied upon as a criterion, he would have the run of the underworld, and in the underworld were many secrets, and among those secrets was perhaps the one he sought, the clue to Jackson's associates in the murder of David Ellsworth. He was not blinded to the difficulties of this picking up of the thread of another man's life, nor blinded to what was perhaps the greatest difficulty of all, the necessity of being able to recognize those with whom he should be acquainted, but even that was not insurmountable. He could see a way, he believed, to accomplish even that. But all this was for tomorrow, and the tomorrows after that. Tonight he was going out again, to Marco's. That was why he had changed his clothes just now. A graver thing, the thought of merging his identity with the Rat's, had impinged, obtruded itself, as it were, upon his mind, but he had not forgotten Marco's. He picked up his discarded vest, transferred the package of banknotes and his watch to the pockets of the one he now wore, and as he did so, he looked at the time. Laverto had said 11:15. It was almost that now. Billy Kane's eyes strayed over the table and fell upon the black mask. The mask, too, went into his pocket. It might prove a most valuable discovery, that mask. Under certain circumstances, even the Rat's identity was not lightly to be disclosed. He collected the muddy garments he had taken off and tucked them under the mattress on the bed. It was not likely that anyone would come here, much less attempt to enter in his absence, but he was fully aware that now, and from now on, his life depended upon his caution in every detail. He extinguished the light, put on his hat, walked to the door, unlocked it, and stood for a moment hesitant. Was he a fool to take this added risk, when already his own back was against the wall, when already he was in desperate case himself? He shook his head in a sort of exasperated remonstrance with himself for even his momentary hesitation. Then, opening the door, he locked it behind him and crept cautiously up the stairs to the street. Whitie Jack had only been a tool used for the stage setting of some deviltry that was to follow, at 11:15. That was obvious. He, Billy Kane, had intended that the police should be informed and should deal with Laverto, and that he in person should give evidence against Laverto. But he could no longer inform the police, no longer give evidence. He was wanted now himself for murder, and so upon him fell the moral obligation to prevent or render abortive, if he could, a crime that he knew was pending. And besides, his face hardened suddenly, as he moved swiftly along, evading the direct rays of the street lights, and keeping in the shadows. He had a personal account to settle with Antonio Laverto. If it had not been for the man's damnable imposition having succeeded to the extent that it had, he, Billy Kane, would not have left the Ellsworth house tonight, and David Ellsworth would not now. Billy Kane's hand in his pocket tightened over the butt of Whitie Jack's revolver. Unconsciously, he quickened his stride. Always hugging the shadows, his hat drawn far down over his face, giving the passers-by he met as wide a berth as possible, Billy Kane covered the short distance that separated the Rat's den from Marco's. He slipped into the lane unobserved, and for the second time that night crouched against the door with the broken lock. But now, mindful of the door's tendency to squeak, he pushed it open cautiously, an inch at a time. And then, with the door slightly open, he stood motionless, a puzzled and amazed expression on his face. Just exactly what he had expected to find here he was not prepared to say, but certainly not this. A faint light came through from the door of the back room into the hallway, and from the room there came a woman's voice that mingled a sort of pitiful defiance with a sob.
"It's not true! I tell you it's not true! The boy never did it!"
So! It was a man's voice now, caustic and unrelenting. "Well, where is he now, then?"
"I don't know," the woman replied. "I haven't seen him since supper. But that's got nothing to do with it. That doesn't prove anything."
So, it was the man again. Well, maybe not. But I am not to be fooled. I am a poor man. I cannot afford to lose my money. So it has nothing to do with it, eh? You say that because you are his mother, eh? But did he tell you at supper that I had discharged him this afternoon, eh? Answer me that.
"No."
The answer seemed to come reluctantly. Billy Kane pushed the outer door a little wider open and slipped through. Keeping close to the wall, he edged forward until he could see into the back room through its open door. A frown came and knitted his brows in hard furrows. He was frankly puzzled now. The woman, a tall, powerful, muscular woman of middle age, but curiously frail now in obvious fear and emotion, was Mrs. Clancy, who kept the little notion shop next door on the corner; and the other, bent-shouldered in long, greasy black coat, with long, untrimmed and dirty white beard, whose eyes were distorted behind the heavy lenses of his steel-bowed spectacles, was Marco, the proprietor of the second-hand store. Marco was apparently in a state of equal distress and excitement. He alternatively wrung his hands together and gesticulated furiously.
$800! He cried out wildly. Do you hear, you, the mother of that brat? $800! All I have on earth! And it is gone, stolen by that cursed young prison bird of yours. So he did not tell you, that I discharged him this afternoon because I was sure he was making little stealings from me all the time. But you are not surprised, huh? Maybe he has stolen from you too, huh?
The woman did not answer. She seemed to shiver suddenly, and then sank down heavily in the chair before the table near which she had been standing. Marco paced up and down the room, back and forth from the table to where the floor was littered with the erstwhile contents of the rifled safe. Billy Kane's puzzled frown grew deeper. Evidently there had been money in the safe, but in some way Laverto had got it before he had set Whitie Jack to work upon a stall, and it was obvious that Laverto had maneuvered to plant the crime on the shoulders of this woman's son. But what, then, had been Laverto's object in bringing Whitie Jack into it at all? It did not seem to fit, or dovetail, or appear logical, And then, with a sudden start, Billy Kane leaned tensely forward, his eyes fixed narrowly on Marco. Yes, it did dovetail. He had it now, all of it. All of the damnable, unscrupulous ingenuity of the plot that had been hatched in Laverto's cunning brain. The frown was hidden now by the mask which Billy Kane slipped quickly over his face, but his lips, just showing beneath the edge of the mask, were tight and hard.
I was a fool! A fool! Marco cried out sharply. A fool ever to have taken him in here as my clerk. I might have known it. He's already been in jail.
"It was only the reform school." Mrs. Clancy was wringing her hands piteously. "He was only a boy, only 17 now, and he did not mean any harm even then, and since then he has been a good boy."
Has he?
Marco flung out a clenched fist and shook it in the air.
He has, huh? Well then, where did he get this? Answer me that. Where did he get this?
Marco's closed hand opened, and he threw what looked to Billy Kane like a little brooch, a miniature in a cheap setting, upon the table.
That's you, ain't it? That's his mother's picture, ain't it? Do you think I do not recognize it? That's you 20 years ago, huh? Did you give it to him, huh? Answer me that. Did you give it to him?
The woman had risen from her chair and was swaying upon her feet.
Did you think I did not have reason to be pretty sure when I asked if he had not stolen from you, too?
Marco, apparently beside himself with rage, was gesticulating furiously again.
And you said I had no proof of this, huh?
He shook his fist in the direction of the safe.
Well, I found that brooch there on the floor where he must have dropped it out of his pocket when he blew my safe open. And he didn't know he dropped it in the dark, and then some of the papers he pulled out covered it. That's where I found it, under the papers. That's proof enough, ain't it? I guess with his record it'll satisfy the police, no matter what his mother thinks.
A great sob came from the woman. The tears were rolling down her cheeks.
"My boy," she faltered, "it's true,
I am afraid it's true. Oh, my boy, my fatherless boy." She thrust out her hands in a sudden imploring gesture toward the other. "Listen, I will tell you all I know. I will show you that I am honest with you, and you will have mercy on us. Tonight, after supper, I found that the little chamois bag in which I keep the few little things I have, like that brooch and the money I take in from the store during the day, was gone. Yes, I was afraid then. I was afraid. But he is all I have, and—" "And my $800 that he came over here and stole afterwards was all I had," screamed Marco. "You tell me only what a blind man could see for himself. Did I not put two and two together myself? He has run away now, with all he could get. That he stole from you does not give me my money back. But the police will find him. The police will find him. And when they do, they will remember the reform school, and he will get 10 years. Yes, 10 years for this." "Listen." Mrs. Clancy's voice choked. She brushed the tears from her cheeks with a trembling hand. If I give you back the money, will you let it go?" "Ha!" Marco stood stock still, staring at her. "What is that you say? You will give me back the money? You? Are you trying to make a fool of me?" No, she cried. "I've got that much. It is my savings. It is in the bank. Listen. Oh, for God's sake, be merciful. Give him a chance. You'll get your money back. You won't lose anything, and you would the other way, because before they caught him he would perhaps have spent a lot of it." "That is true," said Marco in a milder tone, and then a hint of suspicion in his voice. "What bank is it in? The bank down the street?" "Yes," she answered. "That is my bank too," said Marco. He stared at the woman for a moment speculatively. Then his eyes circled the room, and he stared at the broken safe. "Will you pay for my safe?" he demanded abruptly. "Yes," she agreed eagerly. $50, said Marco. "It would be $50. "Oh, yes, oh, thank God!" She was crying again. "So?" Marco shrugged his shoulders. "Well, I will do it." He walked back toward the safe, picked up a checkbook from amongst the debris on the floor, tore out a blank check, dropped the book on the floor again, and returned to the table. He pushed the slip of paper toward Mrs. Clancy, and pulled out a fountain pen from his pocket. "So. Well, make out a check for $850. He shrugged his shoulders again. It was slow work. Mrs. Clancy's hand trembled, and she stopped at intervals to wipe her eyes. Billy Kane edged closer to the door. It was probably all she had, the savings of years from the little shop, but the fear and strain was gone from her face, and her lips were quivering in a smile, as she signed her name at last, and handed the check to Marco. But now Billy Kane's revolver was in his hand, and suddenly, as Marco held the check close to his eyes to peer at it through his thick lenses, Billy Kane stepped forward across the threshold, and then Billy Kane spoke. "Drop that, Marco," he said quietly. There was a cry of terror from the woman as she whirled around, white-faced, clutching at her breast. It was echoed by a frightened gasp from Marco, and as though the slip of paper in his fingers had suddenly turned to white-hot iron, he snatched his hands back in a sort of grotesque jerk, and the check fluttered to the table. Billy Kane stepped toward the man. "You've made a mistake, Marco, haven't you?" he inquired coolly. "Instead of this woman's son being the robber, are you sure it isn't yourself?" The man shrank back. "What do you mean, myself?" he stammered hoarsely, and then, recovering a little of his self-control, "Who are you, and what are you butting in here for? What's your game to say I did that?" He jerked his hand toward the safe. "You can't bluff old Marco, whatever you're up to. I was in Morgenfeldt's cafe all evening until 10:30, and I can prove it, and then 10 minutes after that I was pulling her," he jerked his hand toward Mrs. Clancy now, "out of her shop next door to show her what I had found here. She'll tell you, too. I couldn't have come all the way from Morgenfeldt's and done all that and blown that safe open in 10 minutes, could I?" Billy Kane's smile was unpleasant. "Don't be in such a hurry to produce your alibi, Marco,"
he said evenly. "It sounds suspicious, and it also accounts for a good deal. I think we'll take a look through your pockets, Marco. Not for the 800." Billy Kane's smile had grown still more uninviting. "But on the chance that we may find something else. Put your hands up." The man hesitated. Billy Kane's revolver muzzle came to a level with the other's eyes. "Put them up," he ordered curtly. And as the man obeyed now, he felt deftly over the other's clothing, located a revolver, whipped it out and laid it on the table behind him. A moment later, also from the man's pocket, he took a chamois bag, which, too, he placed upon the table. Mrs. Clancy, with a startled cry, snatched at it.
"Mary, Mother of Mercy, what does this mean?" she gasped out. "Wait, it's my bag."
"It means that our friend Marco here is a very versatile rogue," said Billy Kane grimly. "You may put your hands down now, Marco, and," he was clipping off his words, "you won't need that beard or those glasses any more. Take them off." The man had gone a sudden grayish white. Mechanically he obeyed, and cowered back, his eyes in terror fixed on Billy Kane's mask. It was Antonio Laverto. With a scream of rage, Mrs. Clancy rushed at the man.
You devil!" she shrilled. "You made me believe my boy was a thief. God forgive me for it. And let me at him. I'm only a woman, but—"
Billy Kane had stepped between them. "Wait," he said. "There's a better way, Mrs. Clancy." He swung on the Italian. "If it hadn't been for your voice, Laverto, you see, I know you. You might have got away with it. I didn't recognize you at first. You're clever. Damnably clever. I'll give you credit for that if it's any satisfaction to you. You must be a busy man. Are there any more roles in your repertoire? Well, no matter. The Italian crippled beggar and Marco the second-hand clothing dealer are enough for now, and enough to put you where you belong." His voice rasped suddenly. "You blotch on God's earth," he said between his teeth. "You knew Mrs. Clancy had a little money, and you knew that her son had a reform school record against him, and so about 2 weeks ago you rented this place next to hers that was then vacant, and you stocked it with a few old clothes, and you hired her son to act as clerk, and you hired him not with an idea of doing any business, but as a necessary part of your plan to incriminate him in his mother's eyes, and also to enable you, without arousing suspicion by appearing to neglect business here, to attend to other irons equally as despicable that you had in the fire at the time. Playing the flopper, for instance, up on Fifth Avenue. The whole outlay probably cost you but a few dollars, and in return you meant to get all this woman's life savings. I say all because you probably found out how much she had, and if she had had much more than $800, you would have set your fake loss higher. And tonight, in some way, the details do not matter at this moment, you stole from her that chamois bag, both to impress her with the belief that the boy had stolen from her too, and also to secure spurious evidence to prove that he had been guilty of what you claimed had happened here." Billy Kane paused. His eyes had traveled to the wrecked safe, and sharp and quick had come the thought of Whitie Jack. He smiled grimly. He did not want Whitie Jack to appear in this. He owed Whitie Jack a good deal tonight, and the Rat never forgot. His eyes came back to Marco. The man was circling his lips with the tip of his tongue. "You're going up for this, Marco," Billy Kane said in level tones, "but I'll give you a friendly tip, for reasons of my own. Maybe you didn't pull this safe-cracking game yourself. Maybe your alibi stands on that count. But if it does, you've got some tool to pull it off for you just for that reason, and possibly also because you didn't know how to handle the soup yourself. And if it's one of the boys, it won't help your case any to snitch on him, for you're caught open and shut in this anyhow. And maybe, Laverto, some of his friends might remember it when you got out again. You get the idea, don't you? Yes, I see you do. Well, then, there's just one thing more. If this little game of yours had broken right for you, Mrs. Clancy's son, to make it appear that he had run away, would have to have had to disappear for several days, until you could have pulled up stakes here without exciting suspicion, and have pretended to move away. Therefore, Where is he now, Liberto?" There were beads of sweat on the man's forehead. His lips moved mumblingly. "Where?" Billy Kane's revolver edged viciously forward. "I didn't hear you."
"Wong Yen's,"
the man whispered. Billy Kane's jaws snapped together. He had heard of Wong Yen's. It was one of the most infamous Chinese underground dives in the Bad Lands. "Doped?" He bit off the word.
"Yes,"
the man whispered again. Billy Kane turned to Mrs. Clancy. "He's yours now, Mrs. Clancy. You know the story, and you know where to send them for your boy. I guess I can leave him to you. They say the female of the species is more deadly than the male. There's his revolver. Do you think you could march him out of the front door and hand him over to the first officer you see?" There was a bitter, hard look on Mrs. Clancy's face. Big and brawny, she towered over the cringing figure of the Italian, and the Italian shrank still farther away from her as she snatched up the weapon.
"I can,"
she said, and her short laugh was not a pleasant one.
"Ha! And I can shoot if I have to. And faith, there'd be joy in the doing of it. But you—"
Her voice broke suddenly.
I don't know who you are, and I owe you."
Billy Kane was backing toward the back door. "You'll pay it all, and more, Mrs. Clancy, when you hand him over to the police," he said quickly, and stepping out into the passageway, he ran down its length, whipping the mask from his face as he went, and in another instant from the lane had gained the cross street. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. A Midnight Visitor. Keeping in the shadows and avoiding the passers-by as on his way to Marco's, Billy Kane hurried even more now on his return to the Rats. In a moment or so, when Mrs. Clancy reached the front street with her prisoner, there was likely to be an uproar, and he wanted to be housed and under cover, if possible, before that broke loose. Mrs. Clancy's story could hardly omit reference to the man in the mask, and the police, to say nothing of the onlookers, might evince a most unpleasant degree of practical curiosity, and he, Billy Kane, was in no condition, either mental or above all physical, to play hare to the hounds of the law again that night. He was conscious now, as he made his way swiftly along, that his shoulder was paining him intensely again, and that, though through nerve force his feet moved quickly enough under him, his knees were wobbly and weak. He turned a corner, and still another, and drew a deep breath of relief. He was out of range of the second-hand shop now, and the Rat's den was just ahead up the street, and there was no one in sight. Billy Kane swept his hand heavily across his eyes. It was strange. There was not far from being a very close analogy between himself and Mrs. Clancy's son tonight. Mrs. Clancy's son had been selected as the victim of a plant, much like himself, only there had been no murder, and the plant had failed. It was curious, very curious, that the two should have been so much alike, and that though he had been able to save the other, he himself was being searched for at that moment in every corner of New York, and that the human dragnet was spread for him, and that the wires all over the country were hot with his description, and that into every newspaper office in every state was pouring the story that would make of him an abominable and abandoned thing. His head was singing. He stumbled a little as he made his way down the stairs and fumbled with Whitie Jack's key in the lock of the Rat's door. Well, if the Rat, who was away, did not return too soon, and if— He shook his head as he opened the door and stepped inside and locked it behind him. No, he was too tired, too near the breaking point to think any more. He had a chance to rest now until morning. Whitie Jack had said that no one would dare disturb the Rat, and that was enough. He did not want to think any more until morning. He groped his way forward to the electric light, reached up to turn it on, and with his arm poised in midair stood suddenly tense and rigid. He listened. It came again, as though someone were knocking cautiously on the wall,
and it seemed to come from the far end of the room near the bureau. Billy Kane's hand shot into his pocket and closed on his revolver, and quick and silent in every movement now, he tiptoed across the room in the darkness, slipped in behind the cretonne hanging, and waited, peering through a corner of the hanging. And now it was absolutely silent again. Perhaps a half-minute passed, and then, grotesquely, as though it came through the wall itself, the white ray of a flashlight streamed into the room, and circled it slowly and deliberately. And then a form moved forward, a woman's form, and crossed the room to the table. There was a slight sound as of the rustling of paper, and with the ray now flooding the top of the table, Billy Kane could see that she was writing. But her back was turned, and he could not see her face. For a moment more she stood there, bending over the table, and then turning, she retreated again to the rear of the room. The flashlight now was full on the rear wall, but there was no opening there. Billy Kane leaned tensely forward, watching through the corner of the hanging. This den of the Rats that he, or fate for him, had appropriated, promised much more than appeared on the surface. It was obvious that there was another entrance than that from the street, and to obtain its secret now was a matter upon which his life, sooner or later, might very easily depend. She was stooping now, slightly, and her hand in the glare of the flashlight was moving in a slow, tentative way up and down one of the wall boards. And then her hand for an instant remained motionless. Billy Kane drew in his breath softly. It was ingenious, clever, cunning, and a craftsman's work. A small door swung open into the room, a most curious door. Its top was of an absurd zigzag shape, due to the fact that it followed the natural joints of the wall boards, and the whole, 3 boards in width, in no part, therefore, to casual or even critical examination, would show any signs of an opening, since it opened only where boards joined one another, and since everywhere in the room all the wall boards were more or less warped and ill-fitting. The light was suddenly shaded, obliterated almost, as she passed through the opening, and then was blotted out. The door had closed without a sound. She was gone. Billy Kane did not move. His eyes, as though fascinated, as though fearful that he might lose it, were fixed through the darkness on the particular spot on the wall where this strange midnight visitor had run her hand up and down. A minute, 2, 3 passed. Wherever that opening led to, she must be far enough away now to make it safe for him to act. But he dared not turn on the electric light. It might throw a glimmer to the street. He was none too sure of either the sill or panels of that front door. Whitie Jack had passed the word around of the Rat's return. Was this woman one to whom that word had come? In any case, she had thought the room empty, the Rat away, and therefore he could not run the risk of exposing the fact that he had been hidden there. He knew too little, and perhaps already too much. He stepped silently over to the wall now. If he only had a match, but he had lost his match safe with his coat. No, there were matches here, a box of them. His fingers had been mechanically searching his pockets. He had forgotten. It was not even the coat Whitie Jack had given him at the second-hand shop. It was the Rat's coat now he was wearing. He struck a match, located the board, pressed his hand up and down its length, and felt something give slightly. The door began to swing open. He blew out the match instantly, and crouched there, listening. He could hear nothing. He lighted another match, and this time held it above his head. A short, tunnel-like passage through the ground, strongly braced and stayed, and tending generally upward, confronted him. He stepped forward into the opening, and, bending head and shoulders, for the roof was scarcely 4 feet in height, followed the passage for some 5 or 6 yards to where it ended abruptly in a blank wall of earth, but where above his head a third match disclosed a trap door. Again Billy Kane listened, and then cautiously raised the door. It was pitch black now. He drew himself up, and once more listened. There was no sound. He lighted another match, the stub of the one before being carefully consigned to his pocket, and nodded his head in understanding. The passage had led him into a shed, evidently little used, for it was littered and stored with odds and ends that, judging from the accumulated dust and dirt, had been untouched for a long time. And the shed itself, yes, he was right, he had pushed the back door open a little. The shed gave directly on a lane. Billy Kane closed the shed door, and, noting with grim appreciation that the trap-door, as he closed it above his head, was an ingenious arrangement of the floor planking similar to the construction of the door within the Rat's quarters, and was moreover, as an added precaution, surrounded by an apparently careless stowage of the shed's litter. He made his way back along the passage again. The room door he examined as he passed through. It was manipulated from the inside of the passage by an ordinary and frankly obvious spring lock. He closed it, and stood for a moment staring at it speculatively. There seemed to be no way of locking it here in the room, of protecting himself from an intrusion through the night that might not be either as instructive or as harmless as this first one had been. There might be a way, and there probably was a way of fastening it. The Rat would surely have seen to that. But he, Billy Kane, was too far gone now, too weak, too tired, too nearly all in to hunt or search for it now. And there was a way of obviating the possibility of the door being opened without first arousing him and putting him on his guard. He went to the table, picked up a chair, and carrying it back, tilted it against the door in the wall. And now he swayed a little, and his hand sought his eyes. He was conscious again of his aching shoulder, and that his head was swimming dizzily. But he seemed to have forgotten something. Yes, he remembered now. That paper on which she had written something. He laughed in a strained, almost delirious way. He must be worse than he imagined if he had even for an instant forgotten that. Or was it just simply the reaction coming now? He stumbled toward the table, and, feeling with his hand, secured the paper. But there was no chair here now, and he stumbled across the room and sat down on the edge of the bed. He lighted another match, held it close to the paper, and read the penciled lines. "So you are back, are you? Well, so am I. Remember." The match burned down to his fingers, and he dropped it on the floor. What did it mean? Who was she? He shook his head. And then, with a queer, twisted smile, he folded the paper, thrust it into his pocket, and, stretching himself out fully dressed upon the bed, lay there staring into the darkness. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Whispering Shadows. It was the next evening in the Rat's den. Through half-closed eyes, as he lay stretched out on the bed, Billy Kane watched Whitie Jack across the room. The man was tilted back in his chair, his legs were sprawled across the table, and from his cigarette, which dangled from one corner of his lower lip, a thread of blue smoke spiraled lazily upward. Whitie Jack was not smoking. The cigarette simply hung forgotten on the man's lip. For the moment, Whitie Jack, with bated interest, was poring over the evening paper. And then Whitie Jack looked up suddenly and spoke, out of the unoccupied corner of his mouth. "Say, that secretary guy that croaked the old geezer last night was a sweet downy bird, isn't it? But believe me, he made some haul. Some haul." Billy Kane made no reply. Whitie Jack resumed his absorbing perusal of the newspaper. Billy Kane's eyes closed completely, but not in sleep. It had been a day that, viewed in retrospect, made the brain whirl. It had been a wild, untrammeled phantasmagoria. That was it, phantasmagoria. There was no other word. The day was expressed in shadows, moving shadows, shadows that came and went, many of them shadows that were paradoxically real and concrete, and shadows that were the reflection of things felt and sensed, but unseen. And these latter, the shadows of the mind, were weird, uncanny things like denizens out of some black world apart, ghoulish things. And the shadows that were real and concrete, that spoke and whispered, seemed to take it for granted that he was and always had been in their evil confidence. And so their words were not rounded out, and there was only the hint of dark and hideous things in which he was supposed to have a part. It had been a day of mutterings, of whisperings, of skulking things that had fled the sunlight. The brain and mind was in riot from it. It was evening now. It had been the strangest day through which any man had ever lived. He had held court that morning and through the day, here in the Rat's lair, a sort of grim, unholy court to which grim, unholy courtiers had flocked to pay him homage. And these courtiers had been admitted to the presence, one by one, their names announced by Whitie Jack, who had acted, quite innocently, quite free from any thought of connivance, as the master of ceremonies. Billy Kane's lips twisted in a mirthless smile. It had been very simple, that part of it, much more simple than he had dared to hope it would be. Bundy Morgan, alias the Rat, was supposed to know all those who composed the elite of the Underworld intimately and well, but Billy Kane, upon whom fate had thrust for the moment the personality and entity of Bundy Morgan, alias the Rat, knew none of them, and yet it had been simple. So simple that against the peril, the certain death that would follow fast on the heels of even a misplaced word or an unguarded look, it had been even grotesquely absurd in its simplicity. Through the dens and dives of the Badlands, spread by Whitie Jack when he had gone away the night before, the whisper had passed that the Rat had returned, and so throughout the day stealthy footsteps had descended from the street to the basement door here, and in response to the knock Whitie Jack had opened the door a cautious inch, peering out, and then he, Billy Kane, from the bed, his voice querulous for the occasion, had demanded who it was. And Whitie Jack had answered, and the unsuspected introduction thus performed, he had bidden Whitie Jack admit the visitor. There had been many like that, very many, and he had learned many things. His hands clenched suddenly at his sides. The role he played promised well. Innuendos, words toying with the fringe of things, had made it only too glaringly clear that the Rat was enmeshed in devilishness that ran the gamut of every crime in the Decalogue. And for the moment he was the Rat. There was some hell's syndicate, whose scope and power he could only dimly plumb, though he was satisfied that its branches were rooted in every nook and corner of the Underworld. And of this syndicate he was now, by proxy, a member. And he was not only a member, but he was one of those magnates of crime who composed its inner council, its unhallowed directorate. He twisted a little on the bed, more in mental than in physical unrest. His wounded shoulder was still far from healed, of course, but it gave him very little discomfort, and in no way interfered with his freedom of action. But it had been the safer way, this accentuating of his hurt, this pretended state of semi-helplessness. It had brought those he must know here to him. It had brought about those unsuspected introductions, without which, had he first left this lair of the Rat's and attempted, trusting to luck, to pick up the threads of the Rat's life, would inevitably have plunged him in his blind groping to certain destruction. Also, it had brought him a quite thorough understanding of Whitie Jack. The man's deference, that had been almost cringing at their first meeting, and then the man's subsequent eagerness to serve. Whitie Jack was one of the lesser breed that looked up to the heights the Rat had attained with both awe and unbounded admiration. The man had come like a dog to heel, but like a faithful dog. Whitie Jack was living in a sort of reflected glory. He would be the envy of the proletariat of the Badlands. He was associating now, was even on terms of certain intimacy, with one of those in high places in that inglorious commonwealth of crime, to which both by birth and inclination he owed allegiance. It opened a new prospect to Whitie Jack, one that was full of dazzling possibilities, and it had made of the man an invaluable ally. Whitie Jack had been at once valet, nurse, surgeon, and attendant all through the day. He had returned at daylight that morning, dressed the wound, and thereafter had not left the place except to go out and buy certain necessities, such as food, and a pocket flashlight, which Billy Kane, mindful of his previous night's experience in the underground passage to the shed and lane, had ranked amongst those necessities as the first on the list. Billy Kane shifted his position restlessly on the bed again. His mind was in a turmoil of feverish activity. It seemed as though 1,000 divergent thoughts fought with each other to obtain undivided attention and recognition, each for itself, and the battle went on incessantly. Who was the woman who had crept in here in the darkness through the secret door last night? What did it mean, that message she had written and left on the table? "So you are back, are you? Well, so am I, remember." There was something malignant, something ominous in that word, remember. Remember what? Why? What sinister thing was it that lay between her and the Rat, that he, Billy Kane, must now accept and stand sponsor for, since he was now the Rat? The Rat, the Rat, the Rat. His brain was off again at another tangent. In heaven's name, who was the Rat? Where was the Rat at this moment? When would the Rat return? Guarded questions all through the day helped him little. The Rat's absence had been accepted, that was all. None seemed to know or have any interest in the cause of it. One ray of reassurance only had filtered through the murk. The Rat's return in his, Billy Kane's person, had seemingly been premature. The Rat had seemingly not been expected, and he could argue from that, and with fair logic, that he might for a little while at least be left undisturbed in his possession of the Rat's personality and the Rat's belongings, as far as the Rat was concerned. The Rat. Those innuendos, those whispers, those shadows, that strange woman's stranger message, were back again, seething and boiling in his brain. Naked ugliness. What mess of iniquity was the Rat not mixed up in? And what mess of iniquity might not he, Billy Kane, accepted without question as the Rat, now, with the Rat's face and features, with the Rat's satanic partnerships, be forced to wallow in to save his life, and more than life to— The paper rustled in Whitie Jack's hand. "Some haul." Whitie Jack rolled the words on his tongue like some sweet morsel. "Sell me $500,000 worth of rubies. That guy Kane is some slick gazabo. Say, just get it, Bundy? 500,000 and a bunch of the green stuff too." He licked his lips. "Some haul." The paper had exaggerated. David Ellsworth's rubies at the outside would not exceed $300,000 in value. Billy Kane found himself curiously and querulously irritated at the inaccuracy. He opened his eyes, nodded unconcernedly at Whitie Jack, and closed his eyes again. His mind was suddenly alert and concentrated. In a few minutes now, some of those who composed that inner council of crime would be here. He had arranged that this morning with Red Vallon. Red Vallon was the biggest gangster in New York. Whitie Jack had dropped that information in an enthusiastic eulogy of Red Vallon, and Vallon had bent over the bed that morning and whispered of a meeting tonight at the usual time and place. But he, Billy Kane, was not ready for that yet. He knew too little, it was too great a risk, and he knew too much to escape alive if a chance word or act betrayed him. But there had come a thought, swift, in a blinding flash, a staggering thing, a gambler's stake, and he had whispered back what was apparently the obvious reply, that he was too badly hurt to go. And then— "One or two of you slip in here on your way over," he had said quickly. "Get me? I've got something." And Red Vallon had agreed, and with Red Vallon would come Karlin. Karlin. The name had somehow seemed familiar, but though Whitie Jack had subsequently furnished a partial clue by referring to Karlin as one of the highbrow lawyers of the city, he could not definitely place the man. Billy Kane turned on his side with his face away from Whitie Jack.
Red Vallon and Karlin would be here in a few moments, and he must make no mistake now. What he meant to do was an impudent thing, impudent with a titanic impudence. He meant to pit the underworld in a fight on the side of justice against the police. He meant to use the craft, the cunning, and the stealth of the Badlands to establish his innocence. He too had read the papers, the morning and evening papers, and the headlines had shrieked out at him the infamy of which he was accused. His name was a byword now from one end of the country to the other. A viper and a degraded wretch, a thing inhuman and apart, the papers had called him. He had read them all to the last word. Murderer of his benefactor. A thief, an assassin thief who had fled for his life with those blood-red rubies. A bead of sweat came out on his forehead, and he raised his hand and brushed it away. Yes, he had fled. To flight, to take the only chance he had of bringing to justice the hellhounds who had struck down his old friend, the only chance he had of clearing his own name. Well, he would fight. It was beginning now, that fight, but he was between two fires that threatened him at any instant with destruction. The police, not only in New York, but from the Atlantic to the Pacific, would search ceaselessly for him, and if he were caught, it was death. Fate, that had made him the double of a character that ironically seemed to measure up to everything the papers had said about himself, had thrown in that way a temporary mantle of protection over him, but let that mantle slip but ever so slightly, and he would better 1,000 times hand himself over to the law and have done with it. The end would be more merciful. But fate, too, had given him a weapon with which to fight, and two-edged though it was, with a chance always that it might turn upon himself, he meant to use it now, and that weapon was the Underworld. He did not know yet, he was not sure yet just how high he stood in that unsavory command, but he had discounted rather than overrated his power, and he believed he had power enough for his purpose. Those whispers and those shadows had seemed to assure him of that. The Rat seemed to be the driving strategical force in this crime syndicate that appeared to permeate the Badlands with its influence, and move and sway the underworld at its own imperious pleasure. And for the moment he was the Rat. There was Jackson, and Jackson was dead. His mind had flown off at another apparently irrelevant tangent, but it was not irrelevant. The papers had said that Jackson, the footman, had died that morning after lingering in a semi-conscious state throughout the night. Jackson was the single clue in his possession. Jackson, he knew, was one of the murderers, but Jackson was the only man who knew who was concerned in that devil's work last night, and Jackson was dead. And now he, Billy Kane, was wanted on a double charge of murder, for the murder of Jackson, who had probably himself struck old David Ellsworth down, as well as for the murder of the old millionaire. Yet Jackson, even if dead, must still have left some clue behind him, if only that clue could be found. Who was Jackson? The man had already been in service at David Ellsworth before he, Billy Kane, had gone there as the old philanthropist's secretary, and he had naturally had neither motive nor interest in any of the footman's personal concerns. But those facts were vital now. Who was Jackson? Where had the man come from? Who were... Steps were descending from the street. There was a low knock, twice repeated on the door. Whitey Jack was on his feet, and looked inquiringly toward the bed. "Watch yourself," said Billy Kane gruffly. "I'm not entertaining tonight, except—" "Sure, I know," said Whitey Jack. He crossed the room, and opening the door a crack, peered out. "Red and Karlin," he informed Billy Kane in a whisper. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. A Leash Is Slipped. Billy Kane lighted a cigarette. Red Vallon he already knew. Karlin he was supposed to know. "Let them in," instructed Billy Kane. He raised himself on his elbow. "Hello, Karlin," he greeted as the two men stepped into the room. "Red's told you I was laid up, huh? Glad to see you. Shake." His eyes, half closed, fixed on the other in scrutiny as the man advanced toward the bed. Karlin was immaculately dressed, in sharp contrast to the untidy and careless attire of the stocky, brutal-faced gangster who followed close at his heels. The man was tall, slimly built, and, save that the black eyes were too close together and too small, had a pleasant and attractive face. It was a mask, perhaps. The smile was too engaging, and it was rather curious how small the ears were, and how tightly they hugged the skull. He toyed with a little black Vandyke beard as he shook hands. "Same to you, Bundy." The voice was soft, silky, persuasive. "Glad you're back, too." He made an almost imperceptible movement with his head toward Whitie Jack, who still remained near the door. Red Vallon was more blunt. "What about him, Bundy?" he growled, and jerked a thumb in Whitie Jack's direction. "We got to mosey along as soon as we can, savvy?" "Sure," said Billy Kane. "Whitie, you take a holiday for the night. Come back in the morning. Beat it." The cigarette hanging on Whitie Jack's lip drooped in sudden dejection. But if he swallowed hard to choke back what was evidently a very grievous disappointment, he made no demur. "All right, Bundy, if you say so," he blurted out, and went from the room, closing the door behind him. The man's footfalls mounting the cellar-like stairs to the street died away, and for a moment there was no sound except for a faint, irregular tapping from the floor above. "What's that?" demanded Karlin sharply. Billy Kane blew a ring of smoke ceilingward and lazily watched it dissolve into air. Whitie Jack, through judicious prodding, had served him well that day. "Old Ignatz. Keeps the cobbler's shop above. Half blind and has to work overtime. Wife's nearly 70 and deaf." Billy Kane was explaining almost wearily. "What do you think I hang on to this hole for?" "Sure," grunted Red Vallon corroboratingly. "But Karlin's never been here before." He pushed a chair with the toe of his boot across the floor toward Karlin, and appropriated one beside the table for himself. "Well, spill it, Bundy," he invited. "We got to hurry. It's too bad you're laid up and can't sit in on the showdown, but Merxler's plums got ripe, and we got to pick it tonight, savvy?" Billy Kane duplicated the first smoke ring. Merxler. He had identified Karlin now. Karlin and Merxler. That was where he had heard Karlin's name, in connection with Merxler, and it must necessarily then be the same Merxler. Was young Merxler, whom he had heard of and had even met through David Ellsworth, more then than simply the notorious spendthrift that he was credited with being? Karlin, it was obvious, was leading a double life. Was Merxler another of the inner circle, another from the higher ranks of society, and the greater criminal therefore? "Piker stuff," commented Billy Kane complacently. Karlin leaned forward with a jerk in his chair. "Piker stuff!" he ejaculated, and the little black eyes contracted and fixed on Billy Kane in a puzzled glitter. "Piker stuff!" he echoed challengingly. Billy Kane nodded indifferently. He was skating on thin ice, on perilously thin ice. Whatever the Merxler plum might be, it was obviously far from the definition he had given it, and having apparently displayed an intimacy with the affair, an intimacy that he was evidently supposed to possess, it was decidedly best left alone. "That's what I said," he drawled deliberately. "Piker stuff, compared with what I've got. I told you I had something, Red, didn't I?" Red Vallon hitched sideways in his chair, his head thrust forward. "Go to it, Bundy. Spill it." He circled his lips with his tongue. "If you say so, that goes. What's the lay?" $500,000. $500,000. Cold. Billy Kane had lowered his voice. He did not look at either of the men, but he was watching them both intently. His eyes were on the mirror of the bureau at the far end of the room, that bore testimony to the cunning of his unwitting host. The mirror held the door and the upper part of the room in focus, and lying there on the bed he had the profiles of the two men in distinct outline.
Karlin was fingering his Van Dyke in a sort of hesitant incredulity. Vallon's face had suddenly blotched red with rapacious excitement.
God! Red Vallon sputtered out. Do you mean that, Bundy?
Sure, I mean it, Billy Kane answered a little curtly. What do you think I told you to come in here for? Sure, I mean it. It's all there, right on the table, hitting you between the eyes.
Red Vallon jerked himself around, and as though he had taken the words literally, stared with a frown of bewilderment at the only thing in view on the table, the newspaper that Whitie Jack had dropped there when he had answered the summons at the door. Billy Kane laughed quietly.
Get it, Red? He inquired. $500,000. Better than diamonds. Blood-red rubies. Red with blood, the paper says. Can't you read?
Karlin had forgotten his beard. His hands clenched on his knees.
You mean the Ellsworth murder, the robbery?
He was whispering hoarsely.
You win, said Billy Kane.
My God, whispered Karlin. Do you know where that stuff is?
Billy Kane's eyes had returned to the mirror, and now suddenly they shifted a little to the wall at the side of the bureau. Something cold and forbidding seemed to grip at him, numbing for an instant mental and physical action, and then left him in a state of grim, unnatural calmness. Was it imagination? He could have sworn that the wall moved slightly. He swung over on his left side as though to face Karlin and Red Vallon more directly before he answered them, but his hand, slipping into his coat pocket, closed over his revolver. It might be imagination, but the possibility remained that someone was on the other side of that secret door, and having pushed the door almost imperceptibly open, was listening there. If that were so, he must get rid of Red Vallon and Karlin before any denouement came, if possible. Get rid of them without an instant's loss of time. But equally vital was the necessity of setting in motion, and equally without loss of time, the machinery of the underworld upon which now he was practically staking his all.
Pull your chair over here, closer to the bed, Red. And you too, Karlin, he said coolly. We aren't likely to be heard from the street, but there's no reason for shouting. No, I don't know where they are. I haven't got the rubies in my pocket, but I know how to get them there. What?
Red Vallon's face was working in a sort of anticipatory and avaricious ugliness. Karlin's expression was scarcely less rapacious.
Go on, Bundy, Karlin said under his breath. What do you know about it?
Well, what you could have read for yourself in the paper, Billy Kane answered tersely. And it looks like a cinch. It's just a case of beating the police to it, and it sizes up as though we had the jump on them.
He was speaking almost mechanically. His mind was on that section of the wall that might have moved, and through half-closed eyes, but as though deep in thought and as though concentrated on what he was saying, he was watching it narrowly. It had not moved a second time, of that he was sure. Perhaps it had not moved at all. It might be only nerves on his part, nerves high-strung, taut to the breaking point, but his fingers were still rigid around the stock of his revolver, and in the pocket the weapon, resting on his hip as he lay sideways, held a bead on the panels of the secret door.
I don't quite get you, muttered Karlin with a frown.
Red Vallon swore roughly, intolerant in his eagerness.
Oh, give him a chance, he said impatiently. If he says so, that's good enough for me. Bundy never pulled a steer in his life, and if he says this is a cinch, that goes. Give him a chance.
It's like this, said Billy Kane. It's 1,000 to 1 shot that this secretary chap who croaked the old millionaire and got away with the goods is still in New York. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. After pulling the murder, according to the papers, he beat it out of the house with the loot and evidently hid the stuff somewhere. Then he came back to the house again, and the footman, Jackson, grabbed him. But there was a good half hour between the time the police found out about the murder and before this guy Kane came back to the house. Get me? And during that time the police got busy and shot fly cops around all the stations and ferries. It's a cinch, the way I look at it, that after he crawled into that lane and they lost him there, that he's been crawling ever since somewhere around New York. He never left the city. He never had a chance. Red Vallon whistled low and complacently under his breath. Karlin, fingering his Van Dyke again, nodded sharply now in approval. "Besides," added Billy Kane, "he had sort of queered his own game. He'd hidden the loot somewhere, and he couldn't make a direct getaway then. He had to get hold of the goods again before he went. All right. What I want to know is who's got the better chance of grabbing him, us or the police. He isn't one of us. He's working on his own. Well, all right. If we nip him, and he's satisfied with a little rake-off, and is willing to cough up the rest, that'll be treating him fair. If he isn't strong on coughing up, we'll find another way of making him come across that he won't like so well. And we'll get the $500,000, and he'll get—" Billy Kane completed his sentence with a significant shrug of his shoulder. An oath, the more callous and brutal for the soft purring way in which it fell from his lips, came from Red Vallon. "What do you want done, Bundy?" Karlin was terse and to the point. "It looks good to me, if we can pull it off." "It's the biggest haul we'll ever get our mitts on if we live 100 years." Billy Kane's eyes shifted for an instant from the wall to fix themselves impressively on the two men. "I've been lying here all day thinking it out. What do I want done? Well, I'll tell you. I want every string and every wire we've got pulled. Savvy? We've got to beat the police to it. We've got to get Kane first. I want all the boys that the bulls think they've got sewed up as stool pigeons to stool pigeon the police and get all the inside dope. And then that fella Jackson, the footman, looks like a bet we can't throw down. He's dead, but he looks like a good bet. He lived all through the night, but the papers don't say anything about the story he told. Perhaps he knew something that will help, perhaps he didn't. But he doesn't go into the discard yet. Find out who he was and all about him, and get next to his family if he's got one. If he told any story to the police, any of the family that were clustering around the bedside will be wise to it. Get the idea?" "Birdie Rose is the boy for that." Red Vallon's bullet head was thrust forward in vicious earnestness. His red-rimmed black eyes were glittering with a feverish light. "Let Birdie go to it, then," said Billy Kane. "Birdie was slated for the Mexler affair tonight." Karlin spoke a little dubiously. "Shift him," snapped Billy Kane curtly. "Red's right. Birdie's the boy for this job." "All right," agreed Karlin, and shrugged his shoulders. He turned to Red Vallon. "Put Bull McCann in Birdie's place, then. See that he gets to Jerry's back room before 10. "I'll fix it," grunted Red Vallon. "What's next, Bundy? This goes? All the boys fall for it?" "There's only one more thing until something begins to crack open." Billy Kane's lips had tightened, his eyelids had drooped still lower. It was only a bare fraction of an inch at most, if at all, but it seemed that door had moved again. His words were coming barely above a whisper now. "There's only one way he can get anything out of those rubies, and that's through a fence. They're no good to him unless he can cash in. He'll try to get rid of some of them as soon as he can. How soon depends on how well he knows his way about. But he's probably slick enough to have got a line on a blind uncle or two. All right, the police, of course, have passed the word down the line. But here's where we put one over on the police. There's some of the joints they don't know. We know them all. Kane might get away from the police there, but he can't get away from us on that deal. I want every fence in New York tipped off that he's to stall on the job the minute he gets his lamps on a ruby that's being shoved his way, and that instead of opening up to the police, he's to wise us up on the hop. That's all for a starter, and now go to it." Red Vallon drew in his breath noisily, as though he were sucking at some luscious and juicy fruit. "Some head, Bundy!" he applauded with undisguised admiration, as he pushed away his chair and stood up. "Sure, we'll go to it. Karlin's running the Merxler game tonight, and I'll start this other thing bumping along on the high gear. What about the reports? Who's the boys to make 'em to? You, here?" It was a moment before Billy Kane answered. It was the one thing he must have, the one thing upon which he was staking everything, an intimate knowledge of the result of every move made in this game that he had initiated, and beyond that again it was vital that he, and no one else, should control each successive move. But Whitie Jack was gone for the night. In one way he deplored the fact, in another way he was relieved. If it was only imagination, if there was no one crouching there now on the other side of that secret door, Whitie Jack's presence would not matter. But otherwise, his mind leaped to that very point. If Whitie Jack was not here to perform those very necessary introductions, and Red Vallon's messengers came, messengers that he would be supposed to know but would not be able to recognize, it would spell almost certain disaster. And there isn't anything likely to break tonight, Red, he said deliberately. If there does, you look after it, and if it's anything very important, you come here yourself. I want to get a night's sleep if I can. I'm feeling pretty rocky. But I ought to be on my feet tomorrow, and in the morning you can swing the whole business over to me, and I'll run it.
Atta boy, said Red Vallon heartily. See you in the morning, then.
Karlin, too, had risen from his chair. Good night, Bundy, he said, and grinned. I pay you the compliment of being the trickiest crook unhung. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Behind the Door. The door closed behind the two men. Billy Kane lay motionless, save that as they climbed to the street and their footsteps echoed back from the stairs, his hand, gripping his revolver, stole silently from his pocket. There was a grim whiteness around his set lips. His ears strained to hear the slightest sound from within the room, and strained to catch the last echo of those retreating footfalls. He dared not make a move until they were well away, out of earshot, say, of a revolver report. If it were fancy, if the movement of that door were only his imagination, unhealthily stimulated, and unhealthily preying upon his nerves, he would at least put an end to it in short order now. The steps rang faintly back from the pavement, still more faintly, and were lost. And then Billy Kane spoke, a cold, deadly monotony in his voice. "Those boards are thin. Come out into the room with your hands up before I count 3, or I'll put a bullet through. 1, 2. There was a laugh, undisguised in its mockery, but low and musical. The door, bizarre and grotesque in its zigzag projections due to its ingenious adherence to the natural joints in the wall boards, swung open wide, and a woman stood in the room. "I was only waiting for your friends to go, Bundy," she said coolly. The revolver sagged a little bit in Billy Kane's hand. He could not see her face very well. The single incandescent dangling from the ceiling was miserably inadequate, but dark eyes flashed at him out of an oval face, and the chin thrown up gave a glimpse of the contour of a full throat, ivory white, and all this was merged in the background of a slender figure clothed and cloaked in some dark material, unrelieved by a single vestige of color. She spoke again. "I don't think you're quite as badly hurt as you pretend, Bundy," she said, with a sort of icy composure. "You were out last night when I came here, and if you could prowl around the streets, I think perhaps you could manage now to get from the bed over to the door there and back again without doing yourself any serious injury. The door has been unlocked since Red Vallon went out, and it might be safer locked." Billy Kane did not answer her. He got up, crossed to the door, locked it, and returning, sat down on the edge of the bed. She had not moved from her position near the far end of the room. He became conscious that he was still holding his revolver in his hand, and he thrust the weapon quietly now into his pocket. A grim smile came and hovered on his lips. This complication, another of the ramifications of his stolen identity, he did not understand at all, except that it promised him no good. She was the author of last night's note. She had just said as much, and the wording of that note was not reassuring as to her attitude toward him, nor was the mockery in her laugh, nor was the self-contained, almost contemptuous note of command with which she had just spoken. Who was she? What was she to the Rat, that she knew the secret of that underground tunnel, and the secret of that door? He jerked his hand toward the chair Red Vallon had vacated. "Sit down, won't you?"
There was a tingle of irony in his voice. His invitation was at least safe ground. She came forward toward the table, a subtle, supple grace in her movements. Subconsciously he noted that she made no sound as she crossed the room. She was like a cat, but a very beautiful cat. He could see her face better now. The eyes were hard and unfriendly, but they were great, brown, steady eyes of unfathomable depths. She leaned against the table. "I prefer to stand." There was a challenge in her tones. "What I have to say will not take long." Billy Kane waited. The initiative was with her. He meant it to remain so. Her small white hand, ungloved, clenched suddenly at her side until its knuckles stood out like little chalky knobs. "You look sleeker about the face, clearer about the eyes, you beast." There was a studied deliberation in her voice that gave the words the sting of a curling whiplash. "Perhaps you've been—"
"You were listening there at the door,"
suggested Billy Kane imperturbably, as he reached into his pocket for a cigarette. There was a mocking little lift to her shoulders.
"Of course. That is what I came for. I followed Red Vallon here. I supposed that you would meet at the old place, now that you are back, but since you are an invalid—"
Again her shoulders lifted.
"I'm afraid it hardly paid you for the trouble to listen,"
Billy Kane murmured casually.
"I'm sorry. I rather fancied I saw the door move, and you see my illness has affected my voice, and at times I can scarcely speak above a whisper. Otherwise you might have overheard—"
"I overheard enough."
She took a sudden step toward him. Her eyes were flashing now. There was a flush, angry red, mounting from the white throat, suffusing her cheeks. She raised her clenched hands.
"You will die with insolence and bravado on your lips, I believe," she cried out passionately. "How I hate you! But I've got you, like that."
She flung out an arm toward him, and the small clenched hand opened and then closed again slowly, as though in its grip it were remorselessly crushing and exterminating some abhorrent thing. And then her hand was raised again, and was brushed across her eyes, and a little quiver ran through her form, and she spoke more calmly.
"I overheard enough. I thought this Merxler affair would be worked tonight, and I came to tell you that you are to stop it. I came to tell you to remember. I promise before God that if there is a murder done tonight you will be in the hands of the police within an hour, and it's not very far from the Tombs to the death chair in Sing Sing, Bundy Morgan."
Billy Kane's eyes were hidden by drooped lids. His eyes were studying with curious abstraction the pattern of the faded, greasy, threadbare strip of carpet on the floor beside the bed. Murder! The word had come with a shock that for a moment unnerved him. He had not associated anything that Red Vallon or Karlin had said with murder. They had spoken so lightly, referred to it in so humdrum a way. Murder! There was something ghastly in that lightness now. A tightness came to his lips. A horror was creeping into his soul. He was only on the verge of things, of hidden and abominable things. Here in this shadowland, this nightland of skulking shapes, this sordid realm of the underworld. He pulled himself together. He was the Rat. He had a part to play. He was conscious that those brown, fearless eyes were fixed on him contemptuously.
"What have I to do with it?"
he muttered sullenly.
"Do with it? You!" Her voice rose as though suddenly out of control. "You dare ask that? You, with your devil's brains, you who planned it all before you went away!"
The cigarette that he had lighted had gone out. He sucked at it, circling it around his lips. He was fencing now with unbuttoned foils.
"Well, you've said it."
There was a snarl creeping into his voice.
"I've been away. I don't know what they've done since I've been away."
"You know about the will, and the sealed envelope in Merxler's safe, and you know the combination to the safe," she said levelly. "And that's all you need to know to stop this from going any further."
He laughed out shortly.
"And suppose I don't know the combination? You don't think I can carry a thing like that in my head forever, do you?"
"No,"
she said. She smiled curiously, and one hand slipped into the bodice of her dress.
"I don't think you ever did memorize that combination, but perhaps you will recognize it again, the original in your own handwriting."
She held up a crumpled piece of paper before him, then tossed it on the table.
"Where did you get that?"
he demanded roughly.
Her shoulders lifted mockingly again. "There are other secrets in this room beside that door and the tunnel to the shed, aren't there, Bundy?" He eyed her now for a long minute, biting openly at his lips, his face twisted in a well simulated ugly scowl. "So I'm to queer this game, am I?" he snarled suddenly. "And if I'm caught as a snitch, they'll tear me to pieces." She leaned a little forward from the table, a tense, lithe thing, and her voice came low with passion. "We're wasting time, and you've none to lose. We've gone over this ground before, haven't we? It's the one chance you have to save yourself. Some day you won't be able to save yourself. Some day the reckoning will come, but you will always have the hope that it won't, and that you will always succeed in staving it off each time as you have in the past. But until that day does come, the only chance you have for life is to pit your wits against the fiends like yourself that are around you. For what you have done there is no atonement, only punishment. I mean you to live in suspense, but even while that suspense lasts, you will pull apart and unravel your devil's work as fast as you knit it together. You have a chance that way. When the end comes and they get you, you know how the Underworld will pay you, but there is the chance. That is what holds you. And with the alternative, the police, there is no chance." She was breathing hard. She leaned back against the table, her hands gripped tightly at its edge. For a moment there was silence in the room. Billy Kane's mind was groping blindly now, as in some utter darkness. In some way, for there was no question of the genuineness of her self-assurance, her very presence here in seemingly placing herself in the Rat's power proved that she held the Rat and the Rat's life and liberty in the hollow of her hand, at her beck and call. How? What was the secret of the power she possessed over him? He lighted a match nonchalantly, and as he applied the flame to the half-burned cigarette, he lifted his eyes to her through the blue haze of smoke that he blew negligently in her direction. "Sometimes," he said in a low, menacing tone, "people, even women, who grow troublesome, have been known in this neighborhood to disappear." She laughed sharply. "You have no time to waste in foolish words," she warned him curtly. "You know the consequences of my disappearance. You are at liberty to take those consequences any time you choose. But you do not like them, do you, Bundy?" She moved suddenly across the room, back to the secret door through which she had entered. "I am going now," she said steadily. "If there is murder tonight, or if any part of that plan goes through, remember." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Pieces of a Puzzle. Billy Kane made no effort to stop her, as she closed the door silently behind her. She was gone. The minutes passed, and he still sat there on the side of the bed, his eyes mechanically fixed on the spot, an innocent blank wall now, where she had disappeared. His face, hard and set at first, grew harder. What was he to do? There seemed to yawn before him, to have opened at his feet an abyss, bottomless, pitiless, and he tottered on the brink of it, and unseen hands reached up and snatched at him to drag him from the narrow ledge that was all that was left to him of safety. What was he to do? To go on? Every hour that he clung to this role of the Rat held a surer promise not only of desperate peril to himself, but a promise that he would find himself launched in a sea of crime, of shuddering things, of murder, of blood, of sordid viciousness, of hate. In God's name, who was this Rat, who in this hole here with its secret opening and its gnawed tunnel to the daylight made the pseudonym so apt? He clenched his hands suddenly, and rising to his feet began to pace the room. He began to see now what, strangely enough, though it should have been plainly obvious all through that day, he had not seen until she, this unknown, mysterious woman, had, herself unconscious of it, made him see. Her power over the Rat,
to which he was subject in his assumed character, did not, in the final analysis, whatever the source of that power might be, materially affect the situation. It was not her threat that was the driving force that must actuate him. There was another and a far greater force which he could neither ignore nor escape. He saw that now. If the foreknowledge of proposed crime came to him, he was as guilty, if he stood idly by, as those who became the actual perpetrators of the crime. Tonight, if there was to be murder done, and it was within his power to prevent that murder, or even if it were only within his power to attempt to prevent that murder, and he did nothing, he was a murderer himself. And so tonight he had no choice. He must act. It did not seem to him that there had been any question in his mind about this in a specific way at all from the moment she had spoken of murder. But afterwards, if he went on, the crimes that Red Vallon and Karlin and their confederates would plot and that he would know of, what then? He halted by the table and laughed in a short, harsh way, and in the dark eyes there burned a sudden fire. Was there really any question about that either? Had there ever been? He asked only one thing in life now, and to that everything else was subordinate: to feel his hands upon the throat of the man who had murdered David Ellsworth, and who had fastened that guilt upon him, Billy Kane. To wring from that man a confession that would clear his name. Nothing else mattered. He could run for it, discard this role of the Rat, and perhaps effect his escape, but he would thereby throw away almost every hope of bringing the guilty man to justice. The other way was to fight. Well, he would fight. It would be a good fight. And as the Rat, he would not have to fight alone. If he accepted the chances as they stood, he must accept the risk involved in foiling the plots and crimes of those who thought him their confederate. But against this, the first step already inaugurated, he had the craft and cunning of the underworld at his back in the one purpose that meant anything to him now. It would be a good fight. If he failed, he might as well go out this way as any other. Better this way, for then at least some of the projected deviltry would never know fruition. He drew in his breath sharply, as in a sort of strange relief. It was settled now, once for all. He would go on, as the Rat, to the end. And tonight he would see this Merxler plot through to the end. Billy Kane picked up the crumpled piece of paper she had dropped on the table, studied it for an instant, then placed it in his pocket. It contained the scrawled figures of a safe's combination, nothing more. And now, glancing at his watch and finding that it was already a little after 8 o'clock, Billy Kane worked quickly. The mask that had served him the night before was already in his pocket, as was his revolver. To these he added the electric flashlight that Whitie Jack had procured for him that morning, and from where they dangled in the block of the door, Whitie Jack's bunch of skeleton keys. He extinguished the light, then passing out through the secret door, which he closed carefully behind him, he made his way quickly through the little underground passage, gained the shed through the trapdoor, emerged on the lane, and from there, cautiously, he reached the street. He walked rapidly now, but keeping always in the shadows, shunning the direct rays of the street lamps. He cared nothing for the police. His danger did not lie in that direction. Seen anywhere in the city by either police or plainclothes man, he would be recognized, not as Billy Kane, but as the Rat. And the authorities, he was fairly well satisfied, had no particular or immediate interest in the Rat. His danger lay tonight in an unlucky recognition by some prowler of the underworld, the report of which might reach the ears of Red Vallon and his crowd. Supposed to be confined to bed, pleading physical inability to take his place at that unhallowed council board of which he was accepted as a member, it would be very awkward to explain his presence on the street within half an hour after Red Vallon and Karlin had left his room. Tomorrow, the day after, it would be a different matter. He could go and come then as he pleased, but tonight it multiplied his difficulties and his dangers 1,000-fold. And yet, after all, that was the most simple of the problems that confronted him. With luck, he could see his way out of that. But for the rest,
He was almost like a blind man, groping his way along in what was already near to an inextricable maze. He knew something of Merxler, both by sight and hearsay. He knew where Merxler lived, that there was a will in the safe which he must secure, that he possessed the combination of the safe, and that afterwards there was the back door of Jerry's before 10, which referred undoubtedly to the notorious gambling hell of that name, and that in these fragments, once pieced together, there was murder. That was all he knew. And there was something grim and horribly ironic and mocking and something forbidding and ominous and premonitory in the fact that he was supposed to know all. The street, for the moment, in his immediate vicinity was deserted, and just well enough within the radius of a street lamp to enable him to see, he drew the package of money from his vest pocket that the old millionaire had confided to his keeping the night before. He selected several bills of the smaller denominations, placed them in his trousers pocket, and returned the package to the inside pocket of his vest. Thank God for the money! He had enough in the bank twice over to replace this $2,000 that now belonged to the Ellsworth estate, but he could not get it. He was a fugitive from the law. But this should see him through. By the time $2,000 was exhausted, he must either have won or lost. He smiled a little bitterly. Win or lose, the estate would at least get its $2,000 back. If he won, he would pay it back himself. If he lost, well, his money in the bank had probably already been attached. And now he retreated to the shadows of the buildings again as he went along. His surreptitious excursion from the Rat's den last night had, to no one who knew the East Side as intimately as he knew it, supplied him with a mental map, as it were, of the neighborhood in which the Rat had chosen to reside. A block further on was the Purple Scarf, a so-called Bohemian restaurant and dance hall, as lurid as its name, that for the moment was the craze with the slummers and those of New York's upper strata who aped all things Bohemian, and from early evening until early morning a line of taxis waited to snatch their share of the spoils from the free-handed and quite often hilarious clientele. It was a taxi that he wanted, without attracting any unnecessary attention to himself, a taxi that he could not stand on a crowded thoroughfare and hail. And there was, as usual, a line of them there now in front of the restaurant. He reached the corner, drew his hat far down over his eyes, stepped out into the street, and approached the last taxi in the line from the side away from the curb. The chauffeur was nodding in his seat. Billy Kane touched the man on the arm. "I want to go up to the 90s, Broadway, and probably several places after that," said Billy Kane pleasantly. The chauffeur yawned and shook his head.
"I'm waiting for a party in there."
He jerked his head toward the restaurant.
"I got a fare."
"I know you have," said Billy Kane coolly. "You've got me."
He extended a $10 bill.
"There's another one just like this, perhaps more than one, coming later, on top of the fare."
The chauffeur grinned, pocketed the banknote, and leaning out, opened the door. His grin broadened.
"What did you say the address was?" he inquired.
"The one I gave you will do for the present," Billy Kane answered quietly. "I'll let you know where to stop. Get up there as fast as you can. I'm paying for speed tonight. Get the idea?"
"Leave it to me," said the chauffeur. "Hop in."
Billy Kane settled back in the seat. The car swung out of the line, shot forward, and took the first corner on little better than two wheels. Billy Kane smiled grimly. Between here and that purposely vague address in the 90s which he had given, the chauffeur could very obviously be depended upon to do his part. In the meantime, and for the first time, he, Billy Kane, had an opportunity to study those scattered pieces of the puzzle in detail. He lighted a cigarette. That there should be a will in Merxler's safe at all had a nasty look, unless it were Merxler's own will, which was altogether too highly improbable a supposition to be entertained seriously. And besides, in that case, what was Karlin's and Red Vallon's and the Underworld's interest in the matter? He shook his head decisively. The existence of a will did not tend to place young Merxler in an enviable light. Merxler's uncle,
a man by the name of Theodore Rodgers, who had died some few months before, had been quite an intimate friend of David Ellsworth. That was where his, Billy Kane's, personal knowledge of Merxler came from. He had met Rodgers several times at the old millionaire's home, and once he had met the nephew there as well. The two did not get on very well together. Young Merxler was a notorious high roller. Left a large fortune by his father 2 years ago, he had squandered it to the last copper. Theodore Rodgers, his uncle, had time and again, both privately and publicly, stated that he would have nothing more to do with the boy. That was the gist of it. It had occasioned some surprise, then, that when Rodgers died, it was found that he had taken no steps to keep his money, what he had of it, some $60,000 or $70,000, out of the young spendthrift's hands. But no will had been found. Rodgers was a bachelor. Young Clayton Merxler was a dead sister's only son, and Merxler had inherited as next of kin, and had promptly moved his family—he was married—into his late uncle's residence. Billy Kane finished his cigarette and finished still another, as the taxi made its way uptown. There had never been anything criminal, so far as was known, about young Merxler. Nothing wrong up to now, except that he had gone the pace, and that perhaps more than anything else he had been a foolish and unbalanced boy and had lost his head. But now there were two very unpleasant facts that loomed up insistently. First, it was common knowledge that at the time of his uncle's death young Merxler was having an exceedingly hard time to make both ends meet. And second was the fact that Karlin was in this too. Knowing Karlin now for what Karlin really was, it looked ugly enough for young Merxler. Karlin, accepted in the upper circles in which he moved as a respected citizen and an excellent attorney, had always been trusted as a friend and the legal adviser of both young Merxler's father and uncle, which placed him now in a position where he could be a very useful, if not indispensable, confederate in assisting Merxler to enter without obstacle into the possession of his uncle's estate. The minutes passed. Billy Kane, within a few blocks of his destination, noted the cross streets carefully now, as he shook his head again. The pieces did not fit so perfectly after all. Suppose that Rodgers had left a will disinheriting his nephew, and suppose that young Merxler had found that will, and that it was in Merxler's safe now, and that Karlin was a party to it. Why hadn't the will been destroyed? That would seem the obvious and safe thing to have done. And if Merxler and Karlin and Red Vallon were all hand in glove in the affair, where was the incentive for murder that she had spoken of? Whose murder? There was a snarl in the thing. He was conscious that he had not untangled it at all to his satisfaction. He tapped suddenly on the glass front, signaling the chauffeur, and as the taxi drew up at the curb he stepped quickly to the sidewalk. "Wait here for me," he directed, and started at a brisk pace up the block. He turned at the first corner, heading east along the cross street. It was purely a residential neighborhood here. There was no other pedestrian in sight for the moment. Merxler's house was one of a row halfway up the block. Billy Kane's pace became a nonchalant stroll. He passed the row of houses slowly, though apparently indifferent to their existence, and then, retracing his steps quite as negligently, slipped suddenly into the shadows of a flight of high front steps, and the next instant was crouched against the basement door. A skeleton key from Whitie Jack's comprehensive assortment crept into the lock. It proved abortive. Billy Kane, as he made a second attempt with another key, was subconsciously rehearsing certain details in his mind. There was a light in the vestibule or front hallway above him, but the windows on that floor were dark. Above that, again, the windows were lighted, and it was a fair presumption that the family proper were all upstairs. There was probably a maid, but as there was no sign of life here in the basement, it might well be her evening out. Again Billy Kane selected another key, still another, and then the door opened silently under his hand. He stepped inside, closed the door noiselessly behind him, and stood listening. There was no sound and no light. It was pitch black. He could not have seen his hand before his eyes.
and then his flashlight winked through the black, went out, winked inquisitively again, and he moved forward. The stairs were just at his right, and made a right-angled turn halfway up. He gained the stairs and began to mount them, testing each separate tread cautiously before the next step was attempted. Stairs before now had been known to creak out discordantly. Billy Kane smiled in a grim, mirthless way. He was becoming an adept at this burglarious trade, where silence was so prime a factor. Since last night what was that? He felt his muscles, as though without volition of his, strain suddenly and grow rigid. He was halfway up the stairs now, and he drew back into the angle made by the turn, his body hugged tight against the wall. What was that? He thought he had heard a sound as of someone moving in the hall above, but it was gone now, and there was only a stillness in the house. A stillness that, as he listened, became exaggerated until it seemed to possess noises of its own, that began to throb and pound and palpitate and make his eardrums ring, and no, there it was again. A light, quick step, and unmistakably now upon the topmost stair. It was inky black. He could not see. He pressed still closer, flattening himself against the wall. The step was very light, scarcely audible. A woman's step, probably, and probably the maid's. Billy Kane held his breath. If he were found here, discovered, caught, the Rat would... He did not care to dwell upon the consequences. Something, a shapeless thing, a deeper, shadowy blackness, passed by him. It seemed to escape contact with him by the barest fraction of an inch. He heard the sound of breathing, then a step along the passageway below, and the basement door closed quietly. There was silence again, save for that din infernal that beat at his eardrums. He lifted his hand to his forehead. It was moist as he brought it away again. A moment more, and he was grimly composed again. It was the maid, probably. That seemed the natural conclusion. Who else would have gone out by the basement door? Well, if that were so, he was left now with almost unrestricted freedom of action. The family being all upstairs, he might reasonably expect to have the first floor quite to himself without very great fear of interruption. He crept on up the stairs and reached the main hallway. Here the dim light in the vestibule, sifting down the length of the hall, metamorphosed the blackness into a murky gloom. He listened again. A murmur of voices came intermittently from above. There was no other sound. There was a door at his right. He opened it silently and stepped through into the room beyond. He closed the door, and the flashlight winked out again. He was in luck now. This, at the first venture, was the room he was looking for. The round white ray of the flashlight, cutting a filmy path through the darkness, fell upon the nickel dial of a small safe that stood against the opposite wall. He crossed to the safe, knelt before it, and took the crumpled piece of paper that bore the combination from his pocket. Thereafter, for a moment, as his fingers moved swiftly, the silence was broken by the faint musical whirling of the dial, and then a slow metallic thud as he shot the lever over, and the safe door swung open. The ray from the flashlight flooded the interior of the safe. It was a small safe, but even so it was evidently more than large enough for its requirements. On the floor of the safe was a package of securities, held together by broad elastic bands, but the pigeonholes were sparsely filled, some being entirely empty. A few minutes' examination disposed of the pigeonholes, and the skeleton keys came into service again on the little locked drawer. The drawer contained a single envelope, sealed. He slit the envelope open. It contained 2 folded sheets of paper. He examined only one of them, and that only to the extent of glancing at the first few words. I, Theodore Rodgers, being of sane mind and... Billy Kane's face darkened as he thrust the envelope into his pocket and locked the drawer. It was true, then. His lips pursed grimly as his eyes fell upon the package of securities again. He took up the package and riffled it tentatively through his fingers. Theodore Rodgers had perhaps been a little eccentric, if eccentricity was defined by a divergence from the general habits and customs of others. He had made no secret that he kept his securities in his own safe, preferring that method to depositing them in a safe deposit vault, and claiming that as the securities were made out in his name, and were therefore valueless to anyone else, they offered no temptation for robbery. Young Merxler had evidently followed in his uncle's footsteps in this particular, but Theodore Rodgers had been credited with being worth in the neighborhood of $70,000. Billy Kane's lips pursed tighter as he replaced the package of bonds and stock certificates in the safe, and closed and locked the safe. At a generous estimate, there remained no more than $12,000 or $15,000. Young Merxler, in the brief period following his uncle's death, had evidently done well. Billy Kane retreated from the room, descended the stairs, and let himself out through the basement door, and 5 minutes later, in his taxi, was being whirled downtown again. The back room at Jerry's before 10. He had directed the chauffeur to drive to a side street just off the Bowery near Chatham Square. That was close to Jerry's. He had looked at his watch as he had entered the taxi. It was just 9 o'clock. He had therefore plenty of time now. He took the envelope from his pocket and extracted the 2 folded sheets. There was not light enough to read by, but that was quite easily rectified. He had his flashlight. He bent down toward the floor of the cab so as not to attract the chauffeur's attention, read both of the papers, read them again, and a look of stunned surprise and bewilderment settled on his face. One was a will, evidently drawn and written by Rodgers himself, and duly witnessed, bequeathing practically everything to charity, and specifying 4 or 5 different organizations as the beneficiaries. It appointed Karlin, who was referred to as a trusted and lifelong friend, the sole executor, and, as a mark of personal esteem, and as a slight compensation for the administration of the estate, left Karlin a legacy of $2,500. The other paper was a letter signed by young Merxler. Billy Kane read this again for the 3rd time.
If I die before Karlin does, this is a joke on Karlin. If Karlin dies before I do, the will and this letter go into the fire. Damn him, I hate him. He's a smooth, oily-tongued hypocrite. It was Karlin, more than anybody else, who backed my uncle up in the idea of cutting me off. Well, I guess this is where I get even. If there's $2,500 left when I get through, I hope Karlin will enjoy it. But there won't be. I just wanted him to know how thoughtful my uncle was. And it was worth the risk of keeping the cursed will for the sake of the jolt it will give Karlin's miserly, sniveling soul. If there's anything Karlin loves, it's money. If Karlin's got any god at all, it's money. He worships that, all right.
Here the letter veered abruptly into direct address.
It'll break your heart, Karlin, won't it, to think I spent $2,500 of your money? That's the joke, Karlin. It's rich, isn't it? And I just want to tell you, too, that you had the will in your own hands once and overlooked the bet. That's where you slipped up, Karlin. It was the day my uncle died, and we were going over the papers together. It was in a plain, unsealed envelope, and didn't look like anything. You tossed it on a heap of other stuff to be looked into later. All you could think of was counting stocks and bonds, getting your fingers in the money, and you didn't know was yours. Well, some of it, anyway. I was looking for something else and found it. I only had to read about 2 words and see that it was my uncle's handwriting. And, well, since you're the executor, you'll find it enclosed herewith. Clayton Merxler.
Billy Kane refolded the papers, returned them to the envelope, restored the envelope and flashlight to his pocket, and leaned back in his seat. The taxi lurched and swayed along at a pace that gave small deference or heed to speed laws. Billy Kane stared out of the window. The letter was viciously facetious, callous, and unscrupulous. The boy was a self-confessed and blatantly unrepentant thief. In that, at least, his first supposition had evidently been justified, and it was quite clear now why Merxler had not destroyed the will. But otherwise, the whole affair had now assumed an entirely different aspect. Instead of Karlin being in league with Merxler, Karlin, unknown to Merxler, it now appeared, was aware of the existence of the will, and Karlin, if she had not exaggerated, meant murder, and since no one else was involved, meant Merxler's murder.
Billy Kane's face hardened in perplexity. But why? What could Karlin hope to gain thereby? Certainly it was not on account of the little legacy of $2,500. Karlin had only to expose the fact that the will existed to obtain that, and that applied equally to the executorship. And what good could the executorship do Karlin? With the stocks and bonds there open to inspection and their value known, Karlin's executorship could afford no opportunity for crooked work. He could simply turn the securities into cash, turn the cash over to the various charities, and the cash must correspond with the valuation of the estate's schedule of assets. Why then murder? Personal enmity? No. Red Vallon and the Underworld were interested in this, and the enmity that had caused Merxler to preserve the will, an enmity that no doubt was fully returned by Karlin, had nothing to do with Red Vallon and the rest. 5, 10, 15 minutes went by. The taxi reached the lower section of the city. Billy Kane still stared from the window, his face still hard in perplexity. Murder! No, he did not understand. But there was still the back room at Jerry's, where he was going now. Did the answer lie there? Jerry's, safely entrenched in one of the most abandoned neighborhoods of the city, was a gambling hell that had boasted a certain exclusiveness, and its patrons quite made good the boast. It was an open secret that men whose names ranked high in the city's commercial and professional world went there for their fling. Jerry, it was said, was an ex-croupier from Monte Carlo, and had brought the spirit of Monte Carlo with him. He, Billy Kane, had heard of the place often enough. The entertainment was lavish, the play unlimited. Did the answer lie there, in the back room at Jerry's? He shrugged his shoulders philosophically now, and a grim little smile came and flickered across his lips. Well, if there were any means by which an uninvited guest could gain access to that back room, he would know within a very few minutes now. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Back Room at Jerry's. The taxi drew up to the curb. Billy Kane's hat was far over his eyes as he stepped out. He stood for an instant debating with himself, then handed the chauffeur another bill. What might happen at Jerry's he did not know. He was going in blind again. But as a means of retreat, a taxi waiting around the corner would at least add to his chances if necessity arose. And a chauffeur well paid was a guarantee of fidelity than which there was none better. "You've struck a gold mine tonight," he said coolly. "I may be gone half an hour, or I may be gone an hour. Wait for me."
"You bet your life I'll wait," said the chauffeur fervently.
Billy Kane was hurrying down the street. He turned the first corner and headed along the intersecting street that was dark, narrow, and deserted. He passed another cross street, and thereafter counted the houses as he went along. Here tenements and the old-fashioned dwellings of New York's early days incongruously rubbed shoulders with one another. Jerry's, he found, was the fifth house from the cross street. There was no mistaking Jerry's. It was one of the old private dwellings, and it had been pointed out to him more than once. He returned to the cross street, turned down it, slipped into the lane that passed in the rear of the houses he had just inspected from the front, and guardedly now, making his way silently along, he again counted the buildings that here in the darkness loomed up like black, uncouth shapes against the skyline. He stopped in the rear of the fifth house. Here and there a thread of light showed from a window, but it was a steady light, a light that played truant through the interstices of closed shutters, or seeped, perhaps, through the folds of curtains hanging inadvertently awry. It was abnormally dark, and in the darkness there seemed to lurk a somber secrecy like a pall, cloaking evil things. Billy Kane swung himself up and over a high fence and dropped noiselessly to the ground on the other side. He found himself in a yard that, even in the darkness, he could make out was strangely restricted in area. A few feet in front of him was the wall of the building itself. He crept forward, skirting along this wall. There was no window,
but opening almost on a level with the ground were shuttered French doors. He continued on, rounded the angle of the building, and suddenly stooped down in a crouching posture. There was a window here just above his head, and from it came a meager gleam of light. His eyes grown accustomed to the darkness, he could distinguish his surroundings a little more clearly now. The yard here, a narrow strip of it paralleling the side fence, seemed to run back quite a distance, taking up a jut in the building. They had puzzled him, those shuttered French doors, where logically he had expected to find an ordinary back door and porch, but it was obvious now that the back room at Jerry's was an addition that had been built onto the house, extending almost to the fence in the rear. The window beneath which he crouched was shoulder high. He straightened up. The light came through slightly parted, heavy portières. He felt the blood quicken suddenly in his veins. He could see in quite well. There were two men in the room, Karlin, and another man whom he did not recognize. The room was luxurious, if somewhat garishly furnished. A green baize card table, with several unopened packs of cards upon it, stood in the center. There was a blue and gold Chinese rug with a huge dragon pattern upon the floor, and at one side a large buffet groaned under a load of wine and whiskey bottles, bowls of fruit, and refreshments of various descriptions. The two men were talking earnestly. Karlin pulled out his watch and scowled. Billy Kane's lips tightened. He could see, but he could not hear. He took his penknife from his pocket and slipped the blade under the window sill. If he had luck, if the window was not locked, his breath came in a soft, long-drawn intake. The window gave slightly under a cautious pressure. An inch was all that was necessary, half an inch even. The window went up by infinitesimal fractions of that inch. Billy Kane returned the penknife to his pocket. He could hear them now. Karlin was speaking, and the other man, it appeared now, was the proprietor of the place, Jerry, the ex-croupier of Monte Carlo. "What's the matter with you, Jerry? Getting nervous waiting?" said Karlin curtly. "Well, forget it. This is the Rat's plan, and that ought to be good enough, what? Nothing is going wrong. Nothing can go wrong. Certainly the police will close you up for a month, but that's all there is to it so far as you're concerned. They have nothing on you. That's the inside of the whole thing. That the killing is done in an unpremeditated drunken brawl over cards. That it just happened. Just an untimely end without any strings to it. There's no reason why you should lose your nerve. Your story is straight. Young Merxler came here often. He gives a little party here tonight. Neither you nor your doorkeeper knows a damned one of his guests. He vouched for them, and that's all you know. You heard a row in here, then a revolver shot, and when you got here the table was upset, wine, cards, and glasses all over the place, the boys beating it out through the French doors there, and young Merxler dead on the floor. You just notify the police. Your loss through being closed for a month makes it a cinch your story's straight. You don't have to tell the police that your share of the split is the best bet you ever made in your life. Let me do the worrying. I'm the one who's taking the risk. I'm the one who's invited him to the party that the police will be told he was giving. You can leave it to me that nothing goes wrong. I've got my own skin staked on this. There won't be any mistake made. Dead men can't talk. The only thing I'm bothered about is what is keeping Bull McCann. He might—" Billy Kane drew suddenly back from the window and crouched down again against the wall of the building. Someone, unless he was curiously mistaken, was out there in the lane at the rear of the place. He was listening intently now, but there was a strange turmoil in his brain that seemed somehow to divide his attention, that had made his act of caution one that was almost purely automatic. Murder! That casual discussion of murder! There was something within him, soul deep, that he could not quite analyze, save that it seemed a lust for murder was upon him too, possessing him, engulfing him. Would that be murder? Was it murder to crush out the life of a poison-fanged snake? There was a fury upon him, but a most strange fury, a fury that was utterly cold and utterly merciless. Murder. Yes, he knew now beyond question that there was to be murder, that the stage for it was set with a devil's craft, with the craft of the Rat, whose identity he had assumed. That it would appear on the face of it nothing more than quite a logical outcome of a life led by young Merxler.
that there would appear to be no connection whatever with young Merxler's death and what was to follow. But what was it that was to follow? How, in what way was this murder, in dollars and cents, to show a profit at the next meeting of the unhallowed Directorate of Crime? How did Karlin... Strange how his mind should isolate itself from his immediate surroundings and yet leave him fully conscious of those surroundings. He was still listening intently. There was no mistake. A boot scraped against a board. Someone was climbing the fence. Came then the soft thud of feet dropping to the ground, and now a quick step across the yard. Billy Kane's revolver was in his hand. If the newcomer came around the corner of the house, dark as it was almost certain that... No. The other had halted evidently before those shuttered French doors and was rapping softly. 3 raps, a single rap, 2 raps. The raps were repeated. Someone moved swiftly across the floor of the room. There was the faint clash of portiere rings, and the sound of the French doors being opened. Billy Kane was at the window again. A third man was in the room now. Karlin was speaking sharply. "You've been a long time coming, Bull." The newcomer, his back turned to Billy Kane, shrugged his shoulders. "I had to wait until Merxler went out," he answered. "I didn't lose no time after that, and I come downtown as fast as I could. I ain't been much more than half an hour from Merxler's to here." "Well, all right," grunted Karlin. "Have any trouble?" "Nix," said the other. "I slipped the envelope into the drawer of the safe all right. It's a cinch. The family was all upstairs." Karlin nodded. "Where are the securities?" he demanded. The man took what Billy Kane could see were a number of stock and bond certificates from his pocket and handed them to Karlin. Karlin nodded again as he ran through the papers rapidly. "How much did you leave in the safe?" he inquired crisply. "What Red told me, about 10 or 12,000. "All right," said Karlin. "Good work, Bull. Beat it now." The man turned and left the room. Billy Kane heard him step across the yard, heard him climb the fence, heard Karlin within the room close the shuttered French doors. But this time Billy Kane made no movement, save that there was a curious twitching of his face muscles as his jaws locked together. All the bald, hellish brutality of the scheme was beginning to take form now in his mind. It was a plant, all of it, the letter, the will, a plant with the devil's stamp of ingenuity upon it. And it was the man who had just gone from the room, Bull McCann, who had passed him on that black stairway from the basement in Merxler's home. Karlin was laughing in a viciously jubilant way as he came back to the ex-croupier's side. $50,000, said Karlin as he thrust the securities into the inside pocket of his coat and patted the pocket complacently. 50,000, Jerry, and all of it in Theodore Rodger's name. I keep stalling the kid on the idea of transferring the securities into his own name. Told him there was no hurry, that he could clip the coupons and get the dividend checks through all right just the same. I was his attorney, too, see? Works pretty smooth, eh, Jerry? Too bad you didn't get a chance to have a look at that letter and the will. That chipper did the job, and they're the best pieces of forged penwork that was ever pulled in America. Some head the Rat's got, I'll give him credit for that. He worded the letter. It's prima facie evidence that the kid was blowing the coin just as fast as he did when he came into his father's money. And nobody's surprised that most of it has gone up in smoke. And besides that, it's a confession. Well, what happens? Merxler is killed in a gambling brawl, at which nobody is surprised either. His safe is opened, the will is found, and with it that little hymn of hate against me, which accounts for what would otherwise have been a fool play in having kept the will. I am found to be the executor, empowered to transfer and sell and administer the estate. And we find that all that's left is about 10,000, which is all I have to account for. I enter that as the value of the estate, split it among the beneficiaries, and he chuckled softly, I generously waive my claim to any share in the legacy on the score that the estate has been hit so hard. Neat little play, eh, Jerry? Well, after that, there's nothing to it. My signature is legally good on any document,
And little by little, here and there, we turn the 50,000 into the long green, and pocket it. If it's done quietly, a security or so at a time, no one would ever think of digging around to find out if it was one of those on the schedule filed by the estate. Feeling better, Jerry?" The ex-croupier walked over to the buffet, poured out for himself a stiff 4 fingers of whiskey, and tossed off the neat spirit in a gulp. He forced an uneasy grin. "I don't often drink in business hours," he said nervously, "but I'm not used to playing this high. Maybe I'm a little shaky. Are you sure-fire on the witnesses to that will? Their signatures would have to be proved." "No, the only things that are genuine," said Karlin with a malicious laugh. "We had 2 of our boys working around the hotel down in Long Island where Rogers spent a month this spring, and where he is supposed to have written his will. And they identified their signatures, and the story's straight. Rogers asked them to witness his signature to a paper, that's all. He didn't tell them what the paper was, and they don't know, see? If there's any question crops up, the hotel proves that the 2 men were its employees at the time Rogers was staying there." He pulled out his watch again. "It's 10 o'clock," he said brusquely. "Merxler ought to be showing up. The ex-croupier had suddenly laid a finger to his lips in caution. A knock was sounding on the hall door. "Here he is now," said the ex-croupier in a lowered voice. "I told them to send him here as soon as he came." "All right, let him in," instructed Karlin. "And tell the boys to drift along as soon as they like. It's the man who cuts the first jack." The ex-croupier opened the door, and was instantly continental in both manner and speech. He bowed profoundly as a young man entered. "Oh, Monsieur Merxler, a great pleasure. I was telling Monsieur Karlin that—" Billy Kane had drawn slightly back from the window. His lips were thinned, compressed. The fiendishness of it all had got him now. Karlin, with his suave, oily Judas smile, preening at his Van Dyke beard, and Merxler, for all that he had played the fool for several years now, still with a frank and boyish face, his broad shoulders squared back as he laughed a pleasant greeting. There was a whiteness in Billy Kane's face, a whiteness that was like to the fury, no longer cold, that was white hot in his soul. Murder! Well, perhaps, but it would not be Merxler's murder. He whipped his mask from his pocket and adjusted it swiftly over his face. His fingers automatically tested the mechanism of his revolver as he again looked in through the window. The ex-croupier was bowing himself out of the room, closing the door behind him. Quick and silent now in every movement, Billy Kane crept around the corner of the house and crouched before the shuttered French doors. He had a minute, perhaps 2 at the outside, in which to act before Karlin's confederates entered the room. He tapped softly with his revolver on the shutters. 3 raps. A single rap. 2 raps. He repeated it. 3 raps. A single rap. 2 raps. From within, a step came hurriedly across the floor. There was the faint clashing of the curtain rings again as the portieres were drawn aside, and through the interstices of the shutters came little gleams of light. Billy Kane shifted his grip upon his revolver to the muzzle end. The doors opened a few inches cautiously, and then Karlin's voice: "Who's there? What—" But Billy Kane was in action now, and the words ended in a wild shout of alarm. His left hand shot forward like a flash into the opening, wrenching the doors wide apart, and lithe as a panther in its spring, he launched himself forward and struck with the butt of his revolver, struck as he would have struck at a mad dog, full on Karlin's head. There was a crash as the man went limply, senseless, to the floor, and another cry from Merxler now, and then, dazing Billy Kane for an instant by the sudden and unexpected onslaught, Merxler had sprung and locked his arms around him in a grip of steel. They crashed against the table, upsetting it. "Let go!" Billy Kane panted frantically. "The whole door, lock it. You don't understand." There was no answer from Merxler, save another hoarse shout for help. Here and there about the room they lurched, staggered, reeled, but Billy Kane was the stronger. It seemed only by inches, but still by inches they were nearing the hall door. There was something of ghastly irony in this frenzied effort of the boy to bar his own road to safety. But there was something fine in it too, something that, even as he fought, found recognition in Billy Kane's mind.
The boy, spendthrift though he might be, a fool with his money though he might be, was game to the core in standing by a man whom he believed to be his friend. There was an uproar now from the interior of the house. There came the rush of feet along the hall. Another instant and they would be at the door. Massing his strength for the effort, Billy Kane tore himself free, flung Merxler back, and plunged forward. The door was being opened now. He hurled his weight against it. "Quick, Merxler, quick! The inside pocket of Karlin's coat!" he gasped out. "Quick!" There was a yell of fury from the hall as the door slammed shut, and Billy Kane turned the key, and then a crash upon it, and another, as human battering rams launched themselves madly against the panels. Over his shoulder Billy Kane saw Merxler standing hesitant, glancing in stupefaction alternately from the door to Karlin on the floor. A panel cracked and splintered. Billy Kane's revolver roared like a cannon shot through the room. The bullet, aimed low, ripped along the threshold. "Merxler, the inside pocket of Karlin's coat," he said in deadly quiet. "Man, are you mad? Hurry! They'll have us both in another minute." The revolver shot had checked the rush against the door for an instant, though only for an instant, but that instant was enough. Merxler, stung into action, had leapt to Karlin's side and was bending over the man, and then he was on his feet, staring wildly at the papers in his hand. "Good God, what's this?" he cried out. "What—" "The French doors, the fence, run for it!" said Billy Kane tensely, and fired again. And the next instant the room was in darkness as he switched off the light, and in another, with Merxler running now beside him, he had crossed the few feet of yard and was swinging himself over the fence. From behind came the rip and tear and smash of the yielding door, shouts, yells, oaths, a confusion of noises. But Billy Kane had reached the cross street now, and pulling the mask from his face, jerking his hat brim far over his eyes, turned in the opposite direction from that in which he had entered the lane, and, urging Merxler on, was running at top speed. At the next block they swerved again, and Billy Kane, with the restraining pressure on Merxler's arm, here dropped into a slower and less noticeable pace. There was little or no chance of pursuit now. No one, it seemed, had taken the immediate initiative of following them into the lane. Yet Billy Kane made a wide detour before he finally reached the waiting taxicab. "Get in," he said to Merxler, and crisply to the chauffeur, "Drive as fast as you know how. Go up the street at the rear of the Purple Scarf." He followed Merxler into the cab. Merxler drew his hand across his eyes in a dazed way, and laughed nervously. "I can't see your face now, and you had a mask on before," he said jerkily. "This is a queer business. Who are you? What's it mean? Those securities were in my safe an hour ago. How did they get into Karlin's pocket? What was he doing with them?" "Stoop over," said Billy Kane quietly. He handed Merxler the forged letter, and flashed the ray of his lamp upon the paper. His head bent forward, Merxler read the letter, and his face, already white under the ray, gradually took on a drawn, grayish pallor.
I never wrote this," he faltered. "It's my handwriting, but I never wrote it."
"Know your uncle, this," said Billy Kane, the same grim, quiet intonation in his voice as he placed the will in turn in Merxler's hand. The light played on the paper, and over Merxler's face Billy Kane sat drawn back in the shadows. There was moisture on Merxler's forehead as he looked up after a moment.
"My God,"
he whispered hoarsely.
"what does this mean?"
The flashlight was out. It was dark in the cab now, and the taxi rattled on, traversing block after block. Billy Kane spoke swiftly, sketching the events of the night. Merxler did not move, save that at the end his hand sought and found and closed tight on Billy Kane's arm. It was Merxler in a new light who spoke.
"You have saved my life, and you haven't preached," he said slowly. "I'm a fool. I've played the fool. I never would have tried to get away with it if I hadn't played the fool all my life. I guess perhaps I had my lesson tonight. But fool or not," his voice rasped suddenly, bitter hard, "Karlin will pay for this, or—"
"You will. Yet." Billy Kane cut in grimly. "You know too much, and you haven't a minute to lose. They lost their heads for a moment in the confusion and the darkness when we got away, but their one hope now will be to get you before you tell your story. They may figure that you will hesitate about telling it, as you would have to admit your presence at Jerry's gambling hell. And they may figure that you wouldn't act anyway before morning. Do you understand? That's their chance. Your chance is the police without a second's delay.
and you may even get Karlin before he regains consciousness, or before they try to move him if you're quick enough. I know your story will sound strange, with an unknown man in a mask running through it, but you have only to tell the truth. You have all the evidence you need. The police will know the chipper who forged the papers, and the police will know how to make those fake witnesses to the will squeal. It's a different proposition now with them than simply appearing before Karlin in a notary public and swearing to the signatures. Understand?
Yes, said Merxler tersely. You're right, and I'll see it through. But you saved my life, and...
I get out here, said Billy Kane, and leaning forward suddenly, tapped sharply on the glass front. They had turned into the street that was not only in the rear of the Purple Scarf, but was equally in the rear of that secret entrance into the Rat's lair. He held out his hand to Merxler. Good night, Merxler.
But, Merxler cried as the taxi stopped, I can't let you go like this. I owe you too much. Who are you? What is your name? Where can I find you to...
I'm trying to find myself, said Billy Kane with grim whimsicality. Let it go at that. He caught Merxler's hand in a hard grip. Good night, Merxler, and good luck, he said, and stepping quickly from the taxi, closed the door. He handed the chauffeur another bill. Drive this gentleman to police headquarters. Fast, he ordered, and turning, moved swiftly away down the street, hugging the shadows again, avoiding the rays of the street lamps. He slipped into the lane, gained the shed, and from the shed made his way through the underground passage to the secret door, listened here intently for a moment, then stepped through into the Rat's room, and groped forward toward the electric light that hung over the table. It was strange. There was something almost mockingly ironic in it all. It was like the night before again. In peril himself as grave as Merxler's, he had saved Merxler, and his own peril remained, was increased even, for the inner circle of this crime world that ranked him as a trusted confederate would be aroused now to an unbridled pitch of fury and excitement, seeking the unknown man in the mask who had foiled them tonight. Suspicious as they would be of everyone, he had now that suspicion to combat, and he could ill afford that a breath of it should touch him. His all was at stake. Red Vallon, with the Underworld at his heels, was enlisted now in a hunt for those rubies, which, if successful, must inevitably discover too the identity of the man or men who had murdered David Ellsworth and who had driven him, Billy Kane, into this damnable exile. It was paramount, vital, that he should preserve his authority to keep the Underworld at that work, the power to command, Billy Kane switched on the electric light and stood staring at the table, grim-faced, his jaws locked tight together, his hand like a flash seeking his revolver in his pocket. His eyes lifted and swept around the room. The swift, quick glance went unrewarded. The room was apparently as he had left it. He crossed quickly to the street door. It was still locked. Again his eyes searched the room. He remembered that she had spoken of other secrets that the room possessed. What were they? Still another entrance? There was no sign of it. He knew only that someone had been here in his absence, and was now flaunting that visit in his face. Was it mockery? A warning? What? It could not have been Red Vallon or any of his pack. It was almost certain that Red Vallon had no knowledge of any secret entrance, and besides, it was too soon for Red Vallon. Was it the woman? He shook his head. It was hardly likely, and his reason told him no. She had been outspoken enough that evening, and she had given no hint of this. Who then? And what was its meaning? Was it grim mockery? A grimmer warning? What? On the table, ostentatiously placed in full view, and identified beyond possibility of a mistake by a piece cut from the corner of the original plush tray on which it and many of its fellows had rested, was one of the rubies stolen from David Ellsworth's vault. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 12. A Clue. Billy Kane's eyes lifted from his plate and fixed in a curiously introspective way on Whitie Jack's unhandsome and unshaven face across the little table. 24 hours. He was out in the open now, convalescent. 24 hours, and as far as Red Vallon and Birdie Rose were concerned specifically, and the underworld generally, there had been not a shred of success. He had unleashed the underworld, but the underworld had picked up neither thread nor clue. The underground clearing houses for stolen goods, the fences, had yielded up no single one of the rubies belonging to the Ellsworth collection. The lead that he had given Birdie Rose in respect to Jackson, the dead footman, had, up to the present at least, proved abortive. Well, perhaps he, Billy Kane, would be more successful. The 24 hours had not been wholly fruitless. Perhaps before the night was out there would be a different story to tell, perhaps a grim and ugly story. There was one clue which had developed, but a clue that was to be entrusted to neither Red Vallon nor Birdie Rose nor any of the pack. Even they, case-hardened, steeped in crime though they were, might balk at pushing that clue to its ultimate conclusion. They might weaken at the limit. He, Billy Kane, would not weaken because, as between his own life and the life of one who he was already satisfied was a murderer, he would not fling his own life away. His life was at stake. Red Vallon's wasn't. Birdie Rose's wasn't. It made a difference in the limit. An attendant in a dirty, beer-stained apron sidled to the edge of the table. The man had been eager in his attentions, deferential, almost obsequious.
"What are you for now, Bundy?"
he inquired solicitously. Billy Kane smiled as he shook his head and jerked his hand by way of invitation toward Whitie Jack. He, Billy Kane, was the Rat, alias Bundy Morgan. He had never in his life before been in this none too reputable place run by one Two-Finger Tasker, that combined at one and the same time a restaurant and dance hall of the lowest type, yet he found himself not only well known, but an honored guest. He had known of the place by name and reputation. It was the sort of place that seemed naturally one the Rat would frequent. And he had told Red Vallon that he would eat here this evening. Red Vallon would have to make a report somewhere, and he, Billy Kane, had become none too sure of his own temporary quarters. That secret door, that underground passage into the Rat's lair, had not proved an altogether unmixed blessing. There was the woman in black, who had been an uninvited, unwelcome, and almost sinister visitor on 2 occasions already, and there was, far more disturbing still, the matter of that ruby from the Ellsworth collection, which had found its way mysteriously to the table in that room. The single stone from the collection that had come to light since the murder 2 nights ago. Whitie Jack accepted the unspoken invitation. "Give me another mug of suds," he said. The glass was replenished. "You seem to have pulled a good job, Whitie," said Billy Kane approvingly. "The tenement is next to the cafe on the corner, All right, I know the place. What next?" Whitie Jack gulped down half the contents of his glass. "I guess I did," he said complacently. "I wasn't piping delay all day for nothing, what? The place has 3 floors, and 2 flats on each floor, savvy? It ain't much of a place, neither. Peter's flat is on the 2nd floor, on the right as you go up. There's nobody at home, but he comes down there himself to give the place the once-over 1 night a week. The family's away somewhere for a vacation, sniffing in the ocean breezes at some boarding house. Gee, say, the guy must have money to pull the highbrow out of town in the summer stuff for the family." Billy Kane nodded. Whitie Jack finished his glass and drew his sleeve across his mouth. "Well, 2 of the flats is vacant," he said. "One on the 2nd floor and one on the top. The other one on the top over Peter's flat is where that crazy old fiddler guy, Savnak, hangs out all by his lonesome. But Savnak won't bother you none. He's out every night. He goes down to Dutchy Vedder's jewelry shop, and him and Dutchy being nuts on music and pinochle, they goes to it for half the night.
Old Savnak's got bats in his belfry, I guess. But I guess he can fiddle all right. I heard he used to be a big bug leading some foreign orchestra, and was a count or duke or something. And then the dope got him, and then he came out here. He ain't living like a duke now, and I guess it takes him all his time to scratch up the rent. Bats, that's what he's got. Bats and dope. They got him to play one night down at Heeney's Music Hall, and he went up in the air and quit flat 'cause the waiters kept circulating around and dishing out the suds while he was playing. Say, what do you know about that? And then...
Stick to cases, Whitey, interrupted Billy Kane patiently. I'm expecting company in a few minutes. What about the ground floor? Who lives there?
Oh, there, said Whitie Jack somewhat contemptuously. I don't know what your lay is, but there's nothing there to bother yez neither. There's a couple of sisters about 60 years old apiece on one side, and a young guy that's just got married on the other.
Back entrance? Inquired Billy Kane casually. Whitie Jack shook his head.
Nope, he said. Nothing doing. There's a backyard about 4 inches square, but the building behind butts right up against it, and there ain't no lane. But yous can get in the front door tonight whether it's locked or not, for there ain't any street lamp near enough to do yous any harm.
Good work, said Billy Kane. He pushed his plate away from in front of him. I guess you'd better beat it now, Whitie. Whitie Jack, of the lesser breed of criminal, self-attached familiar to the man he believed to be the Rat and an aristocrat of crime-land, rose from his seat with evident reluctance. There was a sort of dog-like faithfulness and admiration in his eyes, the same deference in his manner that seemed to mark the dealings of everyone in the underworld with the Rat. But the look on Whitie Jack's face was nevertheless one of undisguised disappointment.
Ain't I in on this any more? He pleaded. Ain't I got nothing more to do with it?
Yes, said Billy Kane. He lowered his voice. You've got more to do, and what will count for a lot more than you've already done. Keep your mouth shut tight. He leaned across the table, and his hand closed in a friendly pressure on the other's arm. Take the night off. Show up in the morning. Beat it now, Whitie. Whitie Jack left the place. The waiter removed the dishes from the table. Billy Kane leaned back in his chair, and his eyes, the introspective stare back in their depths, traveled slowly over his surroundings. The tables, ranged around the sides of the room, were but sparsely occupied. The polished section of the floor in the center was deserted. It was too early for the votaries of the bunny hug in the turkey trot to start in with their nightly gyrations. Two-Finger Tasker's was in a state of lethargy, as it were. A few hours later it would awake to a riot of hilarity and come into its own with a surging crowd and packed tables, but it was too early for that yet. Billy Kane's fingers slipped mechanically into his vest pocket, and hidden there, mechanically began to twirl a small, hard object, irregular in its shape, between their tips. His face hardened suddenly. The touch of that little object stirred up in an instant a grim flood of speculation. It was the ruby from the Ellsworth collection that he had found on his return to the Rat's den last night. It worried him. How had it got there? Who had put it there? And why? Above all, why? Only a few hours before, turning his purloined authority to account, he had set the underworld the task of tracing the Ellsworth collection. And mysteriously there had appeared upon his table this single stone, ostentatiously identified by a piece cut from one of the original plush trays in which the stones had been kept. The bare possibility that it had been Red Vallon, or some of his breed, who had stumbled upon the stone in their search through the underground exchanges, and had left it there as evidence of a partial success for him to find on his return, had occurred to him. But a cautious probing of Red Vallon that morning had put a final and emphatic negative on that theory. Who then, and why? It had seemed like a ghastly jeer when he had seen that stone there on the table, and the prelude to some sinister act that he could not foresee, and against which therefore he could not prepare any defense. Did someone know that he was not the Rat? That, desperate, with no other thing to do, he had snatched at the role fate had thrust out to him, and was playing it now? Who, then? Not the woman in black. Her acceptance of him as the Rat had been altogether too genuine. Not the Underworld. Even a suspicion there would have been followed by a knife thrust long before this. Not the actual perpetrators of David Ellsworth's murder, if they knew him to be Billy Kane, for their one aim had been to fasten the crime irrevocably upon him. All their hellish ingenuity had been centered on that one object, and they would certainly therefore have lost no time in giving the police, in some roundabout, guarded way, a tip as to his identity. His brain whirled with the problem, and ached in an actual physical sense. It had been aching all day. He could minimize his peril if he cared to make the wish father to the thought. He could not exaggerate it. It seemed impossible that his identity was known, but even so, the question as to where that stone had come from, and why, still remained unanswered. Was it, then, another possibility, the murderers of David Ellsworth, who, while still believing him to be the Rat, and having discovered in some way that as the Rat he was working against them, had given him this ugly and significant warning to keep his hands off? Well, if that were so, he was still in no less danger, for he must go on. To turn aside was to fail, and to fail, quite equally, meant death. The hard pressure of his lips curved the corners of his mouth downward in sharp lines. Nor was the question of that stone all. Since last night, when the cloak of respectability had been stripped from Karlin, and the man in the mask had turned the tables on the crime coterie in the gambling hell run by Jerry, the ex-croupier of Monte Carlo, the Underworld had been in a nasty mood, ugly, suspicious, in a ferment of unrest. It was another alias added to his role, another alias to safeguard even more zealously, if possible, than his unsought role of the Rat. He was the man in the mask. He shrugged his shoulders suddenly. Quite so. The mask was even at that moment in his inside coat pocket. If it were found there— He laughed harshly. It seemed as though he were being sucked in nearer and nearer to the center of some seething vortex that hungrily sought to engulf him. It seemed as though his brain ground and mulled around in a sort of ghastly cycle. When he tried to bring one thing into individual outline, some other thing impinged, and all became a jumbled medley, like pieces of a puzzle, no one of which would fit into another. The Underworld looked askance and whispered through the corners of its mouth as it asked the question, who was the man in the mask? And he, Billy Kane, who could answer that question, sitting here in two-fingered Taskers in the heart of that Underworld, was asking himself another, a dozen others, whose answers were vital, life and death to him in the most literal sense. Who was the woman in black, who, like a nemesis, hovered over the Rat? Where was the man whose personality had been so strangely thrust upon him, Billy Kane? When would the Rat return? Had he, Billy Kane, even the few hours at his disposal this evening that were necessary to enable him to run down the clue which he had discovered, and upon which he was banking his all now to clear himself, to bring to justice the murderers who had so craftily saddled their guilt upon him? Had he even that much time before the inevitable crash came? This evening, yes, this evening. His fingers came from his vest pocket, and his hand clenched fiercely at his side. He would go the limit. His mind was made up to that. He had never thought that he would consider, calculate, and weigh the pros and cons of taking another's life, much less come to a deliberate decision to do so. But he had made that decision now, and if it were necessary, he would carry it through. It seemed to affect him with an unnatural cold indifference that surprised himself, that decision. It seemed to be only the result, the outcome, that continued to concern him. If he had luck with him tonight, he would win through. Red Vallon, Birdie Rose, and the Underworld had so far failed. He had kept prodding them on, and would continue to prod them on, even now, on the basis that he could not afford to let go of a single chance. But his hopes, that amounted now to a practical certainty of success, were almost wholly centered on his own efforts in the next few hours. He stirred impulsively in his chair. The murderers of David Ellsworth had been too cunning, it seemed, had overstepped themselves at last in their anxiety to weave their net of evidence still more irrevocably around him. The affair of last night, the capture of Karlin by the police, and the social prominence of both Karlin and Merxler had furnished the morning papers with material for glaring headlines and columns of sensational story. But even so, all this had not by any means overshadowed the Ellsworth murder and robbery. The press was still alive with it. New York was still agog with the old millionaire philanthropist's assassination, and with what it believed to be the traitorous and abandoned act of not only a trusted and confidential secretary, but of one who at the same time was the son of a lifelong friend. The blood surged burning hot into Billy Kane's face. From coast to coast they had heralded him as the vilest of his kind. He was a pariah, an outcast, a thing of loathing. Yes, the papers were still giving him and the Ellsworth murder prominence enough. But that prominence was not without its compensation, since it had furnished him with the clue now in his possession. The inquest had been held late yesterday afternoon, too late for more than brief mention in the evening papers. But this morning the papers had carried a full and practically verbatim report of the proceedings. He had read the report, not daring at first to believe what he wanted to believe, afraid that his eyes were playing a mocking trick upon him, and then he had read it again in a sort of grim, unholy joy. Jackson, the footman, who he knew was one of the murderers, was dead, and so far Birdie Rose had been unable to trace the man's family or connections. But Peters, the butler, was not dead, and out of Peters' own mouth, in his effort apparently to seal for all time his Billy Kane's guilt, Peters had convicted himself. True, before a jury, Peters had done himself no harm. That was the hellish ingenuity of the scheme that fitted in with all the rest of the devil's craft with which the affair had been planned. Peters, in the public's eyes, or before any court, was treading on safe and solid ground, for his Billy Kane's simple denial was worth nothing in any man's opinion today. But he, Billy Kane, knew that Peters' testimony was not fact. Peters had testified that he had seen him, Billy Kane, leave the house about 7 o'clock, which was true. Peters had then deliberately testified that half an hour later, though he had not seen Mr. Kane return, he had seen Mr. Kane come quietly down the back stairs and enter the library, which, besides being untrue, since he, Billy Kane, was not even in the house at that time, was also equivalent to swearing away his Billy Kane's life. Peters, continuing his evidence, had stated that he was quite sure he had not been seen by Mr. Kane, as he, Peters, at that moment was standing just inside the cloakroom off the hall. He did not see Mr. Kane emerge again from the library, but some 15 minutes later a telephone call came in for Mr. Ellsworth, and knowing Mr. Ellsworth to be in the library, he connected with that room. He tried several times, but could get no reply. Finally he went to the library door and opened it, and found Mr. Ellsworth with his skull crushed in dead upon the floor, the private vault and safe open and looted. He at once called the police. He stated that it was obvious Mr. Kane had made his escape from the library through the stenographer's room at the rear, and from there to the back entrance, where, later on again, as the police already knew, returning once more in the hope presumably of recovering the card with the combinations of the safe and vault on it in his handwriting, he had been discovered by Jackson the footman, and had killed Jackson, who had tried to capture him. Billy Kane's hands were shoved in an apparently nonchalant manner into the side pockets of his coat, to hide them from view now. The nails were biting into the palms of his hand. Killed. That was the word Peters had used. Killed. It was very subtle of Peters to have used that word. It just clinched the whole story with the seemingly obvious. Everybody believed that he, Billy Kane, had killed Jackson as well as David Ellsworth. Yes, Peters had put the finishing touch on the evidence that was meant to free the actual perpetrators, himself quite evidently amongst them, from punishment, and to send him, Billy Kane, if caught, as their proxy to the death chair in Sing Sing. Quite so. And Peters thought himself quite safe. What had Peters to fear from a hunted wretch, who he undoubtedly believed was miles away, fleeing for his life, cowering from the sight of his fellow humans, afraid to show his face? But Peters and his accomplices had overshot the mark. The evidence was final, incontrovertible, damning, only it was not true. He, Billy Kane, would not dispute it with a jury. He would put Peters on a witness stand of a grimmer nature than that. He had known on the night of the crime that Jackson, the footman, was one of the guilty men, but he had not suspected that the dignified, perfectly trained Peters, the butler, with his fastidiously trimmed gray mutton-chop side whiskers, was likewise one of the band. And now he wondered why he had not thought of it. He saw Peters in quite a different light now. 100 little incidents metamorphosed the man's excessive efficiency and attentiveness into a smug mask of hypocrisy. And corroborative from this new viewpoint, where, for instance, had Peters, as it now appeared, got the money to send his family away even to a boarding house? Butlers were not in the habit of sending their families away to the seaside for the summer. Even Whitie Jack had not failed to comment on that fact. Well, he was satisfied that he knew the real Peters now, and it was not too late. It was Peters or himself now. It was his life or Peters' life, unless Peters laid bare to the last shred the whole plot, and the name of every man connected with it. And the stage was set. From the moment he had read the papers that morning, he had put Whitie Jack at work. And Whitie Jack had done well, exceedingly well. He, Billy Kane, knew that Peters was married and had a family, but he had not known Peters' home address. Whitie Jack had proved a most praiseworthy ferret. He, Billy Kane, knew that Thursday was always Peters' night off. This was Thursday night. Peters, then, if he followed his usual custom, would visit his flat tonight, and since the man's family was away, Peters and he would be alone. It was fortunate that the family was away. Luck seemed to be turning. It precluded the necessity of getting Peters somewhere else, alone. It simplified matters. Peters' flat would serve most excellently for that interview. He laughed a little now. He was strangely cool, strangely composed. He was in a mood in which he found difficulty in recognizing himself. He was going tonight to wring from a man either that man's life or that man's confession. He was absolutely merciless in that resolve. He would not turn back. Nothing would make him swerve one iota from that determination. He would go the limit. And yet he sat there entirely unmoved, callous. Well, after all, why not? If the man was already a murderer, his life was already forfeit. If he, Billy Kane, must choose between losing his own life and permitting one of the murderers of David Ellsworth to profit further thereby, would one hesitate long over that choice, or hesitate to go the limit? End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Cipher Message. Billy Kane's hands came from his pockets again, and he leisurely lighted a cigarette. Though sitting sideways to the door, he nevertheless unostentatiously commanded a full view of the entrance. Red Vallon had just entered, and after a moment's pause in which the man's eyes searched around the dance hall, was coming forward, threading his way through the intervening tables. Billy Kane flung a short nod of recognition in the direction of the approaching gangster, and then his eyes fastened in a sort of hard, curious expectancy on the street door again. Whether or not it was intuition or premonition, induced by what had happened the previous night when Red Vallon had been followed, he did not know. But he was somehow prepared now, a little more than prepared, almost sure, in fact, that there would be a repetition of last night's occurrence. Red Vallon dropped into the seat vacated by Whitie Jack. "Hello, Bundy," he greeted affably. "Hello, Red." The response was purely mechanical. Billy Kane shifted his cigarette from one corner of his mouth to the other to hide a smile in which there was no humor. His intuition, if it were intuition, had not been at fault. A woman had just entered the dance hall. He was not likely to mistake that slim, graceful figure, nor those dark, steady eyes that were spanning the room and resting upon him. He could not see the lurking mockery in those eyes. The distance was a little too great for that, but his imagination could depict it readily enough, nor did it require much imagination. It was the woman in black. He glanced at Red Vallon. Red Vallon's back was turned to the door, and he had quite evidently not observed her. The beer-stained attendant hurried to the table.
"What'll you have, Red?"
inquired Billy Kane pleasantly. Red Vallon waved the man away. "Nix," he said in a lowered voice. "I got to beat it. I got to meet Birdie Rose. There's something doing." Billy Kane, even as he watched that trim figure make its way to a table near the wall on a line with his own, leaned abruptly, eagerly forward toward Red Vallon. He felt his pulse throb and quicken. Luck seemed to be breaking wide open at last. If, coupled with his own clue, Red Vallon and Birdie Rose had unearthed another, this infernal masquerade that threatened his life at every turn was as good as ended.
"What is it?"
he demanded sharply.
"Have you spotted the stones?"
Red Vallon shook his head. "Not them stones," he said a little uneasily. "Some others. I got orders." Billy Kane's face hardened.
"Orders?"
he echoed shortly.
"Didn't I tell you last night that everything else was piker stuff? 500,000 in rubies, that's what we're after. To the limit, understand? To the limit. Orders. Who gave you any orders except to stick to the game?"
"You know," said Red Vallon, and pushed a sheet of paper across the table. "Tear it up when you're through. It's no good to me anymore. I just wanted to show it to you so you'd know I wasn't sidestepping on my own." Billy Kane did not tear it up. His face, still set hard, showed no other signs of emotion as his eyes studied the paper, but inwardly they came a sort of numbed dismay. It was a code message. It meant nothing to him in one sense. In another it meant a very great deal. He was supposed to know what this jumble of letters signified. Red Vallon expected him to know. To arouse Red Vallon's suspicion for an instant was simply and literally equivalent to bringing down the underworld upon him, and the underworld would be as gentle and merciful as a pack of starving wolves. The jumble of letters seemed to possess a diabolical leer all their own as he stared at them. Was it a code that with the key in one's possession one could read at a glance? He did not know. Was it a code that required elaborate and painstaking effort to decipher? He did not know. Did Red Vallon, sitting there across the table watching him, expect him to give instant indication that the code message was plain and intelligible to him? He did not know. There was only one course to take, the middle course. He laid the paper on the table, and laid his clenched fist over the paper, as he leaned further over truculently toward Red Vallon.
"I tell you again that everything else is piker stuff," he said angrily. "Do you get me? What have you done, you and Birdie and the rest? Have you got anywhere today? Do you know where that secretary guy Billy Kane is? Do you know where those rubies are?"
"No," said Red Vallon hurriedly. "We haven't turned up anything yet, but—"
"But you're going to, by nosing around after something else," snapped Billy Kane. "Do you think I'm going to see the biggest thing that was ever pulled slip through my fingers? If you do, you've got another thing coming. Things have changed since I've been away, huh? How long since there's been any monkeying with what I dope out?"
"Don't get sore, Bundy," said Red Vallon appeasingly. "It's nothing like that. You know how it was. Karlin's arrest last night queered everything. That cursed snitch with the mask on put everything on the rough. There wasn't any meeting. You know who sent that code there. Well, he didn't know about the other job, or that he was butting in on you. Tumble, there ain't nothing to be sore about, Bundy. Say, me and Birdie ain't going to be more'n an hour or two doing this trick anyhow. Someone of the Mole's gang must have leaked, or maybe one of the boys piped him off. I don't know. But we got him cold this trip. He's a slick one, all right, and he's been getting away with the goods quite a lot lately, and giving us the laugh. Oh, you know all about that. Well, this is where he doesn't laugh, see? He's pulling a nice one tonight. Got it all fixed up to make it look like somebody else did it. Sure. Well, we're not kicking at that, so long as we get the loot. Sure.
We'll let him pull it, all right, believe me."
Billy Kane appeared to be unmoved. He studied the gangster coldly. "And how does it happen that you and Birdie, out of all the rest, are picked for this?" Red Vallon indulged in an ugly grin.
"'Cause we know the Mole down to the ground," he said. "But principally because the Mole knows us. There won't be any fooling when we spring a showdown. He's wise to that, and he'll come across. And besides, 'tain't only Birdie and me. I'm taking some of my own gang along as well."
Billy Kane scowled. It probably mattered very little indeed that Red Vallon's efforts were to be sidetracked for the next few hours, and should he, Billy Kane, during that time be successful, it mattered not at all. But his play for the moment was to preserve his role in Red Vallon's eyes, to keep away from anything intimate concerning the purport of this cipher message that still lay beneath his clenched hand, and that might so easily betray his ignorance, and above all now to get rid of Red Vallon before any such awkward and dangerous impasse could arise. He shrugged his shoulders, but his voice was still sullen as he spoke. "Well, go to it," he growled. "Go and pick up your chicken feed. But you get this into your nut, Red, and let it soak there. After this," he leaned far over the table, his face thrust almost into Red Vallon's, "you stay with the game every minute, or quit. It's the limit, or quit. There's just one thing that counts, those rubies, or the man who pinched them. If we get the man, he'll cough red. The stones, or blood. Do you think I'm going to let anything queer me on a share of $500,000? You don't seem to get what I mean when I say the limit. Look out I don't give you an object lesson." Red Vallon licked his lips and drew back a little. There was something in Red Vallon's eyes that was not often there. Fear.
"It's all right, Bundy," he said with nervous eagerness. "I'm with you, sure I am. This thing must have broke loose quick, and that wasn't no idea of crabbing anything else you'd started. I got 10 of the best of 'em combing out the fences for you right now." "All right," responded Billy Kane gruffly. "Make a report to me on that before morning." "Where'll you be?" Red Vallon was apparently relieved, for his voice had recovered its buoyancy. "At my place, sometime," said Billy Kane curtly. "You can wait for me there." He smiled suddenly with grim facetiousness. "My shoulder's a lot better, even so that maybe I can sit in for a hand myself tonight." "I hope you do," said Red Vallon fervently. "You always had the knockout punch, Bundy, and it seems like old times." He half rose from his chair, then, looking furtively about him, bent forward over the table. "There's something else, Bundy, before I go. That snitch last night at Jerry's, the man in the mask, he's played hell with the crowd. There's no telling what'll tumble down behind Karlin, and it don't look like he's just stumbled on that deal by accident. It don't look good, Bundy. We gotta get him, and get him quick, before he pulls anything more. The word's out to bump him off." Billy Kane nodded. "Well, don't lose your nerve over it, Red," he said coolly. "If it was by accident, he won't do us any more damage, and we've only got to settle with him for what he's done, providing we can ever find him. If it wasn't accident, he'll show his hand again, won't he?" "Yes," said Red Vallon. Billy Kane's smile was unpleasant. "Well, you'll know what to do with him then, won't you?" he inquired softly. The gangster's red-rimmed eyes narrowed to slits. "Yes, I'll know," said Red Vallon coarsely. He made an ugly motion toward his throat. "Well, so long, Bundy." Billy Kane nodded again by way of answer. He watched Red Vallon thread his way back among the tables and pass out through the front door. With the gangster out of the way, he picked up the sheet of paper upon which the code message was written, studied it for a moment, then thrust it into his pocket, and his glance traveled to the table opposite to him against the wall, where that slim little figure in black was seated. She appeared to be quite indifferent to his presence, and quite intent upon the consumption of a glass of milk and the sandwich on the plate before her. Billy Kane smiled with grim comprehension. The frugality of the meal was not without its object. It was fairly obvious that she could dispose of what was before her in short order, and leave the place at an instant's notice without inviting undesirable attention to an unfinished meal, if she so desired. It was his move.
She had followed Red Vallon in, but she had not followed Red Vallon out. She was waiting for him, Billy Kane. The seat she had chosen had been in plain view of Red Vallon. Therefore, she was evidently free from any fear of recognition on the part of the gangster, and as a logical corollary, from probably anybody else in the room. That she gave no sign now, therefore, could mean but one thing. It was his move. If he cared to cross swords with her here, he was at liberty to do so. If he had reasons of his own for preferring a less public meeting, he had only to leave the place, and she would undoubtedly follow. In one sense, she was most solicitous of his welfare. She would do nothing to hamper or hinder him in protecting himself as long as he continued to double-cross and render abortive the crimes of the inner circle of the underworld in which she believed him to be a leader. Failing that, as she had already made it quite clear, she proposed, as near as he could solve the riddle, to expose some past crime of the Rat's to the police, and end his career via the death chair in Sing Sing. Also, she had made her personal feelings toward him equally clear. She held for him a hatred that was as deep-seated as it was merciless and deadly. He shrugged his shoulders. He, by proxy, stood in the shoes of one who seemingly had done her some irreparable wrong, and since she would dog him all night until she had had the interview that she evidently proposed to have, it might as well be here as anywhere. It mattered very little to him, as the Rat, that he should be observed by those in the room to get up from his table and walk over to hers. He was not being watched in the sense that anyone held surveillance over him, and in any case the conventions here in the heart of the underworld were of too elastic a character to have it cause even comment. And besides, in a few hours from now, if luck were with him, he would be through with all this, done with the miserable role of super crook, which, though it brought a new and greater peril at every move he made, was the one thing that for the present he was dependent upon for his life. He rose, crossed the room nonchalantly, and dropped as nonchalantly into the chair at the end of her table, his back to the door. She greeted him with a smile, but it was a smile of the lips only. The dark eyes under the long lashes studied him in a cold, uncompromising stare, and there was mockery in their depths. But deeper than the mockery, there was contempt and disdain. A cigarette, pulled lazily from his pocket and lighted, preserved his appearance of unconcern. In spite of himself, in spite of the fact that that contemptuous stare was his only through a damnable and abhorrent proxy, he felt suddenly ill at ease. He had never seen her as closely as this before. He had only seen her twice before, once in the dark, and once with the width of the Rat's den separating them. He had been conscious then that she was attractive, beautiful, with her clustering masses of brown hair, and the dainty poise of her head, and the pure whiteness of her full throat, but he was conscious now that beyond the mere beauty of features lay steadfastness and strength, that in the sweetness of the face there was, too, a wistfulness, do what you would to hide it, and that there was strain there, and weariness. And he was suddenly conscious, too, that he disliked the role of the Rat more than he had ever disliked it, and that the loathing in those eyes, which never left his face, was responsible for this added distaste of the fact that nature had, through some cursed and perverted sense of humor, or malevolence, seen fit to make him the counterpart of a wanton rogue, and worse still, seen fit to force upon him the enactment of that role. He could not tell her that he was not the Rat, could he? That he was Billy Kane? Would the loathing in those eyes have grown the less at that? Billy Kane, the thief, the Judas assassin, whose name was a byword throughout the length and breadth of the land at that moment, whose name was a synonym for everything that was vile and hideous and depraved. He was the Rat. Until tonight was over. After that, well, after that, who knew? Now he was the Rat, and he must play the Rat's part. She broke the silence, her voice cool and even.
I left it entirely to you as to whether you would come over to this table here or not.
I quite understood. Billy Kane forced a sarcastic smile.
You are almost too considerate."
"Am I?" she said. Her eyes flashed suddenly. "Well, perhaps you are right. I have thought sometimes that even the chance I give you is more than you deserve. I feel so strongly about it, in fact, that the only thing which prevents me from putting an end to it, and you, is that by using you to defeat the ends of your own criminal associates, a great deal of good is being done. They will trap you sometime, of course, and knowing them, you know what will happen, and I am satisfied then that as an alternative you would prefer Sing Sing in the chair. But you are clever. That is why you grasp at the chance I give you. Oh, you are extremely clever, and you believe you can continue to outwit them indefinitely. I don't think you can, though I admit your cleverness, cunning, and craft."
"You flatter me," said Billy Kane ironically.
"No," she said, her voice suddenly lowered, passionate, tense. "I hate you."
You told me that last night.
Billy Kane indolently blew a ring of cigarette smoke, sealing words.
"I am beginning to believe you. Did you follow Red Vallon in here to tell me the same thing again?"
She did not answer for a moment.
"Sometimes you make me lose my faith in God," she said, in a slow, restrained way. "It is hard to believe that a God, a just God, could have created such men as you."
Billy Kane removed his cigarette from his lips and flicked the ash away with a tap of his forefinger. He felt the color mount and tinge his cheeks. There was something, not alone in her words, but in her tone, that struck at him and hurt. The brown eyes, deep, full of implacable condemnation, burned into his. What was it that the Rat had done to her, or hers? He turned slightly away, and anger, smoldering in his soul, burst into flames. He was the Rat by proxy, and the proxy was damnable. He could not tell her he was not the Rat. He could not tell her he was Billy Kane. He must play on with his detestable role. He must play the Rat. What answer would the Rat have made to her?
"Cut that out,"
rasped Billy Kane.
"Yes," she said quietly. "I spoke impulsively. There are only two things in life that affect you: your own safety, and to be quite sure that you get all of your share out of your crimes, and, if possible, somebody else's share as well. But the latter consideration is at an end now, isn't it, Bundy? I think I have taken care of that. It's just a question of whether you can save yourself or not with those clever wits of yours. Well," she shrugged her shoulders suddenly, "you did very well last night. His life would not be worth very much if the Underworld should ever lay hands on the man in the mask. Would it, Bundy?"
He did not answer her.
"Yes, you did very well indeed," she went on calmly. "You will meet somewhere else, of course, as soon as you can find a suitable place, but you will hold no more of your secret council meetings at Jerry's for some time to come."
Billy Kane's face was impassive now. He was apparently intent only on the thin blue spiral of smoke that curled upward from the tip of his cigarette. So those meetings of that cursed directorate of crime had been held at Jerry's, had they? He had not known that.
"Suppose," suggested Billy Kane curtly, "that we come to the point. What is it that you want tonight?"
"I am coming to the point," she answered levelly. "Owing to the events of last night, your organization is in confusion. Some of the more faint-hearted of your partners have temporarily even taken to their heels. But even so, the organization's activities can hardly come to an abrupt standstill. You will perhaps remember a somewhat similar occasion once before. There are perhaps certain matters that are imperative, that cannot wait. Is that not so, Bundy? And in such an emergency it is left to, shall we call him the organization's secretary, to keep things going. Personal touch is lost with one another, but there is still a way. I know it does not matter now that Red Vallon received a written order a little while ago. I followed Red Vallon here. I think he gave that order to you."
Billy Kane looked at her for a moment, a quizzical, whimsical expression creeping into his face. She was in deadly earnest, he knew that well. And yet there was a certain sense of humor here, too, a grim humor with something of the sardonic in it, and nothing of mirth. Red Vallon's code order was quite as meaningless to him as it would be to her.
Sure,
said Billy Kane, alias the Rat, and chuckled.
sure. He gave it to me. You don't think I'd hold anything out on you, do you? Sure, he gave it to me.
He tossed the paper across the table toward her.
Help yourself. All you gotta do is ask for anything I got, and it's yours. You're as welcome as the sunshine to it.
She studied it for an instant calmly. Billy Kane, watching her narrowly, frowned slightly in a puzzled way. She appeared to be neither agitated nor confused. She raised her eyes to his, a glint half of mockery, half of menace in their brown depths.
"Did you think I did not know it was in cipher?"
she inquired coldly.
"You would hardly have been so obliging otherwise, would you? It is always in cipher under these circumstances, isn't it? Well, what is the translation?"
Red Vallon didn't tell me,
said Billy Kane complacently.
"Oh, quite probably not," she countered sharply. "It was hardly necessary, was it? But since you have decoded it yourself?"
Billy Kane shrugged his shoulders.
"I've been away so long," he said, "that I've forgotten the key."
"Really?"
She was smiling at him in derision now.
"In other words, you refuse to tell me what it is?"
"Don't you think you expect a little too much from me?"
He forced a sudden roughness into his tones.
"I haven't decoded it yet, as a matter of fact, but if I had, do you think I'm looking for trouble, to give you the chance to force me into another mess?"
She shook her head in a sort of mocking tolerance.
"Does it really matter, Bundy?" she said softly. "You are not as bright this evening as usual. I know that some crime is planned and set forth here on this paper. It really makes no vital difference to me to know beforehand specifically just what that crime is, for if it succeeds I shall know about it, and in that case I shall equally know that you did not prevent it. I think you quite understand what that means, don't you, Bundy? However," she smiled again as she opened her purse and took out a pencil, "let us put it down to a woman's insatiable curiosity, if you like, and decode it together."
Decode it? The twisted smile that came to his lips was genuine enough. He couldn't decode it. He had only one card to play, a flat and unequivocal refusal.
"Nothing doing,"
he snarled.
"Oh, yes, I think there is,"
she said softly again. He stared at her. Her pencil was flying across the paper. Who was this woman? She knew the key. Was there anything that she did not know? He watched her in a stunned way, his mind in confusion, and then he leaned forward to observe her work more closely.
"It is so simple, Bundy," she murmured caustically. "The numerals to designate the number of letters in the words, the transposition of A for B, and so on, and the words spelled backward. It is so simple, Bundy, that it is strange you should have forgotten, and forgotten that there are other secrets I have found out in that den of yours, apart from that very convenient and ingenious door."
She was working as she spoke, paying no attention to him. He made no reply, only watched her as she set down a second series of letters. A moment more, and she had written out the message in plain English. Dutchy Vetter received consignment diamonds $10,000 today from Amsterdam. Have information the Mole is laying a plant to get them tonight between 8 and 9 o'clock, and divert suspicion to someone else. Run the Mole to earth and make him cough up. She was studying the paper in her hand. Billy Kane lighted another cigarette. He was still watching her, but it was in a detached sort of way. Between 8 and 9 o'clock. Peters was rarely able to leave the Ellsworth home on his evenings off until well after 8 o'clock. Peters, therefore, would not reach his flat much before 9, and certainly was not likely to leave there again immediately. Billy Kane's mind was working in quick and seemingly unrelated snatches of thought. There was time enough to see this Vetter game through without interfering with that interview he meant to hold with Peters. It was strange that it should be Vetter. Whitie Jack had spoken of Vetter, Savnak, the violin player, and Vetter. Whitie Jack said that Savnak and Vetter spent most of their evenings together at Vetter's playing pinochle and the violin. Savnak would likely be there between 8 and 9. Upon whom was it that the so-called Mole intended to point suspicion? Here was the moral obligation again. He had fought that out last night. She, this woman here, was not the driving force. She only represented disaster from an entirely different source if he failed. If he stood aside with the foreknowledge of crime in his possession, he was as guilty as this Mole. Perhaps he had been trying to trick his own conscience in not pressing Red Vallon for explanations. Perhaps, in a measure, he had allowed the argument that he might invite Red Vallon's suspicions to act as an excuse for evading the responsibility that his foreknowledge of crime entailed. Well, that responsibility was his now, thanks to her. He had no choice. It was likely to be the man in the mask again. And she pushed the paper toward him.
"Perhaps you would like to destroy this, for safety's sake,"
she observed complacently. He took the paper mechanically and mechanically tore it up.
"I do not know the Mole personally."
She was speaking almost more to herself than to him, as though feeling her way cautiously along a tortuous mental path.
"I only know him as an exceedingly clever scoundrel, and as the head of a small but very select band of criminals. He is a sort of competitor of yours, I believe, and more than once has had the temerity to act as a thorn in the side of your own rapacious and diabolical Crime Trust. But I do know that this Vetter is an honest old man. It would be too bad."
Her voice, still low, was suddenly vibrant with a significance that there was no mistaking.
"If Vetter should lose his diamonds, wouldn't it, Bundy?"
The spiral of cigarette smoke again occupied Billy Kane. It was quite true that his mind was already made up, but for the moment he was the Rat, and the Rat would not be likely to accede to her suggestion with any overwhelming degree of complacency.
"You're a little inconsistent, aren't you?" he inquired sarcastically. "If you are so anxious to prevent the crime, why don't you warn the police?"
"You can put down my inconsistency to the frailty of my sex again, if you like," she answered quickly. "But you know quite well why. And besides, one Bundy Morgan having more at stake than the police is more likely to accomplish the task successfully. Yes, Bundy?"
"But this isn't my hunt," he protested with a snarl. "I can't stop all the crimes in the world. This isn't my crowd. I'm not responsible for the Mole. I don't know his plans. How can I put the crimp in them? The game is to let the Mole go ahead, isn't it? And then Red Vallon is to grab the chestnuts out of the Mole's pocket. Well, that's all right. But suppose I butt in, and knowing nothing about the Mole's plan, fall down and he gets away with the goods and is too sharp for Red Vallon, so that I can't even get the loot away from Red. Am I responsible?"
"I'm not unreasonable," she said, and smiled. "There is a good deal of truth in what you say. But there is a way to provide against both contingencies."
The snarl was still in his voice.
"What is it?"
he demanded.
"Steal the diamonds yourself before the Mole gets to work,"
she proposed calmly. Billy Kane's gasp was wholly genuine.
"What?"
he ejaculated.
"You've plenty of time," she said sweetly. "Vetter's isn't far from here, and it's not much more than 7:30 now. The diamonds can be returned to Vetter tomorrow. After having had them stolen once, I think Vetter could be trusted to put them somewhere where neither the Mole nor anyone else would be likely to succeed a second time."
"But I don't know where the diamonds are now."
His voice was helpless in spite of himself. She lifted her shoulders.
"Neither do I,"
she said imperturbably.
"Well, you've got your nerve,"
he burst out, and it was Billy Kane, not the Rat, who spoke. The interview, as far as she was concerned, was evidently at an end. She had resumed her frugal meal, and was picking daintily at the sandwich on her plate. Her eyebrows arched.
"I hope you've got yours," she murmured.
He stood up. He could have laughed ironically, and likewise he could have sworn. She was distractingly pretty, as she sat there, quite the mistress of herself, but her profound and utter disregard as to how the perilous project might result for him personally brought suddenly a vicious sweep of anger upon him, and abruptly, without a word, he swung from the table and made his way toward the door. But the few steps cleared his brain a little, brought things into sharper focus. After all, he had forgotten. To her he was the Rat, and the Rat, he did not question it, merited little of either mercy or consideration at her hands. At the door he looked back. She nodded to him pleasantly and smiled, not in the manner of one who might very well be sending another to his death. "Well, I'll be damned," muttered Billy Kane, and, opening the door, stepped out to the street. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The Robbery. It was not far to Vetter's place, but Billy Kane looked at his watch under a street lamp. It was later than she had said. It was 10 minutes of 8. He knew where Vetter's was. That point presented no difficulties. He could hardly have spent the months he had amongst the queer, heterogeneous lives of the East Side without knowing at least that much about so outstanding a character as the old Holland diamond merchant. But that was quite another matter from knowing where the old Hollander domiciled his diamonds. Billy Kane frowned as he went along. Well, was it necessary to steal the diamonds? That task, on the face of it, was so almost practically impossible as to render it bizarre. He had nothing to work on, no information, just the cool suggestion that he should steal the diamonds first. And under ordinary circumstances he might well be filled with dismay at the prospect of failure in view of the threat which she held over his head, though that side of it need not and did not concern him tonight. In a few hours from now he no longer expected to be the Rat. In a few hours Peters would have had his choice between losing his life and telling the truth, and under those conditions there was very little room for doubt but that Peters would have told the truth. If, however, he could meanwhile save the old Hollander from loss, he, Billy Kane, was quite ready to go to almost any length to do so. He went on at a quick pace, traversing block after block. He smiled ironically to himself as he finally turned a corner and with more caution now approached a low frame building that was bordered by a dark and narrow lane. Yes, it was bizarre enough. He could not very well inform the police himself. The Rat, and particularly Billy Kane, was not at the moment on speaking terms with the police. But was it necessary to steal the diamonds? Her idea, of course, was that then they would be absolutely safe from any attempt, or perhaps, what she feared most, physical coercion on the part of the Mole, even if Vetter were given a warning. But surely Vetter could take care of himself if he were warned. He, Billy Kane, certainly preferred that method. But even that, as an alternative, was not quite so simple as it appeared. He was still the Rat. He did not know the plan this so-called Mole had evolved, and, more vital still, he did not know how closely Red Vallon was, in turn, watching the Mole. It was 8 o'clock now, and any or all of them might already be here. If he, Billy Kane, were discovered, there would never be that little interview with Peters. The corollary was self-evident. Even for the purpose of warning the man, to reach Vetter inside the house here that he was just passing demanded the same degree of caution and secrecy on his part as though he entered for the purpose of stealing the stones himself. Also, the little shop that made the front of the building was closed and dark. Vetter's living quarters, he had heard, which was one of the eccentricities that had made the man a talked-of character on the East Side, consisted of no more than a single room, serving for every purpose, at the rear of the shop itself. He did not dare take the risk of inviting attention by rapping and bringing the old Hollander to the door. He turned, and retracing his steps, sauntered nonchalantly along, passed by the house again, and slipped into the lane. Circumstances, as he found them, alone could govern his actions. Billy Kane took stock now of the surroundings. The frame building was an old affair, and the floors therefore would be outrageously creaky. Billy Kane scowled. The prospect of creaky floors and protesting boards was not a pleasant one. And then the scowl vanished and a smile flickered across his lips. From somewhere at the back of the house there came suddenly the throbbing notes of a violin. The smile broadened. That was Savnak, doubtless, and, for the moment at least, it was the violin rather than pinochle that was engaging the two men. Personally, under the circumstances, he, Billy Kane, was very much in favor of the violin. The violin would help a good deal, if it became a question of creaky floors. He moved silently forward now, farther into the lane, keeping close to the wall in the darker shadows of the house. The old Hollander and his crony were obviously in the back room. He glanced sharply up and down the length of the building. He could see nothing. It was intensely dark. The wall of the house was blank. There were no windows opening on the lane. An expression, grimly quizzical, settled on his face. It was a queer setting for a robbery, this unpretentious, even tumble-down little shop with its back-room living quarters. But the unpretentiousness of the old Hollander's surroundings in no way argued poverty. He had known of Vetter by reputation, quite apart even from any connection with the East Side. The man had a clientele among the best in the city. He was an authority on diamonds. He dealt only in the choicest stones, and he was absolutely reliable and honest. The world of fashion had made a path to Vetter's door, not he to theirs. In this $10,000 consignment, for instance, there would probably not be more than 50 or 60 stones, not enough to make a small handful, but not one of them probably would be worth less than $100, and most of them would be worth a great deal more. Billy Kane reached the end of the building and found that a board fence, some 7 or 8 feet high, continued on down the lane, obviously enclosing the backyard of the place. The violin throbbed on. The notes came clear and sweet, entirely unmuffled now, as though from an open window. He stood there for a moment, listening. The playing was exquisite. It was some plaintive, haunting melody given life by a master touch. He remembered Whitie Jack's description of the expatriated musician. Without question, Savnak could fiddle. The man, in spite of having come a moral cropper, was, if he, Billy Kane, were any judge, little short of a genius. Glancing sharply about him once more, Billy Kane, with a lithe spring, caught the top of the fence and drew himself cautiously up until he could peer over. He hung there motionless for a moment. A few yards away from him, in a slightly diagonal direction, and between himself and the back door, was the window of the rear room, and, as he had suspected, the window was open. He could see inside, that is, in a restricted sense. A man, it was Savnak, of course, chin on his violin, standing, was swaying gently to and fro on his feet to the tempo of the music, his back to the window, and at the table, side-faced to the window, but with his back toward Billy Kane, Vetter, the old Hollander, white-haired, sat rapt in attention, staring at the violinist. Billy Kane drew himself further up and straddled the fence. The position of the two men rendered him safe from observation. The notes of the violin in a tremolo died softly away. The old Hollander dug his knuckles across his eyes, and his words, spoken in perfect English, evidently the language common to the two men of diverse nationalities, reached Billy Kane distinctly.
"You are wonderful, my old friend Savnak. It is divine. My friend, you are wonderful."
The violinist shrugged his shoulders. "Once," he said, "I could really play. Yes, I tell you, you who will believe me, that I could sway the people, that I could do with them as I would, that I—" He stopped abruptly and shrugged his shoulders again. "But what is the use of memories? Memories, they are bad. They leave a bad taste. Let us forget them. You were to show me the great purchase that arrived today."
"These."
The old Hollander took from his pocket what looked like a soft, pliable, chamois skin pocketbook, which he opened and laid on the table, disclosing a cluster of gems that, nesting on a snowy bed of wadding, sparkled and scintillated as the rays of the gas jet above the table fell upon them. And then, impulsively closing the pocketbook again, he pushed it a little away from him.
"They can wait," he said. "By and by we will look at them one by one. But they do not feed the soul, my Savnak, like your music. Play some more. They are not worth one of your notes."
"Are they not?" Savnak's voice seemed tinged with bitterness. "The soul may be well fed, Vetter, but that does not keep one often enough from tightening the belt. I think I would be fortunate to make the exchange, my gift, such as it is, for your diamonds."
"Oh, you do not mean what you say," the old Hollander replied, shaking his head reprovingly.
"I know better, but I do not like to hear you talk like that. Things are not so bad with you now. You are moody. Play some more, my friend."
"As you will."
Again Savnak shrugged his shoulders. He nestled his chin on the violin.
"It will be something gay then and lively, Vetter, to chase the blue devils away."
The notes of the violin rose again. Billy Kane began to lower himself from the fence into the backyard. His mind was made up now. Since there were two of them there, a warning surely was all that was necessary. The window was not much more than shoulder high from the ground, and he had, then, only to cross the yard and call to Vetter through the window. His appearance there would no doubt startle and alarm the old Hollander half out of his wits, but that was exactly what would cause the man to guard his diamonds all the more zealously for the rest of the night. Once warned, the two men in there between them ought certainly to be able to take care of themselves and that chamois pocketbook. Billy Kane dropped softly to the ground, straightened up, took a step forward, and stopped as though rooted to the spot. There had come a cry from Vetter. The violin broke off with a jerky, high-pitched, screaming note. Then silence. Billy Kane raised himself on tiptoes. He could just see in through the window, no more. It seemed like some picture flashed on a cinema screen, quick, instantaneous. A third man, hat drawn far over his face, was standing by the table, covering Vetter and Savnak with a revolver. The man snatched up the chamois pocketbook, reached above his head, turned out the gas, and the room and window were in blackness. It had happened with the suddenness and swiftness of a lightning flash, so quick that the brain stumbled a little in a dazed way in an effort to grasp its significance. And then Billy Kane wrenched his automatic from his pocket. The thief, when or in whatever way he had got into the house, must necessarily make his escape either by the front door or by the back door and through the yard here. If it were the latter, which seemed the more likely, he, Billy Kane, had the man at his mercy. If it were the former, the man would probably reach the street in any case before he, Billy Kane, could get over the fence and rush down the lane. Billy Kane was moving swiftly in the direction of the back door. He had to choose one way or the other. He could not attempt to guard both exits at the same time. If the man... Vetter's voice rose in a furious cry from the room.
"It is by the front, Savnak. He has gone. Quick, I hear him going out. Quick, the street. He has gone. Quick, the street."
Savnak, like a parrot in a shrill, hysterical voice, was echoing the other's words.
"Quick, chase him and shout for the police."
A chair fell over. The two men were evidently floundering their way to the door.
"Curse him for turning out the lights."
Billy Kane whirled and dashed for the fence. As he straddled the top, he saw a figure thrown into relief on the lighted street, speed past the head of the lane, and then, with a wry smile at a sudden realization of his own impotence, he dropped to the lane and, instead of running now, made his way slowly and cautiously forward, hugged close against the wall. If he ran out of the lane into the arms of Vetter and Savnak, besides hampering the pursuits by distracting their attention from the fugitive, he invited the decidedly awkward and very natural suspicion of being connected with the thief himself, and the police would be very apt to listen with their tongues in their cheeks to any explanation that the Rat might offer to account for his presence in the lane at that particular moment. And if there was any one thing that he wished to avoid tonight, it was a complication with the police that would inevitably interfere with his freedom of action during the next few hours. Came a wild cry now from both Vetter and Savnak from the front of the house, and then the two men, yelling at the top of their voices, both hatless, Savnak apparently unconscious in his excitement that he was brandishing his violin frantically in one hand and his bow in the other, tore madly down the street in pursuit of their quarry. Billy Kane slipped out to the street.
Doors of tenements and houses were beginning to open, heads were beginning to be thrust out through upper windows, the street was beginning to assume a state of pandemonium. A block down, the quarry, well in the lead of old Hollander and the violinist, leaped suddenly into a waiting automobile and vanished around the corner. Billy Kane turned away. He felt a curiously chagrined resentment against this so-called Mole that was quite apart from his angry resentment of the fact that the old Hollander had been victimized. He had expected something quite different from the Mole. Red Vallon, and she, too, had given the Mole a reputation for cleverness, craft, and cunning. But instead of having shown any cleverness, or even a shred of originality, the Mole, or his minion, had perpetrated nothing more than a bald, crude theft that any housebreaker or broken-down old lag could have pulled off with an equal lack of finesse. Well, anyway, for the moment, so far as he was concerned, the affair was at an end, and he could only await developments. It all hinged on Red Vallon now, on Red Vallon, who proposed in turn to rob the robber, on Red Vallon, who later on would keep an appointment with him, Billy Kane, in the Rat's den. As he turned a corner, Billy Kane consulted his watch. It was still early, just a trifle after 8. Too early for that interview with Peters yet. He might as well go back to Two Finger Tasker's then. It was scarcely likely that she was still there, but if she were, so much the better. She could hardly hold him responsible for failure, and in any case she would realize that there was still a chance of recovering the stones by, in turn again, outwitting Red Vallon, if the gangster had been successful. If she were not there, Two Finger Tasker's was as good a place as any in which to put in the time. He reached the dance hall and found, as he had expected, that she had already gone. He sat down at a table, ordered something from the waiter, and apparently absorbed in the dancers, who had now begun to gather, he made a sort of grimly reassuring inventory of his equipment for the night's work that still lay ahead of him. His mask, his automatic, Whitie Jack's skeleton keys were in his pockets. His lips twisted in a curious smile. The Mole, Vetter, the diamonds, the old violinist, all these seemed suddenly extraneous, incidents thrust upon him, dragged irrelevantly into his existence. They sank into inconsequential obtrusions in the face of the stake for which he was now about to play, his freedom, a clean name again, the end of this devil's tormenting masquerade, his life, or perhaps another man's life. Peters? Half an hour passed. Once more he looked at his watch. A few minutes later he consulted it again, and then, at 9:15, he rose from the table and left Two Finger Tasker's resort. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Alibi. 20 minutes later, having satisfied himself that the immediate neighborhood was free of passers-by for the moment, and that he had not been observed, he tried the street door of the tenement that had been the subject of Whitie Jack's earlier investigations. The door was unlocked, and he stepped silently into the vestibule and closed the door softly behind him. He stood for a moment listening and taking critical note of his surroundings. A single incandescent burning here in the lower hall supplied ample illumination. The stairs were directly in front of him, and on the right of the hallway. There was a closed door also on the right and just at the foot of the stairs, and from behind this there came the murmur of voices. There was no other sound. He moved quietly forward, mounted the stairs, gained the landing, and with more caution now turned back along the hall, making for the door on the right. Peters' door, according to Whitie Jack, that, if in the same relative location as the one below, would be at the foot of the next flight of stairs. A faint light came up through the stairwell, but the end of the hall itself, beyond the second flight of stairs, was in blackness. He nodded grimly in satisfaction. He would not need any light to find Peters' door. His lips pressed hard together. He had reached the door now, and now he crouched against it, his ear to the panel. He listened intently. A sudden doubt came and tormented him and obsessed him. What if by any chance Peters had someone with him? A bead of moisture oozed out on his forehead, and he brushed it hurriedly away. He was not so callous now. Behind that door lay literally life and death. Behind that door, if it proved necessary, he meant to take a man's life, a miserable life, it was true, a murderer's life, a life that had no claim to mercy, but still a man's life. Had he ever laid claim to being callous? But that did not mean that his resolution was being undermined. The issue tonight was clearly defined, ultimate, final, and he had accepted that issue, and he would see it through. His lips relaxed a little in a smile of self-mockery. Well, suppose Peters were not alone. He, Billy Kane, had only to wait until the visitor conjured up by his doubts had gone. He steadied himself with a mental effort. His nerves were getting a little too high-strung. To begin with, there wasn't anybody in there with Peters. He would have heard voices if there had been, and he had heard none. He glanced around him now, but the act was wholly one of exaggerated caution. Here at the end of the hall he could see nothing. Opposite him was probably the door of the other apartment on this floor that Whitie Jack had said was unoccupied. There was no fear of interruption. He took his automatic from his pocket, tried the door cautiously, and, finding it locked, knocked softly with his knuckles on the panel. There was no response. He knocked again a little louder, more insistently. There was still no response. Billy Kane was gnawing at his under lip now. Not only had Peters no visitor, but even Peters himself was not there. Out of the darkness it seemed as though a horde of mocking devils were suddenly jeering at him in unholy glee. He had somehow been very sure that everything tonight would go as he had planned, and instead there had been nothing so far but stark futility. But the night had not ended yet. He thrust the automatic abruptly back into his pocket. There was still time for Peters to come. It was only a little after 9, and Peters would have a visitor after all, a visitor waiting there inside that room for him. Billy Kane drew Whitie Jack's bunch of skeleton keys from his pocket, and, crouching now low down in front of the door, inserted one of the keys in the lock. It would not work. He tried another, with the same result. He was not an adept at lock-picking as yet. He grinned without mirth at the mental reservation, and suddenly drew back from the door, retreating into the deeper blackness at the end of the hall. Here was Peters now, and Peters would have much less trouble in opening the door. Footsteps were ascending the stairs. A figure, in the murky light from the stairwell, gained the landing and came forward along the hall. Billy Kane's sudden smile held little of humor. It was not Peters. It was Whitie Jack's tenant of the 3rd floor, Savnak, the old violin player, hugging his violin case under his arm, and, as he came into the shadows, feeling out with his other hand for the banisters of the 2nd flight of stairs. 15 feet away, flattened against the wall, himself secure from observation in the darkness, Billy Kane, in a sort of grim philosophical resignation, watched what was now little more than a shadowy outline, as the other went on up the stairs to the 3rd floor. A door above slammed shut. Billy Kane returned to Peters' door. Again he tried a key, and still another, until, with a low-breathed ejaculation of satisfaction, he finally unlocked the door. He exchanged the keys for his automatic once more, and once more, his hand on the doorknob, he held tense and motionless, listening. From below there came again the sound of footsteps on the stairs. It was Peters at last, probably. But if it was Peters, Peters was not alone. The footsteps of 2 men were on the stairs. Futility again. The door was unlocked, but it availed him nothing at all now. He had meant to go in and wait for Peters, but it would be a fool play from any angle to go in there now if Peters had anybody with him. Nor was there time to lock the door again. He had returned the bunch of keys to his pocket, and it would take a moment to sort out the right one, and there was not that moment to spare. The footsteps were already on the landing. Billy Kane drew back once more, silently and swiftly, to the front of the hall. He was tight-lipped now. It seemed as though every turn of the luck had gone against him. Peters was certain to notice that the door was unlocked. What effect would that have on Peters? What would the man do? And Billy Kane was staring down the hall in a numbed, dazed way. Two men had come into the radius of light from the stairwell, and were moving quickly along the hall in his direction. He brushed his hand across his eyes. That little horde of devils were at their jeers of unholy mirth again. Peters? There was no such man as Peters. Peters was a myth. The whole cursed night was a series of damnable hallucinations. This wasn't Peters. It was Red Vallon and Birdie Rose. Out of the darkness he watched them, his mind fogged. What were they doing here? Why had they become suddenly so quiet and stealthy as they went up that second flight of stairs, where Savnak had gone? Savnak, Vetter, the diamonds, Red Vallon. He remembered the tribute paid to the Mole's cleverness, a tribute that in his estimation as an eyewitness to the theft had come far from being borne out in practice. Was there something that he had not seen, something behind that bald, crude scene which he had witnessed? His brain was stumbling on, groping, striving for understanding. He remembered the code message. The Mole was to divert suspicion to someone else. Had the Mole in some way outwitted Red Vallon? Birdie Rose and Red Vallon obviously believed that the old violinist had the diamonds. There was no other possible explanation to account for their presence here hard on Savnak's trail. And if that were so, it would go hard with Savnak, very hard indeed, when, believing Savnak was lying, Red Vallon failed to secure the stones. Red Vallon was not a man to trifle with. Red Vallon was perhaps the most dangerous and unscrupulous gangster in New York, and Billy Kane was creeping forward and mounting the stairs, step by step, with infinite caution. They had disappeared now into Savnak's room, presumably. He had no choice, had he? The manhandling they would give Savnak would be little short of murder. Murder! His lips tightened. There was to have been murder in that room below there, wasn't there? But that was different. One man was guilty, the other innocent. Much as it meant to him to settle with Peters, he had no choice but to let that go tonight now, if necessary, to let it go, if necessary, until tomorrow, or until he could formulate some other plan, for it was not likely that he could frustrate Red Vallon now, and still be left quietly to return to a reckoning with Peters. His fingers closed in a sudden spasmodic clutch over the stock of his automatic. He had passed Peters' door, and left it unlocked, and Peters might come in the meantime. Well, it didn't matter now. His own luck was out. The night had done nothing but toss him hither and thither like a shuttlecock in mockery and sport. And at the last, fate had played him this most scurvy trick of all. He could not stand aside and see an innocent man left to the mercy of a devil like Red Vallon, and so, instead of playing Billy Kane to Peters, he was playing the man in the mask to Red Vallon and Birdie Rose. And that jeering horde of imps out in the darkness were shrieking in his ears again. He slid his mask over his face. He had reached the door over Peters' flat, which Whitie Jack had described as Savnak's. Red Vallon had failed to close it tightly behind him, perhaps unwilling to risk the chance of any additional sound. It was slightly ajar. A dull glow of light, as though from an inner room, seeped through the aperture. Came a sharp, startled exclamation, and then Red Vallon's voice, snarling viciously: "Come on! Come across! And come quick!" Billy Kane pushed the door open inch by inch, and suddenly slipped into the room. He was quite safe, providing he made no noise that would betray his presence. Across from him, at an angle that kept him out of the line of sight, was the open door of what was obviously the front room of the apartment. Savnak had evidently been flung violently down into a chair. Birdie Rose's fingers were crooked, claw-like, within an inch of the violinist's throat, and Red Vallon, leaning on a table in front of the two, was leering at Savnak in ugly menace. Savnak was speaking, low and earnestly, but Billy Kane could not catch the man's words. Red Vallon interrupted the other with scant ceremony. "Can that!" he snarled. "It don't go.
That stagehand of yours ain't got the goods. You got 'em. We're wise to your game. We know you, Birdie and me, and you know we know it. How long you been cultivating that old Dutchman and waiting for something worthwhile like tonight to break loose? Pinochle and a violin. Ha! Pretty nifty, that violin stunt. It helped us a lot. We got in the same as that boob of yours did, while you was making enough noise fiddling to let an army in without being heard. Sure, you got a tricky nut on your shoulders, all right. It's too bad, though. You don't know enough not to stack up against a better crowd. And the guy turned out the gas to help him in his getaway, did he? Yes, he did. Like hell, that's where he slipped you the sparklers, old bucko. Well, we've got your number, ain't we? We hung around after that to give you a chance to finish out the play. We're with you there. Nothing suits us better than to have the police chasing some guy they don't know, and they ain't got the white ones anyhow. Come on now, come across.
Billy Kane, like a man bewildered, mentally stunned, stood there motionless. A sing-song refrain repeated itself crazily over and over in his brain. Savnak was the Mole. Savnak was the Mole. He lifted his hand and swept it across his eyes. Savnak's face in that room was working in a sort of livid fury. Yes, of course, Savnak was the Mole. It was quite clear now, quite plain, and the Mole was not lacking quite so much after all in craft and cunning. So Red Vallon had been in Vetter's too, and he? There came a sudden grim set to Billy Kane's lips. Well, at least the diamonds were here now. Savnak was speaking again.
Who put you wise to this?
He demanded sullenly. I don't know, said the gangster indifferently. I got orders, that's all. Maybe some of our crowd piped you off making your play with Dutchy during the last month, and figured 2 and 2 made 23 for you. Or maybe one of your own bunch whispered out loud. I don't know. Are you coming across without getting hurt, or aren't you? Billy Kane was moving softly toward the inner door. Savnak had apparently regained his composure. He looked from one to another of his captors and forced a smile.
Look here, he said ingratiatingly. We're all in this, so suppose we play fair. I'm willing to split.
Huh, do you hear that, Birdie? Jeered Red Vallon with a nasty laugh. He wants a split. Well, give him one. Maybe it'll help him to get a move on. Twist his pipes a little more. That's the sort of split he won't argue over.
Birdie Rose's 2 hands closed with a quick, ugly jerk on Savnak's throat. There was a gurgling cry.
Wait!
Savnak choked out.
Wait! It's all right, boys.
He rubbed his throat as Birdie Rose released him.
I know when I'm beaten.
He shrugged his shoulders in a sort of philosophically fantastic way, and reaching into his inside coat pocket, threw Vetter's chamois pocketbook down on the table.
That's the stuff,
grunted Red Vallon maliciously.
But seeing it's you, we'll just take a look at it and make sure you're honest.
He picked up the pocketbook, opened it, nodded, and chuckled over the gleaming array of diamonds, and closed the pocketbook again.
Well, I guess that'll be all for tonight, Mr. Savnak, and...
His words ended in a sudden gasp. Billy Kane was standing in the doorway, his automatic covering the men.
Don't move, please, any of you.
Billy Kane's voice, gruffly unrecognizable, was facetiously debonair. Birdie Rose's face had gone a pasty white. Savnak, hunched in his chair, stared helplessly. Red Vallon, his jaw dropped, still holding the pocketbook, found his voice.
The man in the mask,
he mumbled. I was a little late for the tombola myself at Vetter's tonight, said Billy Kane coolly. I understand you were all there. I only got as far as the backyard when the gathering broke up, and I was a little disappointed because I had a hunch that I held the winning number. However, if you, there with the pocketbook, whatever your name is, will just toss the prize over here, I'm willing to overlook any slight irregularity there might have been in the drawing. Red Vallon did not answer. The muzzle of Billy Kane's automatic lifted to a level with the gangster's eyes. Did you hear me? The facetiousness was gone from Billy Kane now. His voice rasped suddenly.
Toss it over.
With an oath, Red Vallon flung the pocketbook over the table. Billy Kane caught it deftly with his left hand.
"Thank you," said Billy Kane politely. He tucked the chamois case into his pocket and reached for the doorknob. "I think that is all, gentlemen," he said softly, "except to wish you good night." In a flash he had shut the door upon them, and turning was running across the outer room. But Red Vallon, too, was quick. Before Billy Kane reached the door leading into the hall, he heard the window of the front room flung up, and Red Vallon's voice. "Quick, boys, come in! The man in the mask! Head him off! Jump for it! He's going downstairs!" Billy Kane's jaws clamped hard as he swung through the door to the head of the stairs. It was true. He remembered that Red Vallon had said he had some of his gang with him. He could hear them now. They were running into the lower hall, and though he was taking the stairs 3 and 4 at a time, they would meet on the lower staircase if he kept on. His escape was cut off. There was only one chance. Peters' door. It was unlocked. Peters' door, before Red Vallon above opened the door of Savnak's flat and saw him. It had been a matter of seconds, no more, but seconds that had seemed of interminable duration. He was at the foot of the stairs now. Came the pounding of approaching feet from below. Red Vallon, whether because he had not had time or because he was wary of a trap, had not opened the door into the hall above yet. Billy Kane, cautious of any sound, slipped through the door into Peters' flat, half drew back in sudden dismay, then grimly closed the door behind him softly, and working with desperate haste now, and still silently, took out his skeleton keys and locked it. He turned, then, with his automatic flung out in front of him, and faced the door that opened on his left. He knew it, of course, but he had been too late to turn back. He was doubly trapped. His lips, thinned, curved into a bitter smile. If there was any murder to be done in this flat tonight, it was likely now to be his own, not Peters'. There was a light in that room. Peters must have come in while he, Billy Kane, was upstairs. He was between two fires. A cry, any alarm given by Peters, would bring Red Vallon and his blood-fanged pack bursting through that door behind him. Was Peters deaf? True, he, Billy Kane, had slipped in as silently through that door as he could, and had locked it silently as he could, but he must have made some noise. Feet raced by in the hall and went thumping up the stairs. It was strange that Peters had not heard him. It was stranger still that Peters did not hear the commotion now that Red Vallon's pack was making. Billy Kane moved forward stealthily until he could see into the lighted room, and stood suddenly still. He felt the blood leave his face. He lifted his hand to his eyes in a queer, jerky, horrified motion, and then, with a low cry, he ran forward into the other room. The place was in confusion. It was a bedroom, and bureau drawers had been wrenched out and thrown around. Every possible receptacle that might have concealed the smallest object had been ransacked and looted, and the contents strewn in wild disorder everywhere about. And on the floor a man lay sprawled, dead, murdered. A brutal wound in the side of his head from a blow that had apparently fractured his skull. He knelt for a moment over the man. It was Peters. He rose then, and stood there, fighting to rouse his brain from blunted torpor, to force it to resume its normal functions. Peters had been lying here dead, all the time that he, Billy Kane, had been waiting outside there in the hall. It must have taken quite a little while to have accomplished this murder and ransacked the room. Peters, therefore, must have left the Ellsworth house earlier than usual, since the murderer, allowing for the length of time he would have required for his work, must have completed it and made his escape before he, Billy Kane, had arrived here at 9 o'clock. It was very strange, horribly strange, to find Peters murdered. Who was it? Who had done it? Who was it other than himself who could have had any motive? What did it mean? What was it that Peters had had here that had been the object of such a frantic search? Billy Kane drew his breath in suddenly, sharply. What could it be save one thing? The Ellsworth rubies. That's what it was, wasn't it? Rubies. A sound from somewhere out in the hall brought surging back upon him a realization of his own imminent peril. There must be some way out. He must find a way. If he knew Red Vallon at all, he knew that he, Billy Kane, would never leave by the door. Well, a fire escape then, perhaps. Quick now, every faculty alert, he ran noiselessly from room to room and from window to window. He returned a moment later to the hall door, his face a little harder set and strained.
There was no escape by the windows. There was nothing, except an increasing sound of disturbance that seemed to be affecting all parts of the house. Nothing save Red Vallon's voice just outside the door, talking evidently to some of his men.
He ain't got out, and he ain't going to get out till we've searched every flat in this place. He's most likely on this floor, and Birdie and me'll tackle this door here first. But you go down there and tell those people below to shut up their row, and some of you look through their rooms. Beat it!"
Footsteps scurried away. The doorknob was tried. Billy Kane's lips were in a thin line. There was no physical way of escape. Was there a way of wits? His wits against Red Vallon's? He stood there motionless, a queer, grim look creeping into his face as the door now was shaken violently. And then, suddenly, he jerked his mask from his face and thrust it into his pocket. Yes, there was a way, but a way that held something of ghastly, abysmal irony in it. He could prove an alibi. He had a witness to it. The door quivered, but held under a crashing blow. Then Red Vallon's growling voice: "Get out of the road, Birdie, and let me at it. I'll bust it in." And then Billy Kane spoke. "Is that you, Red?" he demanded harshly. There was a surprised gasp from the hall without, a second's tense silence, and then Red Vallon's voice again, heavy with perplexity and amazement.
"Who in hell are you?"
Billy Kane unlocked the door, flung it open, and stepped back. The hall had been lighted now, evidently to facilitate Red Vallon's search, and the light fell full upon Billy Kane through the doorway.
"The Rat!"
The gangster's little red-rimmed eyes blinked helplessly, then suddenly narrowed.
"What are you doing here?"
"You fool!" snarled Billy Kane angrily. "I thought I recognized your voice. You gave me a scare. What are you doing here? What's all this cursed noise about?"
"What's it about?"
repeated Red Vallon mechanically. He spoke automatically, as though through force of habit at the Rat's command.
"The Mole lives upstairs. He got those diamonds from Vedder when Birdie and me took 'em from him, and not 5 minutes ago that blasted man in the mask turned the trick on us, and—"
His voice changed with a jerk and became suddenly truculent.
"It's damn funny where he got to."
"Come in here, both of you," ordered Billy Kane peremptorily. "Come in here and shut the door. Now," as they obeyed him. "That's the story, is it, Red? Well, listen to mine." His voice grew raucous, menacing, unpleasant. "This is the second time tonight you've run afoul of my plans with your infernal diamonds and your piker hunts, and if trouble comes from this, look out for yourself. 5 minutes ago, you said. Well, I wish he'd beaned you while he was at it. You've put an hour's work of mine to the bad. How long do you think this disturbance is going on before the police butt in? Take a look at that room, there." The two men took a step forward and shrank suddenly back. Birdie Rose's face had gone gray. He looked wildly at Billy Kane.
"My God!"
whispered Red Vallon. "I said something to you tonight about needing an object lesson, so that it would sink into you that when I said the limit, I meant it," said Billy Kane evenly. "Well, you've got it now. Do you know who that man is?" Red Vallon shook his head. Birdie Rose was nervously plucking at a package of cigarette papers that he had drawn from his pocket. "His name is Peters," said Billy Kane curtly. "Peters was the butler at Ellsworth's. Jackson's pal. Get me? I found this." The ruby from his vest pocket was lying now in the open palm of Billy Kane's hand. "Do you understand what limit means now, Red? I found this. He wouldn't talk. And so—" Billy Kane shrugged his shoulders coolly, and his hand jerked forward, pointing to the disordered room. "I hadn't found any more of them when you messed it up with your noise." Red Vallon circled his lips with his tongue.
"Let's get out of here,"
he said hoarsely. "We'll have to now, thanks to you," snapped Billy Kane shortly. "That's the only room that's been searched, and you've queered any chance of doing anything more now." He whirled impetuously on Red Vallon and shook his fist in the gangster's face. "You see what you've done. Even if the police haven't got wise to the row, those people in the apartment downstairs will call them in the minute they get a chance. Yes, we've got to beat it. You and your diamonds are likely to give us a ride by the juice route up in that little armchair in Sing Sing. If your man gets away, it's a small matter now. Anybody that's caught here will have to stand for—"
This. You go first, Birdie, and call the crowd off and scatter the minute you're outside the house. I don't want it published in the papers that I was with Peters in his expiring moments. Tumble, I can trust you too, because—" Billy Kane's smile was unhappy. "If anything leaks, I'll know where it leaked from. Get the idea? Now beat it, Birdie. We'll give you a couple of minutes ahead of us." The man went out. Billy Kane walked coolly to the door, took the skeleton key from the inside of the lock, and fitted it again to the outside. "Come on, Red," he said. He locked the door and put the bunch of keys in his pocket. It was comparatively quiet in the house now. A door of one of the lower apartments opened cautiously, but closed instantly again as Billy Kane, with the gangster beside him, went down the stairs. In another moment they were out on the street and had turned the first corner. The gangster was muttering to himself. "There's Birdie and me, but Savnak won't dare let a peep out of him, 'cause he was in on the diamond pinch himself. I'll get that guy with the mask yet if I swing for it. Spilled every blasted bean in the bag. That's me." His voice took on a sudden half-cringing, half-deferential tone. "It wasn't my fault, Bundy, honest. You know that. You ain't sore, are you, Bundy?" Billy Kane pushed his hat to the back of his head. The night air was cool, even crisp, but his hatband was wringing wet. He brushed his damp hair back from his forehead. It was strange that he should have murdered Peters after all. He answered gruffly. "Forget it," said Billy Kane. Alias The Rat. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. 24 hours later. From above, faintly through the flooring, came the tap-tap, tap-tap of the old Italian cobbler's hammer. Billy Kane, from his hands and knees, straightened up, easing his body from the discomfort of his cramped position, and as he listened he toyed now with the steel jimmy, commandeered from Whitie Jack, that was in his hand. He had been even more assiduous in his own tapping, at least for the last hour or more, than was the old fellow above there. The old fellow seemed to work all day and all night. It was night now, or rather evening. If there was any sound heard from the street, it would be attributed to the old cobbler, of course, which was just as well. The murky light from the single incandescent across the room threw the sparse furnishings of the Rat's den into uncouth shadows on the walls, and threw his own shadow into a grotesque, shapeless blotch upon the floor. From the street level, down through the cellar-like stairway to this underground abode, seeping in through the closed door, came the muffled roll of traffic, and a footstep now and then on the pavement like the echo of some sound that was detached, far distant. He resumed his work, tapping with infinite pains with the butt of his steel jimmy on board after board of the flooring. And now this board or that seemed to give back a more resonant sound than its fellows, and he tapped it again, and still again, only to shake his head finally and pass on to the next board. There were other secrets in this crime hole besides that ingenious door and its tunnel to the shed and lane behind. Secrets that she had plainly stated existed, and had as plainly stated were no secrets to her. Secrets that she wielded in such a manner as to complicate a situation that was already one of extreme peril and desperate enough. They were the Rat's secrets, and for the moment he was the Rat, and self-preservation made the possession of those secrets vitally essential to him. The net seemed to be drawing closer around him. At moments it seemed to be strangling him. He had built so heavily on Peters, and Peters was dead. And he, Billy Kane, was still the Rat. It was difficult enough to carry out the role as it was. But if the Rat should unexpectedly return, where was the Rat? If he could glean a hint of when the Rat might probably return, or of the Rat's whereabouts, surely those secrets hidden here somewhere would answer, in a measure at least, those questions. Or if not, then the fuller and more intimate knowledge they must give him of the Rat would make his assumed role more secure,
safer as long as he was forced to play it, since they would place in his hands the trumps that would enable him to preserve this character he had usurped as he came more and more into direct contact with that malignant crime trust of which the legitimate Rat was obviously one of the leading spirits. And she, that strange mysterious being whom he had come to call the Woman in Black, whose hatred, a hatred that was boundless, more bitter, more deliberate, more merciless than it seemed any human could hold for another, he had acquired through this abhorrent proxy that fate had thrust upon him. Surely these things hidden here, if he could but find them, must too, in a measure at least, explain what lay between her and the devil in human guise whose part he, Billy Kane, was compelled to play. He worked on, his ear attuned to the sound as the steel jimmy tapped the flooring, his mind feverishly, insistently active. He had counted on forcing the truth from Peters last night. Instead, he had found the old butler murdered, and had only managed to escape destruction himself at the hands of Red Vallon and the Underworld through a spurious alibi that was in itself a ghastly thing. He, as the Rat, stood now the self-confessed murderer of Peters. Yes, the net seemed to be drawing its strands so tightly about him sometimes that they strangled him, and strangled his soul, and made his courage falter. Peters was dead, murdered, and to have made the man talk he would have gone the limit himself. He had meant to wring the truth from Peters' lips at any cost, but a dead man couldn't talk. It was not warm in the room, nor was he overheated by his exertions, but Billy Kane, with the back of his hand, swept away a bead of moisture that had oozed out upon his forehead. Who was it who had murdered Peters, and why? His brain had wrestled with that problem since last night. There seemed to be but one answer, one solution. Peters' connection with the Ellsworth murder, the search that had been made in Peters' bedroom, and carried no further than that single room, indicating that what had been sought had been found, seemed to be proof positive that the author of the crime was at least conversant with the details of David Ellsworth's murder, if he were not, indeed, as seemed even more likely, one of those who had actually participated in that murder himself. And with this as a premise, the motive behind Peters' murder was apparently clear enough. Nearly $15,000 and a fortune in rubies had been taken from the steel vault in the Ellsworth home. Peters might have been the temporary custodian, in whole or in part, of the proceeds of the robbery, or he might only have been in possession of his share. In either case, it was enough to account for his having been double-crossed and murdered by one of his own accomplices, or else by someone sufficiently well informed about the Ellsworth murder to know that Peters had at least a tempting enough portion of the goods in his flat to make a visit there very much worth while. Billy Kane smiled a little grimly now, as, moving forward, he pushed the bed to one side in order to continue his examination of the flooring. That had been his solution, but, strangely enough, the newspapers for once had had no solution to offer. The known presence of so many men, when Red Vallon's gang had invaded the house, indicated quite clearly, the papers said, that it was the work of an organized band. But apart from that, they were frankly mystified. But because Peters had been the butler of David Ellsworth, and had been murdered just 3 nights after his master had been murdered, the morning papers had flung clamorous headlines across their front pages, and had filled their columns with every detail that had even the remotest bearing upon the affair. They, however, scarcely hinted at even a possible connection between the two crimes, for the simple reason that Peters had obviously been attacked by a gang, whereas in the case of David Ellsworth, they knew that the old millionaire had been done to death by his private secretary, Billy Kane. He had read the papers, all of them, but out of the welter of words there had been only one thing that had possessed any value for him in the shape of information, and even that had been of a negative character. Some reporter had unearthed the fact that a stranger, whose description answered in a general way to Whitie Jack, had been seen loitering around the neighborhood of Peters' apartment during a good part of the previous day. The description was not accurate enough to identify Whitie Jack positively, but as Whitie Jack had been there, and there on his Billy Kane's instructions, he had immediately sent the man away that morning, and had told him to keep under cover
until further orders. The steel jimmy tapped with persistent inquisitiveness along another board. Billy Kane's lips were tight now. Peter's death had seemed at first to have robbed him of all he had been building upon, and during the hours alone here in this den last night, facing what looked like the ruin of the final chance and hope of establishing his own innocence, of clearing his own name, of bringing to justice the wantons who had struck down old David Ellsworth, he had known those bitterest of hours, where the will weakens and courage seems a useless thing and a mockery. But he had fought through those hours, and the morning had brought its reward. Peter's murder had broken the thread of evidence, but equally, it seemed, after all, it had knitted it together again. There was the man with the crutch. His lips relaxed a little in an ironical smile. The papers had overlooked the man with the crutch. It was Red Vallon who, all unconsciously, had joined together the broken thread. The gangster had come here to the den that noon. There had been a marked increase of deference in the man's attitude and manner, a sort of unholy admiration, awe, respect, and fear. The man, hardened though he was himself, was still visibly affected by the fact that he stood in the presence of the Rat, alias Bundy Morgan, who, as he believed, had coolly and imperturbably given gruesome evidence that, to gain his ends, he would neither hesitate nor stop at murder. Red Vallon had not forgotten, and was not likely to forget, his object lesson. Red Vallon had told his story furtively, leaning across the table, talking in a guarded whisper. He had got it straight enough from one of his own men, who the police in turn believed was one of their good stool pigeons. Shortly before the confusion incident to the exit of Red Vallon's men on the previous night, the exact hour not positively established, a man with a crutch and carrying a small handbag was known to have crept cautiously out of the apartment house where Peters had his flat. After that, the man had disappeared. "The police have elected the cripple as the guy that waltzed off with the swag while the rest of the bunch made a noise to smear up his tracks," Red Vallon had said with a malicious grin. "What's the matter with pushing a good thing along, Bundy? What's the matter with pushing out a few feelers and trying to spot this Crutch gazabo? The Pippin's the one that put me wise, and the Pippin can make good nosing him out if anyone can." There had come upon Billy Kane an overwhelming surge of relief. More than anything else on earth that he had suddenly wanted at that moment was the man with the crutch. "Yes," he had answered gruffly, afraid almost to trust his voice. "Sure," Red Vallon had responded. "I thought you'd be strong for it. Maybe it won't last long, 'cause the guy ought to be able to clear himself unless we can hitch it onto him for keeps. But there's nothing like heaving a little dirt in the eyes of the bulls and shooting them off on the wrong lay. It'll keep them guessing for a while anyhow. You leave it to me, Bundy. I owe you something for queering your game last night, though I guess there wasn't any more of them rubies there beside the one you found. For the Pippin says the bulls didn't get anything, and I owe you something for the lemon I handed you so far as falling down on spotting the ruby collection in any of the speakeasy joints. But I won't fall down here. You leave it to me. I'll pull some slick stuff this time." The steel jimmy tapped on. Billy Kane's face was set. The man with the crutch. Was there any doubt but that the man with the crutch was not only Peter's murderer, but, more vital still, one who, in Peter's stead now, embodied the clue to the hell-hatched plot that had cost David Ellsworth his life, and had craftily woven the evidence of murder around him, Billy Kane, the man with the crutch? If only Red Vallon and the Pippin did not fail, then— The steel jimmy almost perfunctorily tapped over the same board again, and then Billy Kane suddenly bent lower, his ear close to the floor. He tapped once more. There was no doubt of it. The sound was unquestionably and distinctly hollow. He felt his pulse quicken. Off and on during the day he had covered almost the entire flooring of the room. He had started with the flooring. Only the flooring and the walls could contain any hidden recess. He had not touched the walls yet, and it might not be necessary now. He was examining the board critically. It was a short board, rough and uneven, about 10 inches wide, that ran to the edge of the wall.
There seemed to be no sign of any secret spring, either on the adjacent flooring or on the wall, nor did the board itself appear to be in any way loose, or show any evidence of ever having been removed before. He frowned as he tapped it again, and found that quite as unmistakably as before, the hollow sound came back to him, and then, inserting the point of the jimmy in the joint at the end of the board, he gave the board a sharp wrench. It came away readily, but with it came a weary smile to Billy Kane's lips. Nothing. The underflooring had rotted away, which accounted for the hollow sound, and he was rewarded with nothing more than a hole bounded both in depth and width by the floor joists which rested on the ground. Half angry, half ironically amused, he reached forward to replace the board, and straightening up suddenly, listened. Someone was coming down the steps from the street. In an instant he had the board and bed back in place and the steel jimmy in his pocket. And now a cigarette was drooping languidly from his lips as, in answer to a low knock, he crossed the room and halted in front of the door. "Who's there?" he demanded.
It's the Cadger,
A voice answered. Billy Kane opened the door. The Cadger, unknown to him personally, was known to him by reputation. As one of those details vital to the preservation of the role he played, he had stored up in his memory during the past few days the name of everyone connected with the Crime Trust that he had heard mentioned either by Red Vallon or others. The Cadger was one of the lesser breed, a stagehand in the expressive vernacular of the underworld. The Cadger, a shriveled, unkempt figure, his coat collar turned up over a collarless shirt, an aggressively checkered peaked cap pulled down over his eyes, thrust an envelope unceremoniously into Billy Kane's hand.
This is for you, Spundy,
he said hurriedly, already turning and making his way up the steps to the street again.
See yous later. I gotta go to Gannett's joint for his kit.
Billy Kane closed the door and locked it. He had not heard from Red Vallon since noon, nothing in reference to the Pippin's quest for the man with the crutch. He tore the envelope open eagerly, the thought uppermost in his mind that this was a message from Red Vallon now, and then, staring at the sheet of paper which he had extracted from the envelope, he dropped, suddenly tight-lipped, into the chair by the table under the light. It wasn't from Red Vallon. It was a message like the one Red Vallon had showed him the night before, a message in the Crime Trust cipher. He turned instinctively in his chair, glancing toward the secret door at the rear of the room, as though he half expected to see it open, and see that slim little figure in black enter, as though he half expected to hear her cool, softly modulated voice that veiled, even as did the clear ripple in her laugh, menace and contempt. And then he laughed aloud in a short, hard way. A fool! Was he? Well, she had come in through that door before, hadn't she, when something was in the wind? His eyes reverted to the sheet of paper. He knew what it was. The headquarters of the Crime Trust had been broken up, and some of the leaders had even taken to cover since the night Karlin had been arrested by the police. But all the cogs in that Machiavellian machinery had not stopped, and plans formulated and set in motion in the past were still to be carried to their ultimate conclusions as they matured day by day. There was not the slightest doubt but that this was one of the devil's schemes. Red Vallon, or was it the owner of those great, dark, steady eyes, had said enough to make him understand that when temporarily scattered, temporarily wary of the police, some unhallowed managing director carried on their work and communicated with the different members of the gang by means of these cipher messages. And now, as he stared at the missive in his hand, angry flush rose slowly to his cheeks, and he half made as though to tear the paper into shreds. God knew he had enough to do to keep his own life in his own body without this. There was scarcely a moment of the day or night when he was not battling with all the wits he possessed to save himself from discovery, from the police as Billy Kane, from the underworld as a spurious rat, and his brain was already sick and tormented beyond endurance with the struggle. Why then should he decipher this? If he did, he could not sit idly by and, in the possession of the details of some proposed crime, permit that crime to be enacted. It was the moral obligation flung in his face again, just as it had been on the night he had trapped Karlin, just as it had been last night when he had snatched Vetter's diamonds from Red Vallon's maw and not through any threat of hers held over his head, as she so thoroughly believed. She wasn't here now, was she? He laid the paper down upon the table and smoothed it out. Tear it up? His short laugh was a jeer flung at himself. Certainly he could tear it up, and he would know nothing about it, except that he had shirked and turned his back like a coward upon the responsibility that was already his. He could read the cipher if he wanted to. He had seen her work one out the night before. I thought I'd settled this sort of thing with myself before, he muttered grimly, and taking a pencil from his pocket, he began to work out the cipher. It took some time, perhaps 20 minutes. And then he was studying a second sheet of paper upon which he had written the decoded message. The Cadger and Gannet will report to you at 9 o'clock. The 9th Street house will be empty. Dayler and servants out this evening. Secure sealed manila envelope in wall safe left of mantel in library. Combination 2 right, 18, 1 left, 8. 1 right, 28. Police on trail tomorrow. The Cadger's "see yous later" then was to be taken literally, and not, as he had supposed, as simply a common and slang expression of adieu. Billy Kane looked at his watch. It was not quite 8 o'clock. There was an hour then before the Cadger and this Gannet, another of the Cadger's ilk, would report here ready to follow his leadership in a burglarious raid. Billy Kane stood up, and in a sort of mechanical and reassuring inventory, his hands felt over the outside of his pockets, over the skeleton keys they contained, the steel jimmy, the flashlight, the automatic, and the soft, slight bulge made by the neatly folded mask, and, too, over another bulge that was made by a certain chamois pocketbook. This latter brought a frown. He had not found a way yet to return Vetter's diamonds. It wasn't so easy a thing to do when, if the Rat's hand showed in the matter, it was certain destruction for the Rat, alias Bundy Morgan, and for the moment alias Billy Kane. But Vetter and Vetter's diamonds were extraneous things just now, weren't they? He extinguished the light, crossed to the door, unlocked it, stepped out, locked the door behind him, made his way up the steps, and started briskly off along the street. He did not know what the contents of that manila envelope were, nor who Dayler was, nor the Crime Trust's motive. He was supposed to know all that. He knew only that there was some devil's scheme on foot that would be worthy of the Crime Trust in its scope and proportions. And the Crime Trust did not interest itself in little things. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Man with the Crutch. Billy Kane smiled with grim irony as he walked rapidly down the block. She was not here tonight, with her cool, contemptuous voice bidding him to do this thing. It was evident, therefore, that she was not quite as infallible as she apparently believed herself to be. For once, she was not acquainted beforehand with the Crime Trust's movements, it seemed. Perhaps it was because for once the Rat might not have had anything to do with originating the plan that was afoot tonight, for she had certainly always appeared to be thoroughly informed where the Rat was concerned. He shrugged his shoulders suddenly, dismissing her from his thoughts. He would better concentrate his mind on the work in hand. The secret lay in the manila envelope. That the envelope contained something of great value, or was of great value to someone, was obvious. To Dayler, perhaps, since it was in Dayler's carefully guarded possession. He shrugged his shoulders again. He could tell better about that in the course of another hour, when the envelope was in his pocket instead of Dayler's safe. To balk this organized gang of supercriminals was sufficient for the moment. Once more his shoulders lifted. He perhaps was not even entitled to any great credit tonight in fulfilling his moral obligations. For once there appeared to be neither any great danger nor any great difficulty. The house was empty. It was not very far away. He had an hour in which to work undisturbed,
and at the expiration of that time he should be back in his room, and ready to set out with the Cadger and Gannet to rob an empty safe. If he, with the two men, then entered the house, and for their pains found the manila envelope already gone, certainly there could be no suspicion to rest upon him. Billy Kane had reached the Bowery now. He went in through the side entrance of a corner saloon. Here a minute's search in the telephone directory supplied him with the number of Dayler's house on 9th Street. After that he made his way over to Washington Square, crossed the square, gained the lower end of Fifth Avenue, practically deserted now at this hour, and a moment later, turning into 9th Street, headed down the block in the direction of 6th Avenue. It was one of the old aristocratic neighborhoods of New York, but changed now a great deal with the changing years. What had once been classed as mansions had in many cases been metamorphosed into lodging and boarding houses. But the mansions were still here, big, substantial, commodious stone dwellings. Nor had the boarding houses entirely ousted a certain unobtrusive type of wealth and means from their midst, and it argued not at all that this Dayler, for instance, because he had his residence here, was not well-to-do, even exceedingly well-to-do. The street was quiet. Billy Kane located the house he sought. He passed by it, noting that it had a basement entrance, a flight of stone steps to the front door, that it was entirely in darkness, and returning, he mounted the steps quietly and without any attempt at concealment, found the outer vestibule door unlocked, opened it, after making pretense of ringing the doorbell for the benefit of anyone on the street who might have paid him any notice, stepped inside, and closed the door behind him. The inner door was locked. His skeleton keys came into play. Still far from an adept in their use, he was several minutes at his work. Then he stepped forward into the hall of the house itself. His flashlight stabbed a lane of light through the darkness. The stairs leading to the upper floors of the house were ahead of him and on his right. On his left, opening off the hall, which seemed to run almost the depth of the house, were several doors, all of which were closed. The house was empty. The Cipher Message had assured him of that, but nevertheless he moved now with extreme caution to the first door on his left. He knew nothing of the plan of the house, but it was at least logical to assume that the library was on this floor, and the library was the objective of his search. He opened the door slightly, quietly, then drew sharply back, and stood tense and motionless, listening. There was a dull, faint glow of light in there, not as though the room itself were illuminated, but as though the light came from perhaps another room beyond. But there was no sound. A minute passed, and still he stood there, alert, his ears strained to catch the slightest noise, and then, reassured, he pushed the door wider open and stepped over the threshold. That a light might have been left burning, either intentionally or inadvertently, presented in itself nothing of the unusual, or— He was drawing his hand across his eyes like a man dazed from a blow. The light had gone in the winking of an eye. It was pitch black. He was still involuntarily staring, through darkness now, toward the front end of the room. The light had not come from that direction. It had come through a portiered archway in quite the opposite direction. But for the moment his mind was chaotic, out of control. The room was a drawing room, a large, stately sort of a drawing room, and there had been a huge pier glass, gilt-framed, between the heavily curtained front windows. What he had seen could not have been a fantasy, nor due to disordered imagination. His eyes, the instant he had entered the room, had gone straight to that glass because it reflected the light from the other room. The surface of the glass had been blank as his eyes had first fallen upon it, and then, like a flash, enduring for but the minutest fraction of a second, the reflection of a figure, a man's figure with a crutch, had swept across it, and the light in the other room had gone out. And now Billy Kane acted quickly. The time that he had stood there, inert, mentally stunned, had been but a matter of seconds, exaggerated into seemingly interminable, measureless hours. Swiftly, silently, he reached the archway, and sheltering himself behind the folds of the portieres, but in a position to command the other room with his automatic, which he had whipped from his pocket, he stood still and listened.
There was only the quick, fierce pounding in his own eardrums, in tempo with the mad race of blood through his veins. The man with the crutch! How or why the man came to be here, or what the other had to do with what was afoot tonight, scarcely entered his mind. It did not matter. Nothing mattered, save to get the man with the crutch. Everything else paled into insignificance. It was the same man that had murdered Peters. There would not be two men with crutches who prowled stealthily at night in other people's houses, but that it was Peters' murderer was significant now only because it identified the man as one who held the secret of David Ellsworth's murder, the man who, if he, Billy Kane, could but get to grips with him, would tell what he knew to the last word, or one or the other of them would never leave this house alive. It was the man who could end this hideous masquerade that he, Billy Kane, was forced to assume. The man who could clear his name of the foul blot that had cost him friends, the companionship of honest men, and that was like at any instant to cost him his life. There was no sound. And then Billy Kane's voice rang suddenly, imperatively through the silence. "Hands up!" His flashlight bored through the darkness, circling the room in front of him. The room, it was the library beyond doubt, was empty. His jaws locked. He had taken a chance. It had failed. But now his glance fell upon the door diagonally across the library from him, that from its position obviously opened on the hall. He could have sworn that the doors opening on the hall were all closed when he had entered the house. This one was ajar now. He crossed the library with a bound, swung the door wide, and peered out into the hall. He could see nothing. But now, from somewhere below, he caught a sound as of a boot heel thudding on a bare floor, or perhaps the tap of a crutch. Along at the rear of the hall, his flashlight focused on the head of a basement stairway. He ran for this now, and then with more caution, wary of offering himself as a target for a shot that would put an end to any hope of getting within reach of the other, his flashlight out, he began to pick his way downstairs. Halfway down, he caught another sound. From the front of the house, softly and cautiously, though it was done, there came the unmistakable opening and closing of the basement door. Billy Kane took the remaining steps in a leap, and his flashlight pointing the way, dashed along the hallway below. He reached the door and pulled at it. Then, with an angry, muttered exclamation, he stood there for an instant hesitant. The man had managed to lock the door behind him. Mechanically his hand went toward his pocket for his skeleton keys, but stopped halfway as, turning suddenly, he raced back upstairs. It would take too long to try out key after key. There was a better way. There was the front door. He had left that unlocked when he came in. He gained this now, jerked it open, lunged through the little vestibule, snatched at the knob of the outer door, and wrenched at it viciously like a madman in mingled rage and chagrin. It was locked! It had not been locked even when he had come in. Calmer in an instant, he took his keys from his pocket and worked with feverish haste at the lock. It would possibly take less time to run into the drawing room, get a window open, and jump to the ground, but he did not dare to do that. He had to come back here with the Cadger and Gannet in a little while, and he dared not risk anything that would imperil his role in the eyes of the Underworld. Even a number of people coming and going from the house, if they acted naturally, entering by the door as though they had a right to enter, would never attract the slightest notice from either neighbors or passers-by. That was what doors were for. But a man leaping out through one of the front windows would invite certain attention, suspicion, and instant investigation. Another key! Would he never get one that fit? This wasn't the door he had opened before. A minute, perhaps two, perhaps even three must have gone by. God, how clumsy his fingers were! The man must have had an amazing agility for a cripple, and the craft and cunning of a devil to come up here instantly on leaving the basement and lock this door. Would he never get the— Yes, he had it now. He swung the door open, and from the top step his glance swept the street in both directions. And then there came a sort of bitter philosophical acceptance of a situation that he had already more than half expected. The man with the crutch had had too much time. There was no sign of him now. But there was still a chance. Billy Kane closed the door behind him, went quietly down the steps to the pavement. There was still the inviolability of the house to be preserved. walked along without undue haste until far enough away to preclude the chance of any connection being established between himself and the house he had just left, and then broke into a run. There was still a chance, but it was a slim one. He knew that. The man must have gone toward either 6th Avenue or 5th Avenue. It was more likely 6th Avenue. There would be more people there, more traffic, more opportunity to lose himself. It was the logical thing to do. Lower 5th Avenue at night was almost as deserted as a tomb. The man could have been seen there blocks away. Perhaps 15 minutes passed. At the expiration of that period, Billy Kane returned to the Dayler residence, and for the second time that night coolly and quite casually mounted the steps and again entered the house. His search had been futile. He had circuited the blocks in the neighborhood and hunted up and down the adjacent section of 6th Avenue, and the more he had hunted, the more he had realized the futility of what he was doing. Though at that he had even, as a last hope, returned to 5th Avenue. And now he was back in the house again, and quite conscious that this, too, was likely now to prove as barren of results as his search had been. The man had got away. And with the man, in all likelihood, had gone, too, the manila envelope from the wall safe in the library. What else had the other been in the library for? Billy Kane shrugged his shoulders as, using his flashlight again, he stepped from the hall into the drawing room, and from there through the archway into the library. There was the one possibility that he had come upon the man with the crutch and interrupted the other in his work before the envelope had been secured. That was the one possibility that remained. And that was the one possibility that had prompted him to come back. He stood for a moment now beside the table that occupied the center of the room, his flashlight creeping in a low, inquisitive circle around the walls. And now the round white ray, arrested, held on the mantel opposite the archway. On either side of the mantel, shoulder high and projecting out a little from the wall, were what appeared to be bric-a-brac or perhaps liquor cupboards with leaded glass doors. Wall safe left of mantel, the message had said. He smiled a little grimly in appreciation and understanding as he moved over and halted before the left-hand cupboard. It was a rather neat ambush for a wall safe, this idea of Dayler's, whoever Dayler might be. The leaded glass door opened readily. The ray of the flashlight flooded the interior. Billy Kane's smile was gone. He was quite sure now that he was too late. The cupboard was used for liqueurs, but the liqueurs in turn were evidently used for the purpose of veiling the little nickel dial of a safe that protruded from the wall at the rear of the cupboard, for the bottles were all pushed now to one side, and the dial, with a sort of diabolical mockery it seemed, winked back reflected rays from the glare of the flashlight. It was blatantly apparent now that this had been the object of the other's visit to the house. And it was almost as equally apparent that the man had got what he had come for. And yet... 2 right, 18, 1 left. Almost perfunctorily muttering the combination, Billy Kane had reached in and was twirling the knob of the dial. 8, 1 right, 28. The little steel door swung noiselessly open. Billy Kane stared into the miniature safe, bewildered. And then he laughed a little. A minute before, and he would not have given a penny for his chances. The other had got only so far as to move the bottles to one side. He had beaten the man with the crutch by the very narrow margin of time it would have taken to manipulate the combination. Perhaps, though, the other hadn't known the combination, and was just about to set to work to force the safe. Well, it didn't matter. The manila envelope lay there, sealed, intact. He took the envelope from the safe, closed the door, and locked it, and whirled suddenly around from his position in front of the mantel. His flashlight, jerked upward, played full upon the archway. A cool, disdainful laugh rippled low through the room, a woman's laugh. Billy Kane did not move. The chill that had clutched at his heart, the fear of discovery, was gone almost as quickly as it had come. He had nothing to dread on that score from the woman in black. And it was not the first time she had come upon him unexpectedly. And it was she who stood there now, and she still stood full in the glare of his flashlight, a bewitching, entrancing, mysterious little figure, whose great dark eyes were fixed on him,
half in a deliberate speculative way, and half in a sort of contemptuous mockery. It was she who broke the silence.
"I wonder if it's true, Bundy,"
she said softly. He felt the blood surge hot into his cheeks. He knew a sudden bitter rebellion at the contempt in those steady eyes, the same bitter rebellion he had known last night in her presence, a rebellion against the fate that caused him, through reason of being the counterpart of some incarnate fiend, to stand in her eyes as that actual fiend himself, as the one who in some way had done her or hers irreparable wrong, as the embodiment of all that was loathsome and hideous to her. He was the Rat to her, as to everybody else. The envelope crackled in his fingers as he clenched his hand. Would he always have to play the Rat to her? What would that perfect oval face, beautiful even now in its fearless contempt, look like in softer mood? "Is what true?" he demanded gruffly. She came toward him across the room.
"That you are really playing the game," she said slowly. "It's not much credit to you, of course, since you are doing it through fear, but still—"
She shrugged her shoulders daintily as she stood beside him.
"Do you know, Bundy, that lately you seem to have changed somehow? I do not know just how, and I cannot account for it. It puzzles me."
"Forget it," growled Billy Kane, alias the Rat. "And I don't know what game you're talking about either."
"Oh, yes, you do," she answered. "I told you that I would hold you responsible for any crime committed by your accomplices that it lay within your power to circumvent. That was the chance I gave you, and you seem to be taking it. I thought I would test you out tonight, when you might imagine that I was ignorant of what was going on, and that you might therefore count on escaping the consequences as far as I was concerned. You were to come here with the Cadger and Gannet at 9 o'clock to rob that safe. You are here alone long before that hour, and you have robbed the safe. I presume, at least I am going to give you credit for it, that it is because you are playing the game I referred to, and are checkmating your partners, and preventing the crime from being carried any further."
There was silence for a moment.
"I think you had better put out that flashlight," she said.
He must play the Rat. His soul jeered at him ironically. He snapped off the light.
"How did you get wise to this?"
he flung out.
"About tonight? Why, it was one of your own pet schemes, wasn't it, Bundy? All worked out quite a while ago. That's how I knew. Well, am I right about the reason for your being here alone? And if so, how did you propose to square yourself with your cronies of the Underworld?"
"By coming back here with the Cadger and Gannet, of course," he replied curtly, "and letting them fall for the idea that someone had beaten us all to it."
"Yes," she said calmly. "Well, I quite approve, Bundy, and I'll take that envelope now, please. You won't have any further use for it, and I'll attend to the rest of this affair."
He handed her the envelope. He asked nothing better than that she should assume any further responsibility that might be connected with its contents. As far as he was concerned, there were matters of far greater moment now. There was the man with the crutch, and that was a matter in which he had very cogent reasons for desiring to play a lone hand. His lips tightened. It was fairly evident that she had not been in the house the first time he had entered, but he wanted to be sure.
"When did you get in here?" he snapped. "Followed me, I suppose?"
"About 5 minutes ago," she said quietly. "And you left the door unlocked, though I had a key. No, I didn't follow you. Why should I? I knew that you would be here at 9 o'clock anyway, and I simply came a little ahead of time. I really hoped, you see, that you would do the same, and for more reasons than the one I have just mentioned."
"What do you mean?" he grunted.
"I haven't seen you since last night, you know," she said deliberately. "What about the diamonds that were stolen from Vetter?"
"I've got them,"
he answered shortly.
"Vetter hasn't."
There was a cold, unpleasant inflection in her voice.
"Well, what do you expect?"
He forced a raucous note into his voice. He was not sure that it sounded genuine. It was not easy to play the Rat with her.
"Think it over. It's not so soft a job to get them back to him without leaving a trail behind that might trip me up. See?"
She appeared to consider this for a moment.
"That is true,"
she said at last.
"Well, have you got them here?"
"Yes."
He reached into his pocket and took out the chamois pocketbook. He laughed brusquely as he held it out to her.
If you can handle that envelope, maybe you can handle the sparklers, too.
I can, and I will,
she said simply as she took the pocketbook from him.
That's only fair. I told you once I would put no difficulties in the way of your keeping yourself solid, if you could, with your fellow yeggs, and that applies equally to tonight. You may bring the Cadger back here. You will find the house empty.
Thanks, he said grimly. I'll move along then. I've got just about enough time left. And would you mind locking the front door when you go out? I'd like the Cadger to get all the run that's coming to him for his money.
He stepped forward to pass her, but she laid a detaining hand on his arm.
Wait, she said tersely. I agreed to look after this envelope, but even so you are not through yet tonight, Bundy. I know where Mr. Dayler is this evening, and I'm going to bring him back here to his own house myself. But I will give you time first to play out your little farce with your two thugs and send them about their business. Say 10 o'clock. Mr. Dayler and myself will be here at that time. And so will you.
Will I? Inquired Billy Kane insolently. What's the lay? A trap?
No, an experiment,
she said evenly.
I would like to find out if there is really anything human, if there is a shred of decency left in you. I want you to see your crime for once from your victim's standpoint. It may help you, if you are human, to keep on playing the game. And that will help you. If you can't keep out of the clutches of the Underworld, to keep out of the electric chair at Sing Sing. You quite understand, Bundy? At 10 o'clock. And I should not even mind if you are found here in this room, in the dark, when Mr. Dayler and myself enter the house. At 10 o'clock. And now I think you had better hurry, Bundy.
There was a twisted smile on Billy Kane's lips. He was the Rat, and the Rat would be here or anywhere else at 10 o'clock, if she said so. There was no comment to make. The Rat had no choice. All right, he said gruffly, and moved past her to the door and out to the hall, and a moment later, reaching the street, he swung into a hurried stride, heading back for the Rat's den. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Mirrored Years. It was quite dark here in Dayler's library, yet he had sat so long in this chair that his eyes seemed to have accommodated themselves to the darkness, and it seemed as though he could distinguish every object in the room. Surely, interminably, as the minutes dragged themselves out, the quarter hour that had stood between 10 o'clock and the time he had sent the Cadger and Gannet away was up now. His flashlight winked through the blackness, played on the dial of his watch, and the blackness fell again. It still lacked 5 minutes of the hour. Strange how his mind worked. There was no speculation as to precisely why she had demanded his presence here. There was only intolerant, angry impatience because she had done so. If it had not been for her, he could have been making vital use of every one of these minutes. There was nothing else to have hindered him. It had been almost childishly easy to pull the wool over Gannet's and Cadger's eyes. He had let the Cadger and Gannet take all the initiative, apparently. The two men had forced the basement door, and then going upstairs had opened the front door for him, which he, strolling down the street a few minutes later, had entered as casually as he had already done before on 2 occasions that night. After that, the three of them clustered around the mantel, the Cadger manipulating the dial of the safe while Gannet held the flashlight, had made the discovery in common that the safe had been already looted. He had joined in the dismay, chagrin, and fury of his companions. He had joined in the frantic search of desks and drawers, which he had inaugurated, and which he had permitted to endure for a full half hour. At the expiration of that time he had coded a terse cipher report, and had handed it to the Cadger and Gannet for delivery. They were to leave the house, himself last, a few minutes apart in order to avoid arousing any attention, and the Cadger and Gannet, obediently and unsuspiciously, had gone, and he had remained. It had been very simple, and there remained no trace of the search that had been made. His eyes now, so strangely accustomed to the darkness, reassured him on that score. He had warned the men not to leave any traces behind them. He stirred uneasily in his chair. All this had been essential, necessary, vital, in order to preserve his role of the Rat from suspicion, and himself from subsequent and quick disaster at the hands of the underworld. But the minutes that were slipping away from him now, as he sat here impotent, were priceless. Red Vallon and the Pippin at any moment might run the man with the crutch to earth, and his hands were tied. He had no concern with the effect that the loss of the envelope might have had on this Dayler. He was utterly indifferent to either the contents of that envelope or Dayler's connection with it. It seemed to plumb the very depths of irony that she had appeared to labor under the impression she might somehow, in this way, arouse his better nature and touch some softer human chord within him. He was concerned more with the connection between that envelope and the man with the crutch, and very much more with the contents of that handbag the man with the crutch had carried away from Peter's flat the night before, and still more again with the man with the crutch himself. The man had tricked him here tonight, slipped through his fingers this time, but the front door was being opened. Billy Kane stood up, shrugging his shoulders. He was in a truculent mood now, impatient to be gone, prompted even now to go, restrained only by the cooler counsel of common sense. She had the whip hand over him. A word from her, and he would be in exactly the same case as if he had failed in the play he had just made with the Cadger and Gannet. Voices reached him. Hers, quiet and controlled. A man's, gruff, irritated, sharply antagonistic. And then the door from the hall opened and the lights in the library went on. Billy Kane's eyes, passing swiftly over the trim little figure in black across the room, met and held those of a man who, startled now, stepped hastily back, only to discover that his companion had quietly and swiftly closed the door behind him. The man's lips were suddenly compressed and hard, though the color had ebbed a little from his face.
"Please sit down over there at the table, Mr. Dayler," she requested softly.
No, examined the man angrily. I'll do nothing of the kind. What's the meaning of this? You inveigled me back here by hinting at some kind of story, and you run me in my own house into the presence of a thug.
She shook her head.
"It is true that I asked this gentleman."
She hesitated over the choice of the word, while her eyes in a sort of mocking humor inventoried Billy Kane's none too reputable appearance and attire.
"To come here. But it is equally true that I have some kind of a story that I think will interest you. Bundy, you might try and persuade Mr. Dayler to sit down."
A grim smile came to Billy Kane's lips. He was a pawn, too, like this Dayler, a pawn to be moved about at will by this outrageously courageous, imperturbable, and, yes, in spite of his own irritation, adorable little personage. He turned his attention now to Dayler. The other could have been no more than 45, yet his hair was not merely prematurely gray, it was white, as a very old man's is white. His face, clean-shaven, was kindly, though drawn now in tense lines about the lips and forehead. "Sit down," Billy Kane ordered curtly. He was fingering his automatic, playing up to the cue she had given him. Dayler hesitated, and then abruptly stepped forward and flung himself into a chair at the table, his back to the mantel.
"Well," he challenged, "you got me out of my cab on the pretext of having something to say about a man named Keats, whom I once knew. But from the look of things, it appears to be much more likely that with my own house affording you protection, I am to be coolly robbed of my watch, money, and such other valuables as you may be able to lay your hands on."
The slim little figure had slipped gracefully into a chair, facing Dayler on the opposite side of the table. She smiled curiously.
"But at least I will keep my promise first and tell you about this Keats,"
she said.
"Buck Keats, wasn't it, Mr. Dayler? And as your servants may be back in another half hour or so, we won't waste any time in getting to the story. It goes back about 20 years. At that time you were in the Yukon, and pretty well away from civilization, and you had been prospecting all summer with your partner, a man quite a little older than you were, a man named Laynton, Joe Laynton. Square Joe, they called him in that country, and you ought to know why. He was a big man in his body and in his soul. A God's nobleman, wasn't he, Mr. Dayler?"
Dayler was leaning forward, staring at her in a strange, puzzled way. "How do you know all this?" he demanded sharply.
She shook her head again. "I may not be quite accurate in the little details," she went on. "You will overlook that. You and Laynton delayed your return to Dawson too long that fall. You were caught in bad weather. Your provisions ran low. Laynton met with a nasty accident with an axe. In reaching up above his head to cut some branches for fuel, the axe in some way glanced off and inflicted a very serious and a very ugly wound in his shoulder and chest. Things went from bad to worse. For days Laynton could do nothing but lie in his blood-soaked bunk. Provisions ran still lower. The winter was settling down hard. You had already delayed too long, and now Laynton couldn't go. And yet you woke up one morning to find his bunk empty."
She paused. Billy Kane's eyes, as he stood beside the table, passed from one to the other. Her small gloved hand, resting on the arm of her chair, had closed tightly, and into Dayler's face, grown haggard now, had come the look of a dumb beast in hurt.
"On a sheet of paper on the table,"
her voice was lower now,
"Laynton had left a message for you, the kind a brave man would leave, explaining it all, and bidding you take the one chance you had and go without him. And piled on the table beside the sheet of paper was his money, quite a few $100. You went to the door of the shack and you followed the tracks in the snow, and you found him, and you found his revolver beside him. You were already weak and half delirious yourself for lack of food, and I think this crazed you and unhinged your mind. You buried him in the snow and picked up the revolver and put it in your pocket. You took the paper and the money and what food there was, and you ran, like the madman you then were, away from the shack. I do not know how long you wandered, nor how you existed, nor the number of miles you put between yourself and the man who had given his life for you. But eventually you were found by a trapper, and the trapper's name was Keats, Buck Keats, a man with a very unsavory record. You spent some time with Keats. You recovered your physical health, but your mind remained affected. What had taken place was temporarily a blank to you. Keats robbed you of Laynton's money and most of your own, and he stole that paper which later on was to mean so much to you. He preferred, if anything were ever known, that you and not he should be credited with having stolen Laynton's money, and he further helped out that suggestion by getting you, after some months, out of the country, by having you, in a word, disappear. I imagine you were like a child in his hands. I am sure you do not even know how you got there, but the spring found you quite normal in all respects save a broken memory, working at anything you could get to do in Mexico, and living there under the name of Dayler. Your proper name is Forbes. John Forbes, isn't it?"
Dayler's head was forward on the table and buried in his hands, and Billy Kane, meeting her glance, read through a sudden mist in the brown eyes a bitter condemnation of himself that he did not quite fully understand. He was not the Rat, was he? He was only playing the Rat in a fight for his life and to win back a name of his own. How should he understand?
"I am taking too long," she said hurriedly. "Your awakening came then. You read in a paper of the discovery of a brutal and revolting crime in the Yukon, the murder of Joe Laynton. The snow had melted, and a trooper of the Royal Northwest Mounted Police had found the body. If ever there was a prima facie case of murder, it was there. The axe wound, presupposing a quarrel, the blood-soaked bunk, the final wound from a revolver shot, the absence of any weapon left in the possession of the dead man, the fact that he had apparently been stripped of his money, and, most damning of all, that you had disappeared. It all came back to you in a flash then, and like the last straw, adding to this array of evidence already against you, you realized that you were now living under an assumed name. The letter, written and signed by Laynton, that would have saved you, was gone. You naturally did not know that it had been stolen from you. You believed that you had lost it. It would take a very brave man, and a man that was very sure of himself indeed, to judge you for what you did then. Without that paper, you, an innocent man, were already as good as hanged if you gave yourself up. You continued to live on as Dayler. 20 years went by. You prospered. You lived in all quarters of the globe. No breath of suspicion ever associated John Dayler with John Forbes. But you knew, because you knew the record of the Royal Northwest Mounted, that the men who never sleep had not forgotten the case nor given over the search, and that they never would. But at last, after a long lapse of years, you felt yourself secure, and finally, a few years ago, you came here and settled in New York.
Dayler's head came up. He passed his hand across his eyes. "How do you know all these things?" he asked again.
Does it matter? She answered. They are true, aren't they?
Yes, they are true.
His voice was scarcely audible.
It was Keats who found you, not the Royal Northwest Mounted, she continued. Keats had long ago left the Yukon and had settled in Chicago, a drunkard. He was an old man now, and down and out, living from hand to mouth. I do not know how he found you. I only know that after all these years he decided to make restitution, though counting no doubt on you giving him some money in return for the letter. However, be that as it may, 2 days ago a man brought you a sealed envelope which he said a man named Keats, who had just died in Chicago, had confessed, as he was dying, to having stolen from you, and that Keats, as a last request, had asked that it be given back to you. You opened the envelope and found that it contained Ladenton's letter. With this in your possession at last, you are absolutely secure, even in the very improbable event of anything ever being done by the police. Why then, after 20 years, should you voluntarily open the case and disrupt the associations you had formed, and your life as long as you had molded it in all this time? At any event, you would consider long and carefully before taking so vital and momentous a step. I do not know what your final decision was, or even if you have come to one yet. But pending such a decision, you...
She motioned suddenly across the table.
But first, will you please open the table drawer in front of you, Mr. Dayler?
He obeyed her, a sort of slow wonder in his movements. The drawer, open, disclosed, among other supplies of stationery, a pile of long manila envelopes. She motioned again, this time to the envelopes.
You sealed the letter up again in one of those envelopes and put it away. And that brings us to tonight. I would like to have you show that letter to...
She indicated Billy Kane with a curt nod of her head.
This man here.
For an instant Dayler did not move. Then he stiffened back in his chair, his eyes narrowed.
"I begin to see."
His jaws snapped hard together.
"So that's what you are after. You propose to steal that paper from me and then blackmail me with it afterwards. It is the letter that you want."
"And perhaps you will get it for us?"
she suggested softly. There was a grim sort of finality in Dayler's short, unpleasant laugh.
"No," he said.
"Well, then," she still spoke softly, "suppose I were to tell you that the men who never sleep have been advised that Dayler and John Forbes are one, and that they are traveling down from the Canadian West now, and that tomorrow you will be arrested, and that the letter is already gone."
"Gone?"
It came in a startled cry. Dayler half rose from his chair, but dropped back again coolly, a sarcastic smile suddenly on his lips.
"Clever," he said ironically. "Quite a pretty little ruse to get me to indicate the whereabouts of that paper. Perhaps you will try something else now."
"Bundy,"
she turned calmly to Billy Kane,
"open the door of that little cupboard on the left of the mantel."
Billy Kane stepped across the room in a sort of mechanical obedience and opened the leaded glass door. Just as Dayler, his self-assurance shaken now, jumped from his chair and rushed to the mantel.
"Perhaps,"
her voice came calmly again from the table,
"Mr. Dayler prefers to look for himself after all, Bundy."
The man seemed to be fighting desperately for a grip upon himself, and again his jaws snapped hard together.
"No!" he cried. "It's another trick to get the combination of that safe, to get me to open it. Do you think I'm a fool to let that paper go now, even at the cost of my life, after you have so kindly warned me that I am to be arrested tomorrow? You would have done better not to talk quite so much."
"Open the safe, Bundy,"
she instructed evenly.
"Watch him, Mr. Dayler, and satisfy yourself
The dial whirled deftly, swiftly under Billy Kane's fingers. The steel door swung open. "Gone! My God, it's gone!" Dayler's cry now was broken, almost inarticulate. His head half buried in the cupboard, he was staring into the empty safe. And then he reeled back to the table, and stood there clawing at its edge, gray to the lips, looking from one to the other.
"I have not quite finished my story," she said quietly. "It is quite true that Keats is dead, but he did not die 2 or 3 days ago. He has been dead well over a month. Nor did he die from natural causes. He was murdered. There is a gigantic crime ring in this country, whose headquarters are here in New York, that is as implacable and heinous as it is far spread and powerful. Keats, far under the influence of liquor in a low dive one night, and in maudlin self-admiration at the idea of making restitution to you, became drunkenly confidential, and his confidant, as it appeared, was an old broken-down yegg of about his own age, too old for active work at his sordid trade, a pensioner, a hanger-on, as it were, of the crime ring, who made himself as valuable as he could in any way that he could. He reported the story. Keats was promptly murdered, not so much for the sake of the paper, for that could easily have been taken from him without resorting to murder, but that there should be no Keats, with his change of heart, ready to take the witness stand in your behalf, and therefore render the paper of no value to them at all. The crime ring did not, however, act with the same haste as far as you were concerned. That is not their way. They watched you. They became thoroughly conversant, intimately acquainted with you and your house and your mode of living. It was necessary that they should do so before the next move could be decided upon. It was essential that you should know that the document was still in existence, and it was equally essential that you should know Keats was dead, and would therefore never be able to help you with his testimony. The actual delivery of the document into your hands was the really clever and finished play to make, for it not only accomplished those ends naturally, simply, and without possibility of alarming you, but your temporary possession of the letter would also psychologically enhance its value in your eyes, and make the shock of its subsequent loss all the greater. And you were all the more generous. But unless they could be sure of recovering it, if, for instance, you had a safe deposit vault where you would likely place it, the plan would not do at all, and some other must be devised. They satisfied themselves on that score, however, and the discovery of that wall safe, and incidentally its combination, made it as certain as anything is humanly certain that they would know where to find the letter again when they wanted it. And finally there was the police, the men of the Royal Northwest Mounted, to be put upon your trail. It was only when you stood facing arrest for murder, and only when that paper was all that stood between you and the hangman's noose, that it was worth— well, perhaps will you say what it is worth? That is the situation tonight, Mr. Dayler.
The man was rocking on his feet, still clawing at the edge of the table for support. He seemed to have lost all control. "Blackmail," he said through dry, twitching lips.
And without any comeback. She shrugged her shoulders. You are rated at $250,000. What will you give for that paper?
Dayler did not answer at once. He reached out behind him, felt for the arm of his chair, and sat down heavily. He spoke at last, brushing his hand nervously across his forehead. "I'll give $10,000, he said hoarsely.
You do not place a very complimentary value on your life, she said evenly.
20. His hand still nervously brushed at his forehead. 25. Her laugh rippled through the room. It was low and coolly disdainful, but it seemed to Billy Kane, standing by the mantel, tight-lipped, watching the scene, that it held, too, a queer, underlying, tremulous note. Dayler wet his lips. 35.
That paper is the only thing that will save you, she explained monotonously. Is money any good to you, unless you live?
It was Dayler who laughed now, but it was hysterically. His hands would not remain still. He had let his head alone now, and instead kept laying his hands on the table in front of him, by turns opening and clenching them, and they left damp prints on the top of the table.
50. I'll make it $50,000,
he whispered. She shook her head.
My God!" It was a helpless cry. Dayler stretched out his arms imploringly. "You don't understand. It's not easy for me to get even that amount. I'm not worth what you think I am. I've gone the limit." Her voice was still monotonous.
"Are you sure?"
she asked. Give me time, and I might make it a little more." There was no doubt of the agonized sincerity in the man's voice. "Perhaps 60."
"No,"
she said. She was on her feet now, her voice breaking a little.
"I want more than that. What it will perhaps be harder for you to give than $60,000. I want your forgiveness for what I have just made you suffer. For this scene here. I had reasons that I believe justified me."
She glanced at Billy Kane.
"I do not think you would understand, and I am afraid you would not see the justification in them, even if I tried to explain. And so—"
She had drawn the manila envelope from the bodice of her dress and was holding it out to him.
"I can only ask you to forgive me."
He took the envelope wonderingly, rising slowly to his feet. He was like a man dazed. Stupefaction, incredulity, a mighty relief mingled their expressions in his face. He turned the envelope over and over, and then, opening it, extracted a folded piece of paper from within. And then, for the second time, his laugh rang through the room. But now it was a laugh like the laugh of a man who was insane, high-pitched and sustained. "Go on!" he cried wildly. "Go on with your hellish tricks! What's next?" Billy Kane had involuntarily stepped closer to the table. He drew in his breath sharply now, in an amazed, startled way. Dayler was holding a blank piece of paper in his hands. And she, too, was leaning tensely forward. He glanced at her. She turned her head toward him, and out of a face that was as white as death, her dark eyes burned full of fury and bitter condemnation as they fixed upon him.
"I see it now."
Her lips were quivering with passion. She steadied her voice with an obvious effort.
"I gave you credit for too much. I caught you at your work just a second too late. I thought you were taking an envelope out of the safe, whereas you were attempting to put one in. The one you took out was already in your pocket. You were checkmating your miserable accomplices unquestionably, but it was for your own ends. You were playing the traitor to them and to me at the same time. You meant with your cold-blooded cunning to use that paper against Mr. Dayler for your own private gain. You lied to me. It wasn't an empty safe to which you meant to introduce the Cadger and Gannet. There was a little more finesse. It clouded the issue a little more to put a dummy envelope there. And it was so easy. Just one of those envelopes taken from the drawer there, and a piece of paper slipped inside."
She paused an instant, surveying him with merciless eyes.
"I hardly suppose that you would be fool enough not to have already put it in a safer place than your pocket. But if you still have it there, hand it over."
Billy Kane did not move. Somehow he was not paying undivided attention to her. It was the man with the crutch who seemed to be standing there in her place, grinning at him, only he could not see the man's face. And then, with a mental jerk, he pulled himself together. He could not tell her that he had almost caught someone else in the act of stealing the paper, but that the someone else had got away. It would sound ridiculous. She would laugh in his face. He could not tell her that, like a thunderbolt falling upon him, there had just come the realization that the man with the crutch had stolen the paper after all. He could not explain the man with the crutch, Peter's murder, 100 other things, so that she would believe him, without telling her that he was Billy Kane. And he could not tell her that he was Billy Kane. The old, hard, ironical, mirthless smile came to his lips. He was the Rat. "Maybe you'd like to search me," he snarled insolently. She turned to Dayler. The man had sunk into his chair again and was smiling now, but in a horribly apathetic sort of way.
"Mr. Dayler," she said quietly, "it does not matter in the least if he has got rid of it for the moment. I promise you that paper will be in your possession again by tomorrow morning."
She swung on Billy Kane and pointed to the door.
"I think you heard what I said, Bundy."
Her voice was ominously low now, strained with menace.
"I will give you until tomorrow morning to produce that paper. The alternative is the electric chair."
She was still pointing to the door. He shrugged his shoulders. What was the use? The net was closing tightly about him, tighter than ever before, and the strands now were like some devil's tentacles that would not let go. He swung on his heel abruptly, and without a word left the room. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Doors of the Night by Frank L. Packard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. A Hole in the Wall. Once in the street, Billy Kane started hurriedly in the direction of the Bowery. He hastened on, his mind in a state of chaotic turmoil. Presently he turned into the cross street, a block away from the Rat's den. He had until morning. It was thoughtful of her to have given him that much time. The man with the crutch had the paper, of course. Red Vallon and the Pippin had had since noon to find the man. If the man were not found by morning, the rôle of the Rat would be at an end. There was something damnably ironical in that. He had wanted the rôle of the Rat to end, and now he didn't want it to end on account of this man with the crutch, who was disastrously likely to bring that end about. He needed the rôle now more than ever in order to use it against the man with the crutch, because the other held the knowledge that would enable him, Billy Kane, to cast off the rôle forever. Yet if he didn't find the man, and even before morning, the rôle, and quite as certainly forever, would be cast off for him. He swept his hand across his eyes. His brain seemed to be working in some silly sing-song cycle, and yet it was quite logical. And then his shoulders squared. For the night at least he was still the Rat, and the Underworld was at the Rat's beck and call. If Red Vallon and the Pippin could not find the man with the crutch, he would unleash the Underworld to help them pick up the scent. First, however, he must get in touch with Red Vallon. But that should not be difficult, for Red Vallon, whether he had had any success or not, was certain to make a report before the night was very much older, and... Billy Kane halted suddenly, and turned around as a low voice hailed him. A man was hurrying along behind him. He smiled grimly. A little luck, at least, seemed to be breaking for him at the start. Here was Red Vallon now. Billy Kane, in apparent indifference, started on again in the direction of the den. "Hello," he said gruffly, as the gangster caught up with him and fell into step alongside. Red Vallon chuckled low. "We got him," he said. There was hoarse elation in the gangster's voice. A fierce uplift swept in an almost overmastering surge upon Billy Kane. His answer, however, was little more than a grunt of approval. "You have, huh?" he said. "You bet your life!" exclaimed the gangster jubilantly. "You know Marlot's saloon? Well, the guy lives next door in that old moth-eaten shack. Some place. The police have been leery of it for a long while. There's mostly a bunch of slick fingers hang out there, get me? He's got the back room, used to be a kitchen, I guess. He's a smooth one, all right. He's got a private entrance of his own when he doesn't want to go in or out by the front. The old back door opens right into his room from the yard, savvy?" Billy Kane nodded his head shortly in affirmation. He took a cigarette from his pocket and lighted it nonchalantly. "But say," the elation in the gangster's voice was growing still more pronounced, "that ain't all. The Pippin spotted his nibs through the window from the yard a few minutes ago. Say, what do you think, Bundy? The cripple hobbles across the room and pulls the old washstand away from the wall and lifts up an innocent-looking piece of the wallpaper that you'd think was stuck down for fair. The Pippin had only a rip in the window shade to see through, and he couldn't see very well, but he could see a dinky little hole there in the wall and a satchel inside, and the cripple takes something out of his pocket and slips it into the hole and smooths the wallpaper back again. The Pippin beat it out of there then and found me, and he's just wised me up." It was quite dark here on the street, but even so Billy Kane kept his face turned slightly away from the gangster. The blood was racing in one mad, ungovernable flood of feverish excitement through his veins. It seemed somehow as though a weight that had been unendurable, an actual physical burden beyond his strength to bear, had suddenly been lifted from his shoulders. The man with the crutch! From the prior events of the evening, from what Red Vallon had just said, there was no possibility that the Pippin had stumbled upon another man with a crutch. This was the one, without question, without room for a single shadow of a doubt. And he as good as had the man now. He flicked the ash from his cigarette with his forefinger and nodded curtly again. "Figure it out for yourself," said Red Vallon, a sort of eager self-complacency in his voice. "Of course, the man had nothing to do with that murder last night, but the police knew he was around there lugging a satchel, and you add to that the crook dump where he lives, and the guy that has a nifty little hiding place in the wall with a satchel in it, and where does he get off? I ain't throwing any bouquets at myself, Bundy, but I told you I'd pull something good this trip, and I guess you gotta hand it to me for delivering the goods. Pipe this, Bundy. The police think the Pippin's a stool pigeon anyhow. Well, 5 minutes ago I sent the Pippin to tip off the police while I beat it up here to put you wise. Get me? With all that stuff against the guy, he ain't got a hope. He goes up for that murder, and that lets you out, Bundy." Billy Kane stood still. They had reached the cellar-like entrance to the Rat's den, but he made no move to descend the short, cavernous stairway. A little way up the block the street lamp seemed suddenly to be swirling around and around in swift, lightning-like, irregular flashes. The blood that had rushed hotly, madly through his veins but an instant before was cold and sluggish now, as though some icy tourniquet were at work upon his heart, stilling its action. "That lets you out, Bundy." The words mocked and jeered at him. Let him out! It was ruin, disaster, death. Unless in some way he could forestall this move of Red Vallon. He fought desperately for control of himself. That envelope, her threat, his own desire to get at the man, were like issues fading into the background. He knew that the man was the murderer of Peters, and if the police, whether they caught the man or not, found what he believed they would find in that satchel, some at least of those rubies from the Ellsworth vault, then Red Vallon, this man standing here, who with horrible callousness, but equally with the genuine motive of protecting the Rat, was ironically planning, while believing him innocent, to send the guilty man to his death, would know absolutely beyond question that the Rat had not killed Peters last night, that last night's alibi was a lie, and that he, Billy Kane, was the man in the mask, at whose throat Red Vallon and his gang asked nothing better than to hurl themselves like a pack of starving wolves. To get rid of Red Vallon, any excuse, anything, to get rid of the man without an instant's delay. He shoved out his hand to the gangster. "I won't forget this, Red," he said earnestly. "Take it from me, I won't forget it. But you beat it now, Red. That Daler game went wrong tonight. The Cadge will tell you about it if you see him. I haven't got a minute. See, Red?" "Sure. All right," agreed the gangster heartily. "Well, so long, Bundy." Billy Kane shook hands again with a grip that was hard and eloquent. "So long, Red," he said. The gangster turned away. Billy Kane dove down the stairs, opened the door of the den, locked it behind him, darted across the room in the darkness, and in another minute, crawling through the tunnel from the secret door, gained the shed and the street at the rear. He ran breathlessly now. What did it matter if anyone saw him? Time alone was all that counted. If he could not beat the police in the race to that room, he was as good as dead already. His mind worked swiftly, incisively as he ran. The Pippin had, say, 10 minutes' start, but it was only a few blocks to that house next to Marlot's saloon, and it would take a little while, at least, for the police to make their preparations before acting on the Pippin's information. The chances lay with him, Billy Kane. The man might or might not be there. It did not matter insofar as the main issue was concerned. It was that handbag and its contents that were the vital factor now, and yes, if he got that, the envelope too, they would both almost certainly be in the same hiding place, inasmuch as that hiding place was a crafty one. If the man were there, then it seemed as though irony would have piled itself on irony tonight, for he would automatically, for the time being, become the ally of the man with whom he asked only a deadly reckoning. He did not want the police to get the man with the crutch. Whatever the story the man might tell to account for his connection with Peters, It was certain that he would not be fool enough to tell the truth about the murder of David Ellsworth. And if the police had the man with the crutch in custody, then he, Billy Kane, was irrevocably barred from that reckoning which he meant to have. He had been perhaps 5 minutes. He was trying the door now of a wretched 2-story frame building that hugged as its right-hand neighbor a saloon that was almost as disreputable in appearance as itself. The door was unlocked. He stepped inside, and feeling his way in the darkness, but still moving rapidly, passed down a narrow hall. By the sense of touch, he was aware that there were rooms on only one side, the left-hand side, and that there were 2 of them. He brought up abruptly against a door now that made the end of the passage, the door of the rear room of the house, obviously, and obviously, therefore, the home of the man with the crutch. It was silent everywhere in the house. He smiled a little grimly. He knew the place well enough by reputation to account for that silence. It was a crook's nest, a crook's lodging house, and being night, the tenants had gone to work. He slipped his mask over his face and rapped on the door. There was no answer. He rapped again, and then his skeleton keys came into play. The man had obviously returned here from Dayler's to get rid of that envelope, though probably not at once, for it must have been then that the Pippin had seen him, but now, apparently, he had gone out again. The door yielded upon the trial of the 3rd key. Billy Kane flung it open, stepped inside, and his flashlight played through the blackness. As he had expected, the room was empty. He locked the door again and crossed quickly to the rear door. This, he found, opened inward. He looked out. This took a few seconds, but an accurate knowledge of his surroundings was worth even more than that should he be caught here. The door opened on practically a level with the ground, and it had an old-fashioned latch with heavy iron handles, loop-shaped, below the thumb-pieces. He closed the door and bolted it, smiling appreciatively as he noted that the bolt moved both readily and silently, as though in carefully oiled grooves. His flashlight played around the room again now. The window shade was drawn. He located the washstand, and frowned suddenly in perplexity. A crutch leaned against the washstand. His face cleared the next instant. Why shouldn't the man have an extra one? Perhaps he had to buy them in pairs, though he used only one at a time. Billy Kane stepped swiftly to the washstand, and preparatory to pulling it away from the wall, lifted up the crutch, and the next instant was examining the latter critically. It was extremely heavy. He whistled low under his breath. It was not only a crutch, it was a murderous weapon. The shaft of the thing, though painted a wood color, was solid iron. He set it down and pulled out the washstand. Then, picking up the crutch again, he slashed it along the line of the wall where the washstand had been. A large piece of the wallpaper came away, disclosing a neatly constructed little hiding place, some 2 feet long by a foot in depth. A queer, twisted smile was on Billy Kane's lips. In there lay only 2 articles, but they were a manila envelope and a small handbag. He snatched up the envelope and tore it open. A glance at the faded writing was enough. It was Joe Laynton's letter of 20 years ago. He stuffed it into his pocket, and almost more eagerly than before reached into the aperture again and took out the handbag. But now his fingers seemed to have gone clumsy with excitement as he fumbled with the catches. No, it was locked. Well, his steel jimmy would soon settle that. He pried the bag open and stood staring at its contents. And the contents were not rubies. And then he laughed a little as he lifted out and examined a package of banknotes. It did not matter, did it, the rubies or the money? It linked the man with the crutch with the Ellsworth murder just the same. This was the money, and apparently intact, that had been in the Ellsworth vault. The paper bands, pinned around the packages and marked in red ink with the amount in each package, had been pinned there and marked by himself. It was strange. Very strange. He restored the steel jimmy to his pocket and attempted to fasten the bag with its end catches, but the frame had been bent in prying the bag open, and the catches would not work easily. It was very strange. How had this man with the crutch, so intimately connected with Peters and David Ellsworth's murders, come also to be so intimately conversant with the Crime Trust's game with Dayler? His mind kept striking off at tangents as he struggled with the bag. He could not carry a bag that would gape open. Once he got it to the den, the hole in the flooring that he had thought so futile a reward for his search would not be so futile after all. The bag would fit very nicely, and very securely, in there. Iron crutches weren't usually made in pairs. That was queer, too. Was it an iron crutch that was the blunt instrument that had caused Peter's death and David Ellsworth's? Why had the man used that dummy envelope tonight? And his flashlight was out. Footsteps were creeping cautiously along the hall outside. The police. The bag would have to do as it was now, but at least one catch was partially fastened. He tucked it under his arm, and for the fraction of a second, while he thrust the flashlight back into his pocket, he stood still. And then, a sudden, curious smile on his lips, he reached out and picked up the crutch again, and stole silently over to the rear door. The smile was lost as his lips thinned into a straight line. Yes, they were already here, too. Well, the crutch might perhaps still serve the same purpose. His ear to the panel, a whisper reached him.
"Put your shoulder to it, Jerry, and push with me when I get the bar in the crack of the door." "All right,"
another voice whispered.
"The others will have been around at the front long ago. Are you ready?"
The door creaked under a sudden pressure, and as suddenly from the wall at the edge of the door Billy Kane reached out and released the bolt. The door swung violently open, and two figures, their balance lost, sprawled and staggered into the room. And in a flash Billy Kane, as he leaped through the doorway, snatched at the door, slammed it shut, jabbed the crutch as a lock bar through the iron loop of the door handle, its end extending well over the frame of the doorway, and sprinted across the yard. There was a yell and a battering thud on the door behind him as he reached a fence at the end of the yard, swung himself to the top, and dropped to the lane below. And then, as he ran, there came a crash of broken glass. They had evidently forsaken the door for the window. For 100 yards Billy Kane ran at top speed along the lane, and then, removing his mask, the bag concealed under his coat, he emerged into the intersecting street and dropped into a casual and quiet stride. He smiled queerly. They would be looking for a cripple who, having sacrificed his crutch to save his life, could at best but limp and hobble painfully along. End of chapter 19.